Good morning and welcome back to Brands Hatch on this Festival of Motorsport on the Easter weekend. It is Sunday, it is day 2 and headlining are the British Truck Racing Championship. Plenty of controversy and emotion amongst all of our classes yesterday, and you can look forward to the same again today. Now Alan, come with me. Look at this glorious day we've got building here at Brands Hatch. A very short course of course, and it is packed with corners and action. The sun just breaking above the clouds here. It is going to be absolutely beautiful. So as well as the British Truck Racing, joining the classic touring cars today, we've got the Kumho BMWs and also the pickup truck racing. Don't get to see those too often, so we'll definitely look forward to our pickup truck racing. Now, before we go racing, in about 10 or 15 minutes time, we caught up with a few of the drivers before that first race. So you join us down in the paddock then. Colin Voice here, car number 21. Had a great day yesterday. Second in qualifying, second in the race. Just summarise yesterday for us, first of all.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. I got Andy Wilson off the line, but because Andy's on these hard tyres and he can't touch all that horsepower because he'll be around in a circle. So I knew I could get on it quick. And I just took advantage, basically, and I just went off like a scolded cat. But you know, I built up a good lead, but after sort of 10 laps things started getting loose. Then the car on one of the bends at the back there dropped his oil and spun in front of me. Then I just hit it once, had a scary moment, and I just thought, well,
just hold back a little
just
bit.
Hold back. But I didn't realise I was dropping, you know, over 2 seconds a lap off for the last 4 laps, and everyone then caught up. But I knew Andy, with all that huge horsepower, it's a missile.
So how do you're second on the grid again today. How do you beat Andy?
You can't, not in a straight line. and Jim with the Skyline, good God, you know, it's like lighting a firework. They're just, once they get on the straight, they just let it go, and it's just, you know, this little 4-cylinder horsepower thing, it just gobbles them up, you know.
I mean, it is absolutely stunning. Now, Alan, let's have a look at the car now. We've got an S voice on here. Now, there's no room in there for a co-driver, so who's the S voice?
That's my son, Stuart. He's a fantastic peddler, and it's just a shame that he's not racing. But, you know, I'll carry it on.
Brilliant. And you said you've had the cars, it's 17 years, this one?
This car, 17 years now, and this logo, what was put on it for the Roger Bennington Heritage Racing Support, and these are all the old sponsors of like all them years ago.
That's a lovely touch,
And you know, I could do with new rubber today now, but it's only a 15-minute race. It is, but it's 15 laps hard on it. But I'm going to probably struggle after 10. But I've just got to try and keep it all in one bit.
Now, Alan, have a look at these. You said these are on their last legs, these slicks.
Yeah, what it is, they go on heat cycles. They're a cross-ply tyre, and once they've been through like 5-6 heat cycles, they definitely go off. They do.
Now, I spoke to a member of your team a moment ago. You went down the pits to grab a part. What's been changed on the car? What's been fixed?
No, I haven't been down the pits. I've just been down to see Andy Wilson.
Ah, okay, fine.
Yeah. All I've done today is just put the fuel in it, torque the wheels.
Perfect.
And I'm going to do the tyre pressures in the next sort of 15 minutes.
Just move to the left for me, if that's all right. Now, we've also got one, this aerodynamics. What's going on here?
Well, I bought these. I bought these from Demon Tweaks. They've got one silly little screw in, and with the vibration and everything, they end up flopping down, and you go and look, can't see. Cool. So I've just done Bodger Roger and put a bit of tape there just to stop it falling.
Love those bits of bodging. Colin, thanks for talking to us. Have a great race today. Look forward to seeing you getting on. And again, just beautiful car.
Thank you so much.
Right, let's go and see if we can find Andy Wilson on the number 1 spot. Now you join me, not in the paddock, but in the car of Andy Wilson, the car number 97, this absolute beast. It's a Holden Minaro. Qualified first yesterday, won the first race. We've just spoken to Colin Voice. Andy, when I spoke to him, I said, how do you catch Andy? And he said, you can't.
Oh, that's pretty true, yeah. Well, I wouldn't expect those boys to really catch me, to be fair. You know, the half of the engine size, and this is not really in their class, to be fair.
The one thing Colin did say is your tyres, they take a bit of time to warm up, don't they?
They do. They take probably 2-3 laps where I'm like a sitting duck, as you saw yesterday. But once the tyres are warm, she starts to grip and she starts to handle, then they don't really stand a chance.
Now, in the car here, there are... Alan, come on in. I mean, there's plenty of buttons there. You've tried to briefly explain what turns on and what turns off. So, during the race, are you using any of these, or are these just pre-race buttons?
No, the auto fan. I turn the fan off. So the fan doesn't come on during the race. I turn the diff pump on after lap 1, and I turn the gear pump on after midway, something like that.
Brilliant.
And then we've just got
pedal shifts here as well.
Got paddle shifts. I can turn it on. Have a quick. Phil, you just flick the switch.
Hang on, are we getting turned on here?
No, if you just pull, that's it. I'll pull that one.
Nice. Alan, have a look at this. It's like a little computer game in here. That is fantastic. And that is telling you everything you need to know, yeah?
Basically, yeah, everything there. So the rev counter, engine oil temperature, engine oil pressure, engine water temperature, and then we've just got your last lap, your best lap, and your gain and losses per sector on the bottom.
Now, qualified first yesterday, won your first race. How do you build on that? What are your expectations for today? Are you just having fun out there?
Exactly the same as yesterday. First 3 laps I'll be sitting duck, and then the next 12 I'll be trying to catch whoever's in the lead.
Well, Andy, we're about to watch the race, so thanks for speaking to us. Over to you, Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, good morning, ladies and gents, and a very happy Easter Sunday. Welcome to Brands Hatch for day 2 here on BARC TV, live from the home of motorsport in the southeast of England, here in Kent, not far from East London. And we are ready for a day of Easter Sunday motorsport. Beautiful weather conditions here at Brands Hatch. Dave Goddard here taking you through what will be a very busy day of action. 4 races before the lunch break, and then another 8 coming up this afternoon. First up will be the cars you just heard from, just about to come out of the assembly area now. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club are here with their Classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series, and then they are followed by the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship, who kicked off their season with 2 races yesterday. Another 3 races for them here today. We've also got the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Yes, they're back for 2022. We'll have their opening race of the season, and the last race before lunch will be the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship, with more racing coming up this afternoon, more trucks and more classic touring cars as well. But the cars starting to pull onto the grid then for our first race of the day. It's the second of the weekend for the classic and historic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford, sponsored by Burton Power. Classic and historic Thunder Saloon sponsored by Edmondson Electrical, and it is Andy Wilson, the car that Ewan was just sitting in. He was like a child in a sweet shop, wasn't he, at the wheel of that big Holden Monaro. Andy Wilson, yesterday's winner with the grid based on the result from yesterday's on pole, and Colin Voice in the Ford Escort Mark 1 alongside him. Second row, James Janicki in the Nissan Skyline. Just beat Malcolm Harding to the final podium spot yesterday. Malcolm, who rolled his car at Silverstone at the season opener for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, 4th overall, and won the Blue Oval Saloon Series split yesterday, lines up on the second row of the grid. Row 3, Jason Waterman in his space frame Peugeot 206, a hot rod style car almost, alongside Tony Davies with the Vauxhall Firenze Thunder Saloon. Row 4, it's Mike Thurley with his Castrol Mark 1 Escort alongside Ryan Steele in the Pocket Rocket Citroën Saxo. Certainly not a standard Citroën Saxo, that one. Row 5, Dave Griffin. He had a win in the pre-93 touring cars yesterday. The Diet Coke BMW lines up alongside AJ Owen with his Honda Civic, former pre-03 touring car champion. Row 6, Ian Craig with his BMW CSL, and Martin Reynolds, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, with his Escort. Ian Bauer should be next. Yes, he's there. Missed the first race yesterday with his BMW. Well, missed one of his races yesterday. He's out in pre-93 touring car as well, the number 90 BMW, alongside Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8s. Then we've got Nick Vaughan the Prawn as he's known, in his Audi A3. We've got one of his supporters already commenting on our YouTube chat. Thanks very much. That's Mortimer Duke. Thank you very much for that. Alongside James Dunkley in his Ford Fiesta XR2. Row 9 is the Fiesta of Sam Daffin, alongside Craig Owen, father of AJ, in his Ford Sierra Cosworth. Moving on back, we've got a pair of Fiestas, Cliff Pellin and Rob Taylor. Clint Chalmers in his BMW, alongside Alan Breck in the 5-litre Ford Capri. Paul Eaton won't be out. His engine failed yesterday and he retired the Holden Commodore, so he's not there. Rod Burley, the man of over 600 race wins in his career, is there as they move off on the rolling start. I think Mike Manning's there as well in his Sierra RS500, the Texaco liveried car. He broke down in yesterday's race. Neil Argrave is there as well after problems yesterday in his Sierra Thunder Saloon. And we may be missing one or two cars from the back. Simon Collier, the Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette. Chris Brown's Ford Fiesta XR2. Peter Moffat's Mark 1 Escort, who failed to start yesterday's race, as did Colin Claxton. I think he had problems in qualifying, Colin Claxton, yesterday with his Escort, so I don't think he's there. Not sure about James Everard either, the number 4 BMW. One car that has joined the back of the grid there, that's Mark Fowler, number 5, with his BMW. So he's a late addition to the back. We're missing James Everard. We haven't got Peter Moffat. We haven't got Colin Claxton. No Simon Collier or Chris Brown. They all had problems yesterday. So the BMW pace car leading the round. The lights go out, so we will be going green this time. Andy Wilson in that huge Holden Monaro in pole position. Some of the most powerful and spectacular cars you will see here this weekend at Brands Hatch. There's Nick Vaughan with the Audi A3, the black car, alongside James Dunkley's Fiesta XR2. So a slightly reduced field, one or two cars having problems yesterday. This is going to be a cracker of a race. Andy Wilson going for win number 2 for the season. Season opener at Silverstone. Jason Davies' Sierra Cosworth was the winner of both races. He's not here this weekend, so getting ready for the rolling start. It'll be a 15-minute race. Andy Wilson on pole. Colin Voice in the Escort got a flyer in yesterday's race down the outside to take the lead. Is he going to do so again? Watch for that Skyline as well. Absolute firecracker of a car for James Janicki. The day about to get underway here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday. The power comes on and away we go. Good start this time by the Holden of Andy Wilson. Colin Voice trying to get the Escort round the outside. Malcolm Harding with a good start as well, and it is the 2 Escorts look like they will lead the way out of Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Then it's up the roller coaster rise into Druids Hill Bend, and it's Colin Voice from the Mark II Escort of Malcolm Harding. He's in the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. There's Mike Manning just getting a wheel on the grass there in his Sierra. Sam Daffin's Fiesta ahead of Cliff Pellin's newer version. And look at the way that Saxo's going. Ryan Steele has got a flyer in his Citroen Saxo off the line. It's got a 2.2 litre engine under the bonnet. It really is a pocket rocket, that car. And he's flown through into 3rd place ahead of Andy Wilson in the 7 litre V8 Holden Monaro. Incredible. Not the best of starts for James Janicki either in the Skyline, the ex-Nippon Challenge racer. Under fire from Mike Furley in his Escort, the ex-Super Silhouette racer. Now Andy Wilson's under fire from AJ Owen, the former Pre-03 champion in the Honda Civic there, the Matt Neal lookalike. Here comes Janicki. Look at the speed of that Skyline round the outside, down the straight there. Such spectacular cars. The 2 Escorts have gone clear. Ryan Steele is going like a steam train up there in 3rd place ahead of Andy Wilson. Into Druids they come. Owen is 5th. Janicki down to 6th. There's Jason Waterman in what looks like a Peugeot 206. It's not. It's a space frame car. Tubular space frame chassis with a carbon fibre Kevlar body, a bit like a National Hot Rod from the short ovals. Well, the 2 Escorts have checked out at the front. Away they go. Ryan Steele in the Saxo up there in 3rd after that amazing start. Then it's Wilson, Owen, Waterman, Mike Furley. He started his career in National Hot Rods on the short ovals as well. Then James Janicki, and then David Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW, the Australian. Towards the back of the field, there's Craig Owen. We caught a glimpse of the blue and yellow Sierra Cosworth. Janicki does it again down the straight. He rips past 3 cars in one move, but on the twisty bits, the smaller cars, the more manoeuvrable machines, are able to stay with him. There is Janicki, the blue Skyline. Snatched a podium place from Malcolm Harding in the overall classification yesterday, but Harding still won the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. There's various subclasses, of course, as well in this series. It's Colin Voice from Malcolm Harding. I can't believe that Saxo, Ryan Steele up there in 3rd place. This is the best we've seen that run. Andy Wilson down to 4th in the big Holden. Then it's Janicki. Furley getting past AJ Owen. Then it's Jason Waterman. Behind them, Dave Griffin, and then it is Vaughan the Prawn, as he's known. Nick Vaughan in the Prawn Racing Audi A3. Martin Reynolds in his Escort behind him, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. One car we lost on the first lap, Neil Hargrave in the Sierra Thunder Saloon, the ex-Piers Grange car at the back. Struggled to get that running yesterday, as well as Malcolm Harding having an attack for the lead into Druids Hill Bend. One Castrol Escort alongside another, and he goes through into the lead at Druids. Malcolm Harding, who got some contact at Silverstone at the season opener and rolled his car, but continued to finish the race. There is Dave Griffin in the Aussie replica BMW. Those Diet Coke BMWs raced in Australia in the 70s. 2 Escorts already have gone through. There is Ryan Steele flying along in the Saxo, and James Janicki, as I was about to say, he's catching Andy Wilson, but he made a mistake through Surtees Bend there. Got a bit of a slide on. It's a very difficult car to handle, that Skyline. Fast but quite fragile, so hoping for another decent result here. There's Mike Thurley in 6th with his Escort. He's running well. He's in the invitation class. AJ Owen under fire from Jason Waterman. Here comes Nick Vaughan. Great to see the Audi running properly after its clutch exploded at the season opener at Silverstone. Nick, an ambassador for Club Racing UK. AJ Owen running wide there at Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids. He's got Jason Waterman's Peugeot hot rod behind him. There's Martin Reynolds making a move further back. That was Ian Bauer on the outside in another Castrol car, the BMW. Here are the leaders. Malcolm Harding from Colin Boyce, Mark II Escort, leads Mark I Escorts. We're not even a third into this race at the moment, still over 10 minutes to go as Jason Waterman makes a move on AJ Owen. Neil Hargrave is still going. I was wrong, I thought he dropped out. His car not being timed for some reason on the timing screen, showing he was having retired, but he is there. Maybe his transponder isn't working. Nick Vaughan catching AJ Owen. AJ's won the pre-03 Touring Car Championship several times, struggling to match the pace of the more powerful machines here in his Honda Civic. Wonder how his dad Craig's getting on in the pack in his Sierra. Mentioned a couple of cars that didn't manage to race today. One was Paul Eaton, father of Abby Eaton, one of Britain's lead. Oh, Colin Boyce in trouble. I'll interrupt myself there. Colin Boyce has got a problem, and the Escort is cruising. That's a great shame because he led several laps of yesterday's race until Andy Wilson came through. So Wilson now chasing James Janicki, Ryan Steele, I should say, for what is now 2nd place. Now, I imagine Colin Boyce will be pulling in the pits. Mentioning Paul Eaton there, his Holden Commodore, his engine let go yesterday, so unable to race today, and the Holden has now caught Ryan Steele's little Saxo. Little and large for 2nd place here at Brands Hatch. They're over 6 seconds down though on Malcolm Harding in the Escort. Now surely Ryan Steele isn't going to hold off Andy Wilson. Once they hit a straight bit, that Holden is just going to barrel its way past, although Janicki's there as well in the Skyline, the Essex-based driver. Andy Wilson from Yorkshire. He's raced special saloons as well. He's raced various classic Australian machines and the insane V8 engined DAF 66 as well. The special saloon days, ex-Tony Hazelwood car. And he's now into 2nd place. As soon as they hit the Cooper straight there, he was through. The gap to Malcolm Harding was just over 6 seconds. You see what it is this time as the Holden opens the taps down the Jack Brabham straights, taking a second out of Malcolm Harding. There is the Escort. It's not until you actually really walk round the circuit at Brands Hatch you realise just how steep that drop is out of the Paddock Hill Bend, or drive around it. There's Colin Boyce in the pits. That's a great shame. Black and white warning flag being shown to Rod Burley in the BMW. Started from towards the back after problems yesterday. Black and white warning flag is the driving standards flag. He may have exceeded track limits a couple of times. He's up to 13th from towards the back. We just caught a glimpse of him there, the black BMW. Rod Burley, who's won over 600 races in his incredible career. There's Nick Vaughan under fire from Jason Waterman. That Audi, good to see it running well. There is Mike Manning, the Welshman. Over 40 years of racing experience in the stunning Texaco Sierra, the replica of the Eggenberger touring cars of the late 80s. He's got Neil Hargrave's Cosworth Thunder Saloon on his tail. Hargrave still listed on the timing screen as having not completed the lap, so I don't know what's happened there. Here's the battle for 2nd with Wilson unable to shake off James Janicki. Mike Furley behind this leading group. It's Harding from Wilson, then it's Janicki, Steele in 4th place. The timing screen just sorting itself out there. 7 minutes to go. And now the gap is coming down. Over the line they go. It was 3.5 seconds. It's now 1.5 seconds. Yep, that Holden is eating into Malcolm Harding's lead. You can see the gap has come down there. It doesn't matter for Malcolm Harding because not only is he in a different class to Andy Wilson, he's in a different championship. Malcolm Harding is a Blue Oval Saloon Series car, the Burton Power Boss Series as it's known. Andy Wilson is in the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Series. Surely only a matter of time before the big Holden catches the Ford, as we saw with Colin Boyce yesterday, but Boyce now out of the race. Still third is Janicki ahead of Ryan Steele. That's Saxo going brilliantly, still leading its class. Mike Thurley up into 5th now. It's Nick Vaughan in 6th. And up from the back of the grid into 7th, the other invitation class runner, Mark Fowler. He started right at the back. He didn't contest yesterday's race. There is Mark Fowler. He's on the tail of the BMW of Clinton Chalmers, the Schnitzer replica BMW. We've certainly got a few supporters of Team Prawn in our YouTube chat, and it's good to see the Audi running well. Cliff Pellin and Rob Taylor's Fiestas being lapped there, Blue Oval runners. Cliff Pellin, a Brands Hatch specialist from the Cannon's Tin Top series a few years ago, and the lead gap is down to less than a second now. Blue flag being waved to the back markers. Malcolm Harding's got his headlights on to warn them, but he's going to need to look in his mirror here. Surely, as they get onto the straight, no, he's not waiting for the straight. Andy Wilson's having a look as they come through towards Clearways. He's surely going to breeze past as they come into the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Here he comes. Maybe a little far back there. He might not get the escort this time. Battle between these two. They're coming up to lap Craigo in with the lock up there from the Sierra. Harding just be hoping that the Sierra doesn't get in his way, and now he's got Andy Wilson right on his tail, and that really will be filling his mirrors. It's not until you stand next to it that you realise just how big that car is. A huge Australian muscle car, as old as the Vauxhall Monaro in the UK, of course, being Holden being GM's Australian brand and Vauxhall the British brand. Coming up to lap another V8 engine car, Alan Breck in the 5-litre V8 engine Jägermeister Capri. That car was a late retirement in yesterday's race. Alan Breck has also got his Sierra here this weekend. That was an early casualty in his other race this weekend. 393 touring cars, and still Harding holds on. I suppose that one of the problems Andy Wilson faces is where he makes his attack, because with such a huge car it's difficult to get it alongside anything else. Harding defends the inside, and Janicki's closing up as well. Watch for that blue skyline. If either one of these two makes a mistake, he could be through to take the lead. 4 minutes to go. This Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon and Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series race. We've lapped Alan Breck in the Capri. Ryan Steele still there in 4th place. If there's a major tangle between these three, he could still win this. No, there's no tangles between them, and look at the speed of that escort out of Clearways there. He's able to get his foot down early and hang on ahead of the Holden. Can he hang on for another 3.5 minutes? They lap one of the Fiestas, that's Sam Daffin. There's the battle between Mark Fowler. In fact, I think that was a timing error, putting Mark Fowler up there in the top placings. Yes, he's disappeared down the timing screen, and something went wrong with the timing there. I thought he was a bit far up in that yellow BMW. Running in the invitation class, second in that class behind Mike Furley, and the leaders met him in a place they did not want to there. Had to go wide at Graham Hill Bend. They get alongside, they've got Clinton Chalmers' BMW ahead of them now as well. Here they come, round Clearways, Clark Curve, and into the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Andy Wilson all over the back of Malcolm Harding. He's having a look here as they go down to Paddock. Could this be the move? No, Harding just covers the line well enough there to keep his lead. Big fight between these two. Next man to be lapped will be James Dunkley in his Fiesta XR2, the former MG racer. James Janicki staying with them. He's only just over 1.3 seconds off the lead. Wilson down the inside into Graham Hill Bend, and he's done it. Finally the Holden gets through. I thought he was going to breeze past him on the straight, but he waits until Graham Hill Bend, and now Janicki's going to have a go as they go into Surtees and then the right flick at McLaren. Janicki can't get the skyline alongside Malcolm Harding's escorts. He's way clear in the Blue Oval Saloons, Malcolm Harding. The next runner in that championship is Martin Reynolds, and he's 12th. In his escort, here comes the skyline. The power comes on down the straight. He was doing that earlier on. He's up into second place, round the outside of Malcolm Harding. Took Harding briefly offline there as they lapped James Dunkley in the Fiesta. Up Halewood Rise to Druids once again. Ryan Steele still there in that Saxo in 4th place. Less than 90 seconds of the race to go now, so it should be last lap this time around. 1 lap to go after this one. Still Malcolm Harding on top in the Blue Oval Saloons. 3rd of the Thunder Saloons is Ryan Steele. There's the Saxo. 2nd Blue Oval is Martin Reynolds, and 3rd in that championship is James Dunkley. Neil Hargrave has pulled into the pits in his Sierra. They'd fixed the timing error, but now the car's out of the race. Power of the skyline carrying James Janicki clear of Malcolm Harding. We heard what Colin Voice said about that car earlier. It's an absolute firecracker of a car. There is Nick Vaughan in the Audi, still in 6th place, and he's got Mike Manning, who's come up from the back in the Eggenberger Texaco replica Sierra up behind him. Jason Waterman alongside him. Shades of Steve Soper from Mike Manning here. Remember his battles with Andy Rouse in the late 80s in an identical car to that one. There's David Griffin in the Aussie BMW, the Diet Coke car, and behind him is Rod Burley, now in the top 10 towards the back of the grid. The King of Brands Hatch, as some call him. A frustrating weekend for the BMW pilots. We're on the last lap now. Or will it be another lap this time? There might be a few seconds still on the clock. Over the line goes Andy Wilson. Does the checkered flag come out? No, it doesn't. He was about 1 second too early, so we will get one more lap out of this. I thought that was going to be checkered flag. So Andy Wilson in the clear, heading for a double in the Valvoline Holden Monaro, the man from Doncaster. Win number 2 for the season. 2 pole positions as well. He qualified on pole at Silverstone, but failed to start the first race with a problem. No such problem for the Holden here. Didn't make the best of starts from the rolling getaway. The escorts had him outpaced. But a great drive in both races from Andy Wilson. Here he comes in towards Clearways for the last time. Is he slowing up a bit there coming out of Clearways? Yes, he seems to have eased off there, Andy Wilson. I don't know whether he's got a last minute hitch, but it matters not, because he comes in to take the checkered flag, punches the air as he crosses the line, gives the crowd a wave. Andy Wilson, your winner. James Janicki second in the skyline, less than 3 seconds back. Malcolm Harding completes the podium and wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series Championship split. And Ryan Steele, an amazing 4th in the Saxo. Look at this, they're still at it further back. Mike Thurley, I think he's slowing there. There's cars streaming past him. Mike Manning, Nick Vaughan, David Griffin, Jason Waterman and Rod Burley all going through. Mike Thurley with a problem on the last lap in his escort. They come over the line. Mike Manning just beats Nick Vaughan home for 5th place. Griffin 7th, Waterman 8th, Burley 9th, and Mike Thurley has to be content with 10th place ahead of Martin Reynolds, who takes 11th and 2nd Blue Oval car. AJ Owen is home. Ian Bauer. There's Neil Hargrave in the pit lane with the Thunder Saloon Sierra. He's out of it. And the rest of them come home. Just a couple of retirements. That one, unfortunately, one of them was one of our leading players. Get your tongue in gear, Goddard. It was Colin Voice, of course, who dropped out early on. We'll confirm the official result in a moment. It was the number 97 of Andy Wilson who took the win in the big Holden Monaro. Power prevailing in the end. James Janicki, his class rival, finishing less than 3 seconds back in 2nd place. Malcolm Harding, the top Blue Oval Saloon Series runner, in 3rd. And an amazing drive by Ryan Steele, 4th place, and winning his class as well, ahead of Mike Manning in 5th. He just beat Nick Vaughan home. A class win for Nick in Class B of the Thunder Saloons. Behind them, David Griffin, then Jason Waterman. He won his class as well, Class S. Rod Burley and Mike Thurley, the invitation class winner, rounding out the top 10. Thurley with a problem in the last few corners. Martin Reynolds 11th ahead of AJ Owen, then Ian Bowers BMW, Ian Craig's BMW, and Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8, the rotary car, completing the top 15. Behind them there was Mark Fowler from the back of the grid in his BMW. James Dunkley won his class and was third of the Boss runners home. Next home was Clinton Chalmers, then Sam Daffin, Alan Breck's Capri, they both won their classes. Craig Owen, Cliff Pellin and Rob Taylor's Fiesta. The final finisher, we lost Neil Hargrave and Colin Voice. Cracking race to open the day then. It was Ford against Holden, but not as you'd see it in Australia. Of course, we normally do see Andy Robinson out with his Ford Falcon V8 supercar, but he's not here this weekend. Left Andy Wilson to take a double win for Australia in his Holden Monaro. We can now hand down to Ewan in Parc Ferme to talk to a few of the drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Right, let's get straight into the action down here in Parc Ferme. Andy Wilson did it in the end. Andy puffing his cheeks out here. And great respect between these drivers too. Andy, you said yesterday you had to work hard for that victory. You had to work harder for that second one.
I know, yeah. He got his short little legs going, didn't he? Yeah, real hard work again. Not enough fluids on board.
No, get your fluids on board now. But again, like we saw pre-race, it's an incredibly powerful car. But they held you off for a long time, didn't they?
They did, longer than I thought he would be able to be honest. But I knew eventually he'd fold, and he did.
Is there ever any date that eventually you will catch them?
No, it's not. Sometimes you get that far in front, especially around here. That's yeah. I mean, if it's more than length of the straight, I think I couldn't catch him, but it wasn't. So I just got my head down and ran the little sack. So he did well, didn't he?
Yeah, fantastic. Well, speak to him shortly. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when he come past me, and once I got past him, I knew the tyres had warmed up, and I get my foot down. So
It's Andy. It's brilliant to watch. Congratulations! Absolutely perfect weekend, mate.
yeah, double win. Pole and double win.
Fantastic. Well done, buddy. Right, let's speak to James Janicki, second place. Great performance in the Skyline. If we can grab James. And Malcolm will come for you shortly. James, can we have a chat, mate? That looked like it was great fun to watch, great fun to be in the front of the car as well, I imagine.
Yeah, it was interesting, it was lively. Yeah. So tyres started to go off towards the end of the race, so it was getting a bit slipperier, but yeah, it was fun.
You held off Andy in the Monaro for a fairly long time. What's it like having that in your back rearview mirror?
Fun, yeah, just interesting, yeah. That's good.
And then you took Malcolm with about 4 or 5 laps to go as well. Just took him straight down the home straight there. That must feel electric doing that.
Yeah, it's when it gets its legs going, it's good. Yeah, it's good fun.
So successful weekend in your eyes, yeah?
Yeah, I've been out of the seat for about 1.5 years, so yeah, just getting used to the car again. But yeah, great to be back.
Great fun, great to watch.
Thanks
for showing the entertainment. Right, let's go speak to Malcolm Harding, third place. Fourth place in the first race yesterday. Got on the podium now. Malcolm, can I have a quick chat? I think everybody enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was all right, wasn't it? Wasn't too bad.
Yeah. From your point of view, obviously chasing Andy down or being chased by Andy, fairly daunting task.
Yeah, well, we got away. I think we can get away. I think we're a bit livelier at the beginning. This car takes a little time to come on, but the car's capable of probably a 48 or a 49 with a good slim driver in it. So
you might watch this back, you know.
I know, it'd be fun though. We're always having a bit of banter, so it's all good.
Yeah. I mean, straight away when you got out the cars, you guys always go and shake hands. It's a really family atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great club. Like, we have so much banter in the pits. Last night we wrecked each other over the race yesterday, and I'm sure we'll do the same in a minute.
Cool. Great weekend. Thanks for showing us what your cars can do.
Thanks very much. You take care.
Cheers, buddy. Right, and I think it's worth having a chat if we can with Ryan Still here. In the Saxo, what a performance from this car here, up against the Holden Monaro and the Skyline. Look at it, it's a beautiful little car. But we are about to go truck racing, so what we'll try and do is speak to Ryan afterwards, and let's go straight back up today for our key race of the day.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. The big rigs are on the circuit. I would like to find out more about Ryan Steele's little pocket rocket there. I'd love to know what engine that's got under the bonnet. But back to the track, and it is the big rigs on track. The first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship, and this is a partially reversed grid based on the results of race 1 yesterday. First race of the season was won by the all-new truck of 6-time consecutive Division 1 champion Ryan Smith, and he was all set to win race 2 as well, but then he tangled with a back marker on the final corner of the race, went over the gravel, and David Jenkins said, "Thank you very much, I'll go up the inside and take the win." So a controversial ending to race 2 yesterday. It's race 1 that has set the grid for this race. Namely, the top 8 finishers in each division are flipped around. It's a partially reversed grid lining up for this one. Division 1 lining up at the front. The less powerful, less modified Division 2 trucks start behind them. We'll have a look at the grid lineup in just a second. In pole position, it is the number 95, 8th place finisher yesterday. That was Ricky Collins. Good to see him back out, the heavy haulage company owner from Yorkshire. Alongside number 46, the youngest man in the race, Bradley Smith, at the wheel of his MAN. Second row, Craig Reed, number 68, last year's Division 2 champion, now in Division 1 with his Iveco, alongside David Jenkins in the black and white MAN number 69. MAN, the numerically dominant mark in the series. Row 3, pair of MANs, 81 Mark Taylor and number 18 of John Newell. Row 4, the 10 times champion and one-time European champion, number 7 Stuart Oliver with his bonneted Volvo VNL. Mr. British Truck Racing, some call him, but his crown could be challenged. Ryan Smith going for his 7th straight title this year, and he's alongside him. Truck number 1, the two bonneted trucks together in the truck with the Daimler-Benz, effectively a Mercedes chassis, but with the Bagheera Freightliner body shell on top. Really is a spectacular, very beautiful looking machine, that one. Row 5, we've got number 12, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in his MAN. Alongside Tom O'Rourke, the boss of MV Commercials, one of the main sponsors of the championship, the Scotsman in his MAN, number 86. Row 6, number 92, Simon Faulkner, newcomer over the last few meetings in his Iveco, made his debut at Pembrey last year. He starts alongside the former Division 2 champion Stephen Powell in his MAN, had a slightly tough debut in Division 1 yesterday, the number 3. And at the back of the field, number 89, Simon Reed. Of course, the top 8 reversed in the division. Simon Reed missed race 1 yesterday. Race 2 from yesterday sets the grid for the second race today, race 4 of the weekend, slightly different to last year. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks, and they are fully reversed because there's only 7 of them. John Bowler, number 14, his very patriotically liveried number 14 truck starts on pole alongside the former champion, number 42, Luke Garrett. Good to see him back in the series, contested the European Championship last year. Alongside him, next row, number 10, Craig Evans, and 32, Jock Borthwick, was leading yesterday's race until he spun. The third row of Division 2, number 16, Brad Smith with his DAF, and number 6, double winner yesterday, John Powell. And at the back of the field, it looks like it is there, number 5, Adam Bint with the Volvo White Aerodyne. He was involved in a collision with Brad Smith in the second race yesterday. I'm told the team were up past 1 a.m. overnight working to fix that Volvo so he could get out there today. Been a disappointing weekend so far for Bint Racing. Binty failed to finish, he was still running at the end of race 1, but after a pit visit he didn't complete enough laps to be classified. He was about 5 laps down after rejoining and then collided with Brad Smith and went out of race 2. But he is there. I can just see the black, white and orange Volvo at the very back of this 20 truck grid. We've got them all there. Capacity grid of trucks about to be led away by the DAF pace truck. This will be a 15-minute race. If you've not seen truck racing before, then you've got a real treat coming up. These 5-ton beasts with 12, 13-litre engines, water-cooled brakes, limited to a maximum speed. They're limited electronically to 100 miles an hour for safety reasons. Of course, on the road, your typical HGV is limited to 56 miles an hour. A lot of these drivers have connections to the road haulage industry. If ever you're driving down the motorway and you see a rather rapid lorry, just think it could be one of these drivers. Tom O'Rourke a bit slow away there for the rolling start in the 86 truck. I love the new livery on John Bowler's truck there, number 14. What a fine sight they make in front of the big crowd in the sunshine of Brands Hatch. The official pace truck leads them round for the rolling start. Ricky Collins in pole position. Runs a haulage company specialising in some of the heaviest loads transported on Britain's roads. If you see one of those great big oversized loads with escorts from the police and pusher trucks and so on, it might well be Ricky Collins haulage company that's handling it. He's on pole. Good to see him back out. We didn't see him race last year. alongside Bradley Smith. Yes, we've got Bradley Smith and Brad Smith, just to avoid confusion. There are two of them out there. Brad Smith is further back in the number 16 in Division 2. One win each yesterday for Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. Ryan coming so close to a double win, but clipped a back marker on the final corner and went over the gravel. What's going to happen this time then, with the reverse grid thrown into the mix? Ready for the third of 5 truck races this weekend. The convoy heads round towards Clearways. Stephen Powell, you notice, with a bit of bodywork damage from yesterday's second race. John Bowler and Luke Garrett heading up the Division 2 trucks. Here we go then, waiting for the red lights to go out. The power about to come on from the big rigs. Here we go. Good start by John Newell, trying to get down the outside of the number 18. They surely can't go 3 wide into Paddock Hill Bend. Looks like Bradley Smith has got the advantage, but Ricky Collett is there on the inside. They plunge down Paddock Hill Bend. What a magnificent sight that makes. Division 1 is led by Ricky Collett. He's held the inside line from pole position. Division 2 led by John Bowler in the number 14. So 2 of our returnees to racing this year. Michael Oliver on the grass there on the inside. You can't go 3 wide round Druids, surely. And Stephen Powell's going to be tagged on the outside there. I think that was by Tom O'Rourke. Already a great start by Ryan Smith. He's up into 5th position from the 4th row of the grid. Craig Reed a bit slow away there in the 68 in the Iveco, last year's Division 2 champion. They're all away cleanly. Ryan Smith tucks in. It's Ricky Collett who leads. David Jenkins up in 2nd place. Bradley Smith 3rd. John Newell 4th. Smith is 5th. They start to sort themselves out. Simon Faulkner dropping to the back. Looks like Luke Garrett's taken the lead of Division 2 as they come round to complete the first lap, and David Jenkins on the attack on the inside of Ricky Collett. He's going to take the lead as they head over the line for the first time. Jenkins leads the 2 MANs side by side as they head into Paddock for the second time. It's the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricants MAN of David Jenkins. The man from Stafford takes the lead from Ricky Collett. The Yorkshireman trying to fight back. John Newell under fire from Ryan Smith. Bradley Smith caught on the outside in the 46, the Ferns Group truck. He drops down to 5th. Then it's one of the Reed brothers. Very similar looking Ivecos for those two. Can't tell which one it was there at the moment. It's Craig Reed in there in the 68, under fire from Mark Taylor in the 81. Goes over the curb on the inside. Then we've got Stuart Oliver in the number 7. Mark Taylor clipped there by Stuart Oliver. I think he went sideways. Leaders come into Surtees. Leading the Division 2 field is Luke Garrett ahead of John Bowler and Stuart Oliver on the grass. He's had a bit of a bumping match there with Mark Taylor. Behind them, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, father and son, sandwiching the number 81, the Taylor's Haulage MAN. So a little bit of bump and run around the first couple of laps. Start to settle in now as David Jenkins beginning to go clear, but his arch rival Ryan Smith in 4th place in that lovely looking bonneted truck, the Daimler Freightliner as I believe it's officially known as. He's chasing John Newell in the number 18, the man from near Barnsley with his MAN. Returned to truck racing after several years away while he built up his business. Back in the 1990s originally, chased here by Ryan Smith. They're closing on Ricky Collett. Had a lot of engine issues over the last few years with that MAN, Ricky Collett. We haven't seen him out until today, since 2020 at Thruxton when he rolled that MAN, would you believe, after hitting a tyre wall. Here's Ryan Smith up the outside, the number 1, going for title number 7 this year. Bradley Smith holding off Craig Reed behind them. Then it's the Olivers and Mark Taylor, and look at Ryan Smith up the outside towards Paddock Hill Bend. This is going to be brave. They're going to go 3 wide down to Paddock. Goodness me, this is going to be for the very brave indeed. Who's going to come out of this in 2nd place? All this letting David Jenkins escape at the front. And Ryan Smith perhaps thinks better of it. He'll cut back to the inside and have a go at John Newell into Druids. Swings to the inside. He might get the move done here at Druids, Ryan Smith. Yes, that's a good bit of driving, showing why he is a 6-time champion, Ryan Smith. Ricky Collett a bit sideways there. Smith will have a go. No, there isn't room on the inside at Graham Hill Bend to get past the 95. And he's rather the cork in the bottle here, Ricky Collett, and allowing David Jenkins there. You can see the length of the Cooper straight in front now. But here comes flying Ryan Smith. Again, he can't go. Oh, John Newell, a bit late on the brakes there. He's off over the grass. Look out as he rejoins. We saw this with Mark Taylor and David Jenkins at the end of last year here at Brands Hatch, but Newell gets it under control. Oh, he's hit Stuart Oliver. Oh, I thought he had it under control there and was able to get the truck stopped, but no, he's straight into the side of Stuart Oliver. Disaster towards the back in Division 1. That's put Bradley Smith up into 4th place. Then we've got Craig Reed, and once you get a truck onto the track, onto the grass like that off the track, it is a struggle to control it. I thought John Newell was going to be able to get it under control and swing back into the race there, but couldn't quite manage to do so. Harpoon Stuart Oliver and takes out the number 7. We'll see a replay of that in just a moment. Hopefully we'll see what happened. John Newell just got wide there onto the grass. He missed his braking point for Surtees. The truck sliding all over the place. It looked as though he got it slowed down and gathered it up as he came across the infield, but he hadn't quite managed to slow it down enough. And as he came back onto the track, Stuart Oliver was there, walloped straight into the side of the Volvo. Bits of, I think something's come off the Volvo in the gravel trap there. That'll be the end of Stuart Oliver's race, whatever it is. The race continuing. Stuart Oliver's got the number 7 back into the pits. That'll be the end of his race. Quite a bit of damage to the right-hand side. There's a tank of some sort that came off there. I think it was possibly an air tank that came off the Volvo in the gravel trap. Other debris there as well. This is Division 2 further back. John Newell has got going again in the number 18 behind Adam Bint. So the order is now Jenkins from Ryan Smith. Ricky Collett's been passed by Bradley Smith and Craig Reed meanwhile, so Collett falling back. Next is Mark Taylor, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver now upholding family honour. Division 2 is still led by Luke Garrett in the orange number 42. Twice a champion in Division 2. Racing on the continent last season in the European Truck Racing Championship. Sadly he doesn't visit to the UK anymore. Used to be one of the biggest events of the year, certainly at Donington Park when the European Championship came over. Lots of Gert Korber, Kurt Goranson, British heroes like Richard Walker and of course Stuart Oliver in later years. Stop before I get too nostalgic. Concentrate on the race in hand. There is the rather battered MAN of Stephen Powell, number 3. Lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, literally. Almost within earshot of the circuit, the Powell family. Chased by Michael Oliver in the number 12. Mark Taylor on the back of the yellow 95 of Ricky Collett. Further back there's Simon Reed and Tom O'Rourke. I think Stuart Oliver may have rejoined. Yes, he's come back out of the pits. Oh, we've got problems there. Adam Bint has pulled over, the number 5 in trouble again. No points on the board as yet for him. Here's our Division 2 leader, this man, number 42. Luke Garrett, the king of Division 2 for a few years. Yep, Adam Bint pulled over on Halewood Hill. He's out of it. Disastrous first weekend of the season for Bint Racing. You can see the Division 2 is not that far behind Division 1. There's Simon Faulkner running at the tail of Division 1. Luke Garrett is 12th overall. Brad Smith up there, number 16. The Unity Recovery and Midland Truck Breakers DAF in 2nd place. New livery for this year and a new livery for John Bowler for his comeback after a couple of years away. The Union Flag livery DAF there ahead of Jock Borthwick in the white truck, the Scotsman. He led Division 2 until pretty much the last lap yesterday when he spun coming into Druids. Talking of Druids, Mark Taylor's about to spin at Druids. Oh dear, off goes the 81. Well, he was attacking a couple of trucks there. Ricky Collett was one of them, but just lost it under braking there. So a few spinners in this race so far. Have a look at that again. Mark Taylor was up on the outside. He was trying to defend from Michael Oliver in there as well. Tried to go to the outside. I think he braked too late there. Round goes the Taylor's haulage. MAN just drops the back wheels into the gravel. He should get out from there though and be able to continue. Stuart Oliver is back on track despite that damage. The mechanics have checked it, you can see, and done a bit of a running repair. Still going. There is Stephen Powell chasing Ricky Collett a bit further ahead. So the order is still David Jenkins leading from Ryan Smith, but Ryan Smith just on the fastest lap, 59.417. We've got 6.5 minutes to go. So Ryan Smith could well catch David Jenkins here. There's 5.8 seconds between the two of them at the line last time through, because of course they were bottled up behind the likes of Ricky Collett, and then that's allowed Jenkins after his quick start to get away. Bradley Smith is still going great guns up there in 3rd in the 46, looking for his first podium. There goes Ryan Smith. We just caught a glimpse of him. There's Bradley Smith. He's another 5.8 seconds back off Ryan Smith, no relation. Then it's Craig Reed. There's Ricky Collett, Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver, Simon Reed, the older of the two brothers, from their freight company based in Stoke-on-Trent. And then Stuart Oliver, he's of course a lap down after calling into the pits. Well, a couple of laps down actually. Great drive by Bradley Smith. Made his Division 1 debut at the end of last season. Son of Tony Smith, who raced under number 46 for a few years. Luke Garrett continues to set the pace in Division 2. He's 2.5 seconds ahead of Brad Smith. Ricky Collett still under fire from Stephen Powell, the 2020 Division 2 champion. And where is John Powell, the other of the family? He's down in 5th in Division 2. 2 wins yesterday, but hasn't been able to come through the Division 2 pack today. A subdued race for the number 6 DAF. It does seem that the Dutch DAFs are slightly more numerically dominant in Division 2 than the MANs. 5 minutes to go. Now watch the gap this time through. David Jenkins going over the line at the moment. Ryan Smith is still 5 seconds back, but he's slowly but surely catching a few tenths of a second a lap, but I think he's going to run out of time at Jenkins' current pace to catch the Staffordshire driver. Stephen Powell goes to the outside of Ricky Collett. See, that truck is not quite as quick as the rest of them, but there's a premium in passing places here at Brands Hatch. The yellow light on there at Paddock, I think that's because of Adam Bint's stranded truck as a warning there to the rest of the field. He's the only retirement so far. Stuart Oliver still going at the tail of the field, a couple of laps down. There's our race leader. We haven't forgotten about David Jenkins, going for win number 2 of the season. This will put him into the championship lead ahead of Ryan Smith. They've been big rivals on track over the last few years, those two. What's the gap going to be this time? It was 5 seconds. Jenkins has gone over the line. 4.6 seconds, so Smith closing at the rate of a few tenths of a second a lap. We watch the midfield battle. This is for 5th position, headed up by Ricky Collett. A bit smoky, the 95 there. Stephen Powell to the outside, but again, Ricky Collett's just holding the optimum racing line. They can't get past him. Simon Reed coming through. Now there's John Newell in what's left of his MAN, chasing Brad Smith as he tries to move back up the order through the Division 2 trucks. Side by side between Collett and Powell. Simon Reed behind them. Chased by the Olivers. Son ahead of father, but Stewart, of course, a couple of laps down. And Michael Oliver doing a bit of grass tracking there around Graham Hill Bend. I hope his dad didn't put the bumper in on him there. Take your frustrations out on your son, Stuart Oliver. He's going to get back into the battle. He may as well do a bit of racing as he's back out there, having a go at Simon Reed in the 89. Good to have Simon back out. Didn't see him race last year. Been busy with the family freight business. Again, Stephen Powell goes to the outside. The gap is down to 4 seconds now between Jenkins and Ryan Smith. They've dropped Bradley Smith. He's 10 seconds further back in 3rd. But on for his first Division 1 podium by the look of things. They pass the stranded truck of Adam Bint. The hill again to Druid. Simon Reed having a look in the Iveco Stralis. Stuart Oliver trying to get around the outside of them there at Druids. Stuart Oliver, of course, briefly appeared in the British Touring Car Championship in the mid-2000s in a Lexus IS200. A car which was not a success, sadly, in touring car racing. Stephen Powell gets a wheel onto the grass. He's determined to get past Ricky Collett here, the ever-entertaining Yorkshireman. Somebody's gone wide at Paddock. That great cloud of dust, that was probably John Bowler. Yes, you can see the dust on the side of his number 14 truck, chased by Craig Evans in his 2nd full season in the championship, another Staffordshire-based racer. There is another of them, David Jenkins, being reeled in by Ryan Smith at 90 seconds on the clock. I think Smith's going to run out of time to catch Jenkins here. 3.3 seconds is the gap. Although Ryan did just do the fastest lap of the race, 58.888 seconds. There is the bonneted Daimler Freightliner. And he's pushing hard. He knows there's just over a minute left. He's been signalled by his pit crew. He's got to push as hard as he can to catch David Jenkins here. Winner of this race out of those two will be leading the championship, with 2 races still to go this weekend. Still this battle going on. They can't get past Ricky Collett, can they? It's a road train as they head through Surtees and McLaren. 5 trucks, soon be 6 because Tom O'Rourke's closing as well. There's some bits of Stuart Oliver's truck. He'll stop and pick those up, I think, on the slowdown lap. Looks like we are on the last lap now. Another fastest lap for Ryan Smith. He's got the gap down to just over 2 seconds now as Stephen Powell goes for the outside into Paddock, and he's getting impatient here. Oh, and that's John Bowler going off. There are the leaders going past him. He's gone off at Graham Hill Bend. The 2 leaders together as they come into Surtees and McLaren. There is David Jenkins. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time? I'm not sure if they'll get one more lap out of this. Jenks wants to see the checkered flag this time because Ryan Smith is closing up on him. You can see the Freightliner behind him. The clock goes to 0, so it looks like it is going to be checkered flag this time. Over the line they go, and David Jenkins takes the win. Second for Ryan Smith. He got the gap down to 1.224 seconds in the end. Just ran out of time to catch Jenks there. Good race between the Division 1 boys. Now, who's going to be third? It's going to be Bradley Smith or Craig Reed. Still the battle going on further back, and Stephen Powell is determined to get up alongside Ricky Collett. Bradley Smith has taken third ahead of Craig Reed. It's going to be a photo finish for 5th, and Stephen Powell has done it. Right on the line by 0.07 of a second. Stephen Powell snatches 5th right on the line from Ricky Collett. Simon Reed 7th, then Michael Oliver is 8th. Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor, after his spin, complete the top 10. Well, great race there for 5th position. Stephen Powell was determined to get past Ricky Collett, and he finally managed it right in the last few feet of the race. That was brilliant. David Jenkins, our race winner, celebrating with a spectacular power slide for the fans. Well done, David Jenkins. That puts him into the lead of the Division 1 points provisionally. We'll confirm the results in a moment. There's John Bowler, the double winner in Division 2 yesterday, the blue DAF, number 6 there. We didn't really see much of him in that race. A subdued drive for John. We'll confirm the provisional results in just a moment. For our 3rd truck race of the weekend, David Jenkins the winner from Ryan Smith by 1.269 seconds. Ryan just ran out of time to catch his rival there for the victory. Bradley Smith, his best ever results in Division 1, in 3rd place, and Craig Reed taking 4th. Stephen Powell just pipping Ricky Collett with that outside move off clearways for the last time for 5th. Then Simon Reed, Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor recovering from his spin to take 10th ahead of Simon Faulkner. John Newell racing back up to 12th after that collision with Stuart Oliver. The winner of Division 2 was Luke Garrett, his first win of his comeback season, in 13th overall ahead of Brad Smith and Jock Borthwick. And then behind them was John Powell, 4th in the class ahead of Craig Evans. John Bowler, despite that off on the last lap, finishing in 18th place, 6th in class. Stuart Oliver finishing 2 laps down in 19th after calling into the pits to fix that damage. And one retirement, sadly we lost Adam Binks. See Adam being recovered there, the recovery vehicle on track. No points so far for Adam in our first 3 races. We'll see what he can do later on in race 4. The next truck race coming up after the lunch break at about 1:10. Next up is more trucks, but a different kind. Pickup trucks. Yep, the Pickup Truck Racing Championship is back. Their first race of the new season. 2 races for them today, scheduled for 18 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. It's going to be very spectacular indeed. The pickups, not the kind of pickups you see your local tradesmen using, of course. These pickups are race tuned and use identical 2-litre engines. A lot of ex short oval hot rod and stock car racers race them. They used to race on the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway, which has now sadly closed its doors. They still continue to race on the 1 mile oval at Mallory Park near Leicester. And here at Brands Hatch they can be at their most spectacular. It's a partially reversed grid from qualifying. We'll explain how it all works. The qualifying session is split into 2 parts, 10 minutes for each race. The qualifying times for part 1 of the session, the first 10 minutes set the grid for race 1. the second half of the session set the grid for race 2. Qualifying was yesterday, but then just to make things a little bit more spiced up, the top 6 are reversed. So if you set the 6th fastest time, you take pole, and if you're fastest, you start 6th. That's how it works in pickup truck racing, and we'll see them out. There's about 20 trucks here, and they'll be out on track just as soon as the trucks are clear. They're heading back to their paddock at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to head down to the Parc Ferme area and hear from some of the drivers fairly shortly. After the pickup trucks, we will have a short pause before our last race before the lunch break, which is the first of 2 races today for the Kumho BMW Championship. We didn't see them yesterday, they had qualifying this morning. Incidentally, if you were watching yesterday, a bit of news on the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. If you saw their races, race 1 was won on the road by Stephen Darby. I can tell you he has been docked a place in the results by the officials for overtaking under the safety car. So he has been docked to 2nd place, and Steve McDermott is now the winner of race 1 for the MGs. If you were watching yesterday, you'll have seen them. It was quite a controversial meeting for the MG Owners Club Championship, but Steve McDermott is now a double winner. Stephen Darby docked a place in the result for passing while the safety car was out. You can see the volunteer marshals out there working with the recovery crews. Our thanks to the Orange family. Could not go racing without them. Out there enjoying the sunshine today. If you are interested in getting close to the action and becoming a marshal, just look on the BARC website, barc.net. You can find out all the info on how to sign up to become a volunteer marshal at their meetings. It's not all about waving flags. As you will find out, you can attend a taster day at one of the UK's leading circuits to be shown the ropes and find out how to become a marshal and help our star drivers go racing. So just waiting for Adam Bint's truck to be towed off. You can just see on the left of your screen there the recovery vehicle. That will tow the Bint racing truck back to the paddock. Been a pretty disastrous weekend for the team with a non-classified finish. They were too far behind in race 1. They retired in race 2 after a collision. We're up all night repairing the truck, and now it's sadly let Adam down again. Again, it will be a partially reversed grid for race 4 for the trucks. That's coming up after lunch at 1:10 based on the results of race 2 from yesterday this time though. And I believe the results of race 3 that we've just seen set the grid for the last race, which is around 4:10. Thanks to everybody for tuning in today. Keep your comments coming in. But it's now time to head down to Parc Ferme and hear from some of our truck racers. And in position, as always, down in Parc Ferme is our man Pointy. Over to you, Pointy.
Oh, hi. Put that down. Welcome back to Parc Ferme. Well, the paddock down here at Brands Hatch on Sunday, which we just had a very, very exciting first race of the day. A bit of slap and tickle earlier on in the race. Saw quite a jumble, but no massive crash. Reverse grid, first one of the weekend, but we didn't see any red flags on the first corner. But just driving past us now, we see the 21-year-old Bradley Smith taking his first trophy in Division 1 ever. So I think we need to go down into Parc Ferme and have a word with the young lad, shall we? Now, I'm going to make sure Keys, the cameraman, doesn't get run over. So if we stay to the left, Keys, we should be all right. Ricky Culler looking like he's had a much better race this time. Hardly any technical trouble. Kept it on the track, which is obviously good, considering his heritage. We see over there, though, in the distance, the Fern-sponsored MAN of Bradley Smith. So this is his first championship in Division 1, doing quite well in Division 2 last year. Managed to have a couple of races in the truck before the end of the season. Getting out of his truck now, let's catch him before he disappears and gets too much admiration from his loving other half. Sorry girls, it's already taken. Bradley, let me shake your hand, sir. Absolutely fantastic effort. That is incredible. First podium of the weekend. First podium in Division 1. The big boys, you're here.
Oh man, it's such a good feeling. Got a good start. Got pushed back a couple of positions, and then John Newell broke himself and went off. So I got up, and then Ricky made a mistake out clear ways. So I managed to get alongside Ricky and outbrake him. I was up in third, and then Craig Reed started haunting me down, and he was all over the back of me, and I was making silly mistakes, and I thought, no, I just got in the zone.
But that goes to show, as much as it is your first year in Division 1, what driving skill you've actually got. Because anybody could say, oh, well, it was reverse grid, you started nearer the front. But I would argue that we have plenty of drivers out there on the circuit that start dead first and always end up very far back. So to hold it there with drivers so much more experienced than yourself, that's got to put a spring in your step.
Yes, yeah, it's obviously a good feeling. Obviously, like, so much talent in Division 1, so many really experienced drivers. And
there's some more talent in Division 1 now, man, I tell you, some more talent.
I'm gunning from, just got to keep learning every time I'm getting up, I'm just learning, and just hopefully get some more podiums this weekend.
Hopefully so. I can't wait to hand out a trophy to you, buddy. It's going to be a pleasure for me as much as it is for you. So the truck's obviously going great. We didn't see any issues out there whatsoever.
No, I was struggling yesterday towards the end of the last race. Grip on the front end, last 3 laps was horrible, but my mechanic Joe is the man. He's got his head around it, and it's good to go.
Well, dude, thank you very much for being here with us. Massive congratulations again. Let's go and get some silverware. We're going to head back to Dave now in the studio for some more racing.
Cheers, Pointy, and well done, Brad Smith. The pickup's about to be led away by the pace car for their rolling start. Here we go. Let's quickly take you through the grid then. 6th fastest in qualifying and therefore on pole is number 5, Dan Fisher. His first pole position in the championship. Alongside him, pickup veteran number 65, Mark Willis. Second row, number 40 of Rhys Jones, a Brands Hatch local, alongside number 72, ex-stock car racer Alan Cooper. Row 3, former champion, number 93, Michael Smith, and the reigning champion, number 28, George Turicki. Then it's son and father on row 4, Dean Tompkins, number 21, ahead of his father Paul, number 12. Row 5 is Irishman David O'Regan in truck number 8, and number 39, Danny Hunn from the famous hot rod racing family. Row 6, 83, Dale Gent, alongside 71, Simon Ward, celebrated his birthday yesterday, so hoping for some success today. The 7th row, number 7, Roger Dormer, and 51, newcomer Gavin Pike. Row 8, number 2, Jamie Liptrot, alongside number 50, veteran racer Jeff Dixon. The penultimate row, row 9, 13, Richard Ayling, and number 58 of Pat Kiley. And the final truck on the grid should be number 29, Tom Hutchins. That's your lineup for the first of 2 pickup races today, scheduled for 18 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Dan Fisher used to race a Honda Civic in saloon events on pole, alongside veteran number 65, Mark Willis. George Turicki going for his 3rd pickup title. It'll be 3 consecutively, although in 4 years the series wasn't run in 2020. This is going to be a real treat indeed here for the Brands Hatch crowd and for all of us on BARC TV as well. Pickup truck racing here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, waiting for the race to get underway as they head up towards the line, and away they go. Let's go racing, boys, as they say in American racing. And a good start by Mark Willis from the outside in the 65. They race as a NASCAR style draft down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's just about Mark Willis who's got the lead as they head into Druids for the first time. Good start by Alan Cooper, and a great start by the yellow truck of George Turicki up there on the outside in the number 28. Is he going to take second from Alan Cooper here as they head down the hill? Yes, he is, into Graham Hill Bend. Turicki up into 2nd place. Dan Fisher, the pole sitter, down to 4th for his first ever pole position in the pickups. There's a bit of bumping and boring there in the midfield. Paul Tompkins was involved there, the former World Banger Racing champion Paul Tompkins, number 12, known as Winkle from his days in the Bangers. There's Simon Ward, number 71, hoping to celebrate his birthday weekend with some silverware. But it's Mark Willis who leads the way. I believe he was the last ever Rockingham Oval champion. In truck number 65 heads the pack. There's Dean Tompkins, number 21, not the best of starts for him, alongside David O'Regan, the Irishman, one of several ex-national hot rod racers in the field. And George Turicki is going for the lead as they head up into Druids Hill Bend, and he's done it. Turicki goes into the lead from 6th on the grid already, and look at the way Alan Cooper's going in the number 72 there in 3rd place, ex-Formula 2 stock car racer. He's also won titles in, and believe me when I say this, Reliant Robin Racing on the short tracks. Paul Tompkins up into 4th then. Then we've got the 2 pink trucks. I think it's Rhys Jones, yes, who's come through into 5th. Another man who started his career in saloon car racing here at Brands Hatch. There's Dale Gent, new paint job for him this year. He's an ex-classic Thunder racer. He used to have a very modified Subaru Impreza. But George Turicki leads. Began his career in junior mini stocks on the ovals before Formula 2 stock cars, 2-litre hot rods, and then headed into the pickups. Here comes Alan Cooper on the inside, past Mark Willis. into second place. Really get a sensation of the speed of these machines. They're very different to the pickups that your local tradesman uses on the road, of course. Race-tuned 2-litre engines built by Sonny Howard and his long-time enterprises. Swing their way through the left-hander and up on the curb there, Alan Cooper. There's Paul Tompkins, number 12. Rhys Jones is 5th. Then in 6th position was Dan Fisher. He's lost a couple of places there through the first half of this lap. Paul Tompkins squirrely there as he came through over the curb. Dan Fisher's dropping back, the number 5 truck, as Dale Gent attacks Dean Tompkins into clearways. Michael Smith, the black and turquoise number 93. He's a former 3-time champion. There he is, the man from the northeast. Behind him is Danny Hunn, one of many members of the Hunn family who've raced hot rods. Ricky Hunn was the one who reached the top and became world hot rod champion back in the 90s in his Peugeot 205. George Taricki leads though, chased by Alan Cooper, looking for his first pickup truck racing win. Down the hill heads the man from Northamptonshire, his father Mark Taricki, a very successful hot rod racer in his own right. George began his career, I remember him racing on my local short ovals in the Midlands in the ORCI mini stocks. Sideways there, Michael Smith. You can see these rear-wheel drive machines bouncing around over the bumps and the curbs. Looks like Dan Fisher, a bit of dust on the side of his truck. He's had a brief off somewhere. He's got David O'Regan behind him. Fastest lap of the race so far recorded by Rhys Jones in 5th position, and Alan Cooper is ready to attack for the lead here. Less than a second covering these top 3. Mark Willis hanging on behind Taricki and Cooper. They've battled together in Brisker Formula 2 stock cars, the 2 leaders before now. Mark Willis, a long-time ex-hot rod racer on the ovals. But we are seeing drivers come in from other backgrounds. Got the likes of Dan Fisher and Rhys Jones. They came through Saloon Series, mainly here at Brands Hatch. Paul Tompkins came from Bangers. Simon Ward, further back in the order, began his career racing a Vauxhall Astra with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the, I think it was the pre-93 series. Rhys Jones having a look here. Paul Tompkins bounced off the curb there, went wide, and up the inside is the DLRD prepared truck of Rhys Jones. Dave Longhurst Racing Developments. Dave Longhurst, the ex-world hot rod champion. Now a team manager for, he's been a team manager in touring cars in the past when Lee Wood was in the BTCC field a few years ago. Rhys Jones through into 4th place as they go into Paddock. Now trying to catch these 3. Yellow, green and red. Or red and blue at the front of the field for Mark Willis. We can eclipse the back of Alan Cooper there as they head out of Druids. Still the 28 of Taricki who leads the way. 5 laps completed, and sideways there Alan Cooper nearly lost it as they came through. Still leading the way, it is the number 28 of George Taricki though, and that's opened out a slight lead for him. That mistake by Alan Cooper. Danny Hunn over the curbs there, under fire from David O'Regan. Up the inside in the white truck. Danny Hunn in the Scrapco metal recycling machine, locally based from Essex on the outside. On lap 7 of the 18 at the moment, side by side now between Dean Tompkins and Dale Gent. This is for 7th place. Really are battles everywhere you look. These pickup trucks very evenly matched indeed. There's Roger Dormer, number 7, the ex-Lightning Rod racer from the short overs, Lightning Rod's Ford Sierras. Roger Dormer won the Team of the Year award at the closed season pickup awards held here at Brands Hatch. Had a lot of reliability problems with his truckers over the last few years. Lap 8 of 18 for George Taricki. Still the fastest lap recorded by a driver back in the midfield, Michael Smith. He's back in 6th behind Paul Tompkins at the moment. They're splitting effectively into 2 groups of 3 at the moment. Still no change among the leaders. George Taricki from Alan Cooper, then it's Mark Willis, then Jones, Tompkins and Smith the next group. Then I get back to Tompkins Jr., Dean Tompkins, who made a bit of a slow start. He's there in 7th though, ahead of Dale Gent, David O'Regan. Danny Hunn rounds out the top 10. Then we've got Dan Fisher, the pole sitter, ahead of Roger Dormer. 13th is Simon Ward. And then it's Gavin Pike, another ex-hot rod racer. He raced in 2-litre hot rods as Dale Gent attacks Dean Tompkins for 7th place again. get the better exits from the right-hander. Behind Gavin Pike is one of our newcomers, that's Pat Kiley in the number 56. And then Jamie Liptrop, the number 2, as Dale Gents tries to make his move into the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. He's done so. The truck branded with the NASCAR Fans UK sticker, I think I saw on the back of the 83 there. Sliding wide there, Dean Tompkins got a bit out of shape. Down to 8th place, trying to hold off David O'Regan now, the Flying Irishman, placed near Cork. Over the curb goes Tompkins. Here are the leaders. Still no change in the order. Looking further down the timing screen, just one retirement, Jeff Dixon, number 50, the West Midlands-based veteran, out of the race. Over the line go the leaders, half a second in it. Rest of the second covering the top 3. We concentrate on the battle for 8th and 9th place at the moment. So Regan and Dean Tompkins, there go the leaders. Rhys Jones has now escaped into 4th place in the number 40. Then we've got Michael Smith, who's got ahead of Paul Tompkins. You can see the different body shapes as well on these machines. We've got the likes of the Ford Ranger, Vauxhall or GM body shapes in there as well. Thinly disguised front ends on these trucks, but all built to the same spec. There's even an Isuzu pickup race in the series. That was the Tressler family truck. We haven't seen that out for a while though. Rhys Jones all on his own in 4th place now in the pink truck, number 40. Lapping in the 51s at the moment, the leaders. Fastest lap is with Michael Smith, 51.898. All lapping in the high 51s. Still George to Ricky leads. Here comes Mark Willis at the inside at Druids. Takes Alan Cooper for 2nd place. Tries not to slide wide on the exit as Cooper fights back there side by side down towards Graham Hill Bend. And Mark Willis is through. Up into 2nd place in the Simpson Skip Hire sponsored number 65. Now he will go after George to Ricky. The lead gap was 0.7 of a second at the end of the last lap. It'll be a bit more this time. That brief battle for 2nd place as they swapped over as let Ricky get away slightly. George Ricky, champion in 2019 and 2021. So going for his hat-trick. The pickup truck championship not held in 2020 due to the pandemic. Alan Cooper up the outside as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think he'll get through there. Can't do what he did in his Brisker F2 stock car. He'd have just put the bumper in, but pickup truck's non-contact, of course. Cooper has a look up the inside. I don't think he'll quite get the overlap on Mark Willis. He'll have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Yes, the 65 hangs on. On the absolute edge of adhesion. You can see him sliding about on the turns. Such a hugely entertaining form of racing for the big crowd of supporters here at Brands Hatch. Paul Tompkins is dropping back slightly there, the number 12. Yes, I think he may have a problem because David O'Regan had to slow to avoid him there. There's Dean Tompkins, his son, going through. I think Paul Tompkins is in trouble in that A4 Metal Recycling number 12 truck. Lost a few places on that lap. He was 6th. He's down to about 9th or 10th now. Great. Dean Tompkins and David O'Regan have come through. Be a change for 2nd here into Druids. Alan Cooper's got the inside line back again. Needs to get the overlap done on the way out of Druids, and he's done so. Good move, Alan Cooper. Best we've seen him run in the championship so far. Just a few laps to go now for George Turicki. He's pulled away to the tune of 1.34 seconds now, and Alan Cooper sliding about as he comes through Surtees there. So entertaining to watch the pickup truck racing championship, whether it's on a circuit or on the Mallory Mile Oval. We still miss Rockingham, of course, but they're just as action-packed on the circuits. There's a battle further back. This is for 13th place. Simon Ward celebrated his birthday yesterday in the number 71. The Barwell Trailers truck ahead of Pat Kiley in the number 56. Newcomer this year. Fight for 13th, every place vital for points. Unlike NASCAR, they don't have a chase for the championship at the end of the season. It is purely on points. Pat Kiley going for the inside into Druids in the grey truck. He goes through. into 13th position, past Simon Ward. And then behind them we've got the orange number 51, newcomer Gavin Pike, making the move up from the short ovals. Great fight going on between David O'Regan and Dean Tompkins. Slide their way through Surtees into McLaren. 4 laps to go for race leader George Turicki, who's just going over the line now. Side by side across the line, Dean Tompkins on the inside, David O'Regan in the Parcel Force sponsored number 8 truck. Certainly get your parcels delivered quickly in that, wouldn't you? Be careful of any fragile parcels though, and I don't think David O'Regan would be in that mood at the moment. He's busy battling with Dean Tompkins. The A4 metal recycling truck goes through. Paul Tompkins, Tompkins Senior looking on. It's the closing stage of this first pickup race of the season. George Turicki pulling away in front. He's heading for a victory to kick off the defence of his title in style. Cooper up there in second in the 72. Great run from him. Over the line they come. It's Alias Smith and Jones in 4th and 5th. Jones ahead of Smith. Rhys Jones, then Michael Smith. They're separated by about a second. Dale Gent up in the 6th place. And Dean Tompkins, O'Regan, Paul Tompkins and Danny Hunn rounding out the top 10. There's Michael Smith, the former champion, in the Offshore Fuels number 93, based in Hartlepool. Fans young and old enjoying the action. They slide. Look at the slide on Dean Tompkins there coming out of Druids. Great torch. Just a couple of laps to go this time around for George Turicki. More and more sideways as the race goes on, possibly the tyres starting to go off a little. Turicki leads by 1.6 seconds. Here's a battle towards the back, Gavin Pike and another relative newcomer, number 29, Tom Hutchins. Also races a Honda Civic in various saloon events, getting used to his new rear-wheel drive pickup. We're on the penultimate lap now. The lead gap has opened out slightly. The lead trio have opened out slightly. Dean Tompkins staying ahead of George Turicki. That's been of David O'Regan rather. It's really been the closest battle of the race. There is George Turicki. Swing their way through clearways. Sliding their way out. George Turicki heading for a win to kick off his title defence and go for a 3rd consecutive pickup truck racing title. Goes through to start his final lap. All clear now by 2 seconds ahead of Alan Cooper in second. He got busy battling with Mark Willis and they lost a bit of ground. George Turicki, who's been racing since he was 11 years old in mini stocks, moved up through Brisker F2, competed in 2 litre hot rods where he won many titles before moving onto the circuits. Michael Smith nearly catching Rhys Jones. We could have a contest in the last few corners for 4th, although Smith did run wide there. Come through the last few corners of this first pickup truck racing championship event of the season, and it's going to be a win for the number 28, the man from Kettering in Northamptonshire. Up to the line, it's tricky. George Turicki comes in to take the first win of the pickup truck racing season. Alan Cooper hangs on for second ahead of Mark Willis. Smith and Jones together for 4th place up the Brabham Straight for the final time. Jones gets over 4th, then Smith, Dale Gent. Dean Tompkins tops his battle with David O'Regan. Danny Hunn is 9th. It looks like Dan Fisher got through for 10th place. Paul Tompkins, I think, have we lost him on the final lap there? I thought he may have had a problem. Yeah, Paul Tompkins came through in 13th, so possibly a problem for him. We lost another truck into the pits, number 13, Richard Ayling, towards the end of that race as well. That truck clearly ailing. And hopefully, I did have to get that pun in, and hopefully we'll see him back out for race 2 later on. The provisional results then of our first pickup truck race of the season. George Turicki the winner by 2.35 seconds ahead of Alan Cooper. Mark Willis taking 3rd, then a gap back to Rhys Jones in 4th ahead of Michael Smith, and Dale Gent taking 6th, coming through ahead of Dean Tompkins and David O'Regan 7th and 8th. Good fight between them two. Then Danny Hunn rather, and Dan Fisher rounding out the top 10. Dan Fisher the pole sitter. Behind them, Roger Dormer ahead of newcomer Pat Kiley. Paul Tompkins rather battling hard in the midfield, but slipped to 13th eventually. I think there was possibly a slight problem with his truck. Simon Ward took 14th ahead of Gavin Pike, completing the top 15. Then Tom Hutchins from the back of the grid was 16th. Jamie Liptrop was 17th. We lost Richard Ayling into the pits, and Jeff Dixon was an early casualty. Okay, the pickup's heading into Parc Fermé, and we can head down in a moment to Ewan, who's down there to talk with our winning drivers. We'll go down to them very shortly. There'll be a short pause before our next race, which is the last one before lunch. That's coming up in about 20 minutes or so from now. That's the Kumho BMW Championship. And then we'll have our lunch break. First race of the weekend coming up for the BMWs. They had their qualifying session this morning, and I believe it was Niall Bradley, the invitation class runner, who was fastest. We'll confirm that's when their race comes up a little later on. Well, unfortunately, we were waiting for Ewan down in Parc Fermé, but the pickup trucks have headed straight through back to the paddock, so we won't be able to talk to our winners, sadly. Hopefully we can hear from them later in the weekend. But we will get back underway with the pickup trucks later this afternoon, of course. It's 3:05. Their next race is scheduled, another 18 laps. We'll take a short pause for now before we have the Kumho BMW Championship. That's coming up next. And then a little later on it will be the next race of the British Truck Racing Championship, followed by the Pre-66 touring cars, the oldest cars here this weekend. While we have a short pause, we will show you the season opener for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. That was at Silverstone a few weeks ago. Marshals bring them up to the grid then. Those marshals are certainly braver than me, standing in front of the cars like that. Full credit to all our volunteer marshals once again, and everybody else here at Silverstone this weekend for making this brilliant weekend possible. One of the best race weekends that I've enjoyed for some time. And I'm not saying that just because my favourite Super Tourers are here. It's been a brilliant weekend from every class of racing. There's still 2 more races to come. Marshall's just signalling the last couple of cars into line. Trevor Ford, the last to line up in number 25. Then the 5-second board will go aloft from the gantry, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so, and they go out now, and we are underway. Down towards the first corner, round 2 of the Kumho BMW Championship underway. Great start by Michael Vitulli. He goes into the lead. James Card in second place, and Jason West in third in his still rear bumperless BMW M3. They head round towards Village for the first time. Vitulli leads it. Card rather having a look on the outside, then West and Sheehan. Vitulli runs a bit wide, taking Card with him. Ryan Branson with a decent start in the orange, number 26 as well. He's up into 5th position ahead of Ian Crisp. Start to sort themselves out, heading towards the Hangar Straight. It's Michael Vitulli in the invitation class car, not eligible for points, that car. Holds the lead ahead of Card, West, then it's Sheehan. Ian Crisp having a go at Brian Branson for 5th position. And a gap back to Kevin Denwood, who is in 7th. Start to sort themselves out. What's happened to Russell Dack? I didn't see him come round in the early stages. We seem to have lost him. So James Card attacks for the inside at Club Corner and goes through, takes the lead. Jason West trying to follow him there side by side as they come out, and Jason West sideways. Thought he was going to bounce off the side of Michael Vitulli there, and moves back across to defend from Brad Sheehan. Still trying to get a bit of heat into their Kumho tyres, I think. Ian Crisp a bit out of shape there as well. He's sliding all over the place, goes off onto the tarmac runoff area briefly, gathers up the 1 series again. It is James Card who leads. Brad Sheehan up into 2nd place down the inside there at Village Corner. Russell Dack, I think, has come through, but further back down the order. Let's see what happened to him. He's concentrating on the leaders there. They're coming down the hanger straights. Card, Sheehan, Branson up into third as a result of that moment for Michael Vitulli and Jason West. Again, that's a bit, thought I saw a bit of smoke from James Card's car there, but we saw that in the early stages of race 1 and it seemed to affect him. Through the left-hander at Club, Brad Sheehan up there in second. Superb looking car, that pink and white livery. Reminds me of Dave Pinkney's old British touring cars, though not quite as bright a shade of pink on the BMW. Well, James Card has done the fastest lap, 1:10.498, first full flying laps completed. Michael Vitulli down to 5th behind Jason West. Russell Dack has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start, so clearly something was amiss at the start of that race. Wonder where he'd gone. He's down in 13th place at the moment. Try and pick up on him coming back through the field if he can. And one of the BMW Minis into the pits, 44 Charlie Heatley in trouble. There goes your leader through Stowe Corner for the 3rd time. Sheehan 2nd, Branson 3rd, West is in 4th place. Jason West the underscore BMW. Mixed weekend for him. A couple of podiums in the classic Thunder Saloons, but a tangle with Brian Branson earlier on resulted in that bit of damage to the back of his car. Now chasing Branson to try and take 3rd place from him. Well, Branson who shares with Jazz Sapra in brick car races. There is Sapra in the yellow car, chased by Ronan Bradley, the UK-based Irishman. We've seen his brother Niall race with this championship as well in the past. Further down the order, Michael Pensavale was one of them. 4 cars together for the lead. Michael Vitulli is losing pace by the look of it here. But there's a problem with the number 89 car, I'm not sure. We come out of the Vale, up towards Club. There are the leaders. Fastest lap of the race was done last time through by Jason West, 1:09.946, so dipping below 70 seconds there. Michael Vitulli, we'll see what his lap time is this time through. I think he's struggling. There go the 4 leaders. There is Michael Vitulli. His lap is a 1:11.6, so yes, just over a second off the leader's pace. As Sapra battling it out with Ronan Bradley. Bit of sideways action there from Brad Sheehan, slightly sideways through Village. He holds 2nd place. Chasing after James Card. He closed in a bit on that previous lap on the race leader. It's Jazz Sapra, the Warwickshire driver. And Sonny Gill, one of his running mates, also races in this series. There is number 17, that is Yonat Karari, based in Manchester. And side by side, West and Branson, these two going at it again, fighting for 3rd place. And Jason West move into a podium position. Through the left-hander they go, a little bit of lock-up from one of those cars there. Ransom stays ahead in the orange car. Russell Dack has made his way up into 7th, incidentally, after some sort of issue at the start. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Brad Sheehan is going for the lead here. Somebody going off there. Michael Pensavale's gone over the runoff area coming out of Abbey. E30. He joins in front of the lead battle. It is a lead battle now because they're reeling James Card in. I wonder if his throttle problem's starting to resurface that we heard about at the end of race 1. Now back markers are going to come into play. Pensavale, then we've got one of the Fords, James Ford in car 69. Charlie Heatley, number 44, looks like is ahead of him, who's been into the pits. Russell Dack has done the fastest lap, 1:09.466. he tries to recover from whatever happened at the start. BMW Mini moves out of the way there of the leaders. Card's lead was quite substantial at the end of the first couple of laps, but now Brad Sheehan has reeled him in. Through club they come. The lead gap is half a second now. Ransom still third. Jason West unable to do anything about the orange machine ahead of him. Where's the other orange car got up to? That's of Russell Dack. On the timing screen, he has been given a time penalty for an out of position start. He had to have 10 seconds added to his race time. Here are the BMW Minis. Zach Blackwell, see the black and yellow car there in the distance, he's leading the class once again ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord and Andy Langley. There is Michael Vitulli, seems to be struggling a bit in this one. On his own in 5th place. Jason West tries again. Can he get the inside away from Brian Bransom into the right-hander at Stowe? Looks like he's done it this time. Yes, he's through. Now he's got to hold it on the exit though. Bransom fights back. Good battle developing here for 3rd place. Here they come down into club corner. West's got the inside for the left-hander. And he makes it stick this time. Now Jason West will start to go after the 2 leaders. The gap was half a second. Let's see if James Carr's been able to pull away. No, he hasn't. It's down to 0.3 this time, so Brad Sheehan closing up again. Jason West in his lightweight BMW with the rear bodywork missing. Trying to close in. Four E46 M3s. There is Russell Dack, fighting back after whatever the problem was at the start. He's up to 6 now. He's got ahead of Ian Crisp in the 1 Series. Series M Coupe races out to the Dackmeister. Could be Jägermeister, of course, the famous orange livery. Appeared in the DTM on several cars in Germany, on Group C sports cars as well, and briefly in Formula 1 with the Eurobrun team. But nobody really saw the Jägermeister livery in Formula 1 because in the late 80s Eurobrun rarely qualified for races. Cars line astern now. Jason West is catching Brad Sheehan for 2nd place. We've still got 10.5 minutes to go, so we're coming up to half distance in this 20-minute race for the Kumho BMW Championship. It's all about these 4 E46 M3s out in front. Card, Sheehan, West and Branson. They rumble their way up towards Village. Over back in 5th place is Michael Vitulli. There's Russell Dack, Ian Crisp. Next through we should see Kevin Denwood. Haven't seen much of Kevin, the reigning champion, as yet in this race. He's there in 8th place, leading Class C. There's the 1 Series. There are the Fords. Michael Pensavale as well. He's in between. They're 17th, 18th and 19th. They're at the tail of the field. The only retirement so far, Charlie Heatley, number 44 with his BMW Mini. 20 that started this race. Still the 4 of them battling away at the front of the field. Jason West all over the back of Brad Sheehan for 2nd place now. Still allowing James Carr to escape very slightly. Let's see what his lead is this time. It was 0.34 of a second, it's 0.51 now. So he's escaped by a couple of tenths. Back markers coming into play now. And there is Rob Austin. Now, Rob Austin, I think may have started from the pits because I didn't see him on the grid. That just might be why I got confused at the start. Whatever, the leaders have lapped him. Still they continue this flying 4 BMW M3s. Lapping the BMW Minis, Andy Langley will be the next man to go a lap down in the 51 car. Straight they come into Stowe corner. Still a little bit of smoke there, slowing James Carr down though. James, who has in championship turns so often been the nearly man in this championship over the years. Could this be his year? We shall wait and see. A long way to go yet this season. West going well in third. He could be in for 2 titles this year, Classic Thunder and Kumho BMW. Delayed a little there, lapping Dan Butcher Lord. There was nowhere for Dan to go there. That's allowed Card and Sheehan to stretch away a little bit. They've now got a BMW Mini ahead of the class leader, Zach Blackwell, in the 411 car. Hopefully he'll see them there, coming down towards the link. Yes, he has, lets them through. BMW Minis are a point-scoring class this year. They were not eligible for points last year, as only a new demonstration measure brought in by the club, and they worked. And now are part of the Kumho BMW Championship. It's over 7 minutes to go here at Silverstone. James Card has led all the way so far in the silver machine. Brad Sheehan in the pink, giving chase. A little sideways there out of club. Brian Branson trying to fight back against Jason West. Through Abbey. Still no change in the order. Cards actually increased his lead a little bit that time through to 0.745 of a second. All the way by about half a second. Doesn't sound like much. Meanwhile, further down the order there is Kevin Denwood in 8th place. Ronan Bradley is 9th, and Jazz Sapra in the yellow car is 10th. And they're soon going to be lapped by this quartet. A little bit of a mistake from Sheehan there, coming out of the link onto the hanger straight a little bit sideways. There's Michael Vitulli in the background. And he's being caught by Russell Dack. Ronan Bradley lapping Leonard Carrari. So I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Romanian-born driver. There is Card. He has pulled away from his pursuers slightly now. Next car to be lapped will be Michael Pensavalle. Seen him in an M3 in the past. Now in that little by comparison E30 saloon. Through towards Village. 5.5 minutes to go. Lead gap was up to nearly 1.5 seconds that time through, so Card is pulling away. And Ronan Bradley is catching Kevin Denwood. Ronan Bradley leading Class B, Kevin Denwood leading Class C. Flashing their lights at the back markers here, just to let them know they're there. 25 of Trevor Ford, Mr. Chairman, goes a lap down. And who's done so much for the organisation of this wonderful series over the years. Oh, and Brad Sheehan was a bit wide there. Is Jason West going to get through for 2nd place on the run up the Vale? Brad Sheehan's got the inside for Club Corner. I think he's going to just about survive that scare. Yes, only just though. Brad Sheehan, he ran wide coming through Stowe. Almost lost 2nd place. Towards the back markers, Trevor Ford and Jazz Sapra go a lap down. James Ford as well. They're signalling the leaders through. The gap is still 1.5 seconds, just under. Jason West, could he go for 2nd here in the closing stages? Brian Branson just keeping a watching brief in 4th. There's 4 minutes to go. Down the straight they come. Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood up ahead. 8th and 9th about to be lapped. Brad Sheehan defends the inside. This is exactly what James Card wants, because the harder they fight each other behind him, the easier it will be for him to break away for his 2nd win. Jason West trying again. Trying to line himself up for an attack into Club Corner. Sheehan will be wise to it. He'll move to take the inside. There he goes. The right-hander at Club. Now, Ronan Bradley having a go at Kevin Dent. The leaders will be hoping that those two aren't so engrossed in their battle for 8th place that they see them coming and don't impede them. the inside. Gets past Bradley. Edward doesn't give way immediately. He'll get through at the link there. He's done so. Here's a battle of the BMW Minis, Rob Austin and Andy Langley. They're a couple of laps down, these two. Still just the one retirement, that being Charlie Heatley, number 44. This is fourth position. Rob Austin, Andy Langley and James Goodall. They're fighting for third in the BMW Mini class and 13th overall. Zach Blackwell still leads the class. A couple of laps to go now. Jason West is really pushing to get past Brad Sheehan for second place. Brian Branson behind in fourth. Over the line they go, with 1 lap to go next time around. Kevin Denwood in the background there trying to hold off Ronan Bradley. They are in different classes, they're both leading their classes as well. There's a slowing BMW Mini there, that's one of our battlers from that third place fight. Oh, it's James Goodall, 47, has hit problems. So we go the leaders towards the hangar streets. There is 47 James Goodall, man from Scarborough in Yorkshire. He's pulling over out of the race. It's on the inside of Stowe Corner, safely away by the barriers. So there goes the second place fights. They're not going to catch James Card here. Coming round to start his final lap. The question is, who's going to be second? Will it be Brad Sheehan, Jason West or Brian Branson? Over the line to start their last lap. The lead is up to 2.4 seconds. That's the biggest it's ever been during this race. Can Brad Sheehan hang on to second ahead of West? Up to Village for the last time. Well, he's been plagued by issues with this car over the last couple of years, James Card. He's been the nearly man for a few years in this championship. Could this be James Card's year? One way to go yet. It's looking good here at Silverstone. Pole position. It's looking good for 2 race victories. Fastest lap is with Russell Dack. There he is in the background. Catch a glimpse of him in the orange car. Around the outside goes Jason West, determined to take second place away from Brad Sheehan. What's he going to do into club for the final time? Can he get the inside away? We will find out, because here comes James Card. He is heading for win number 2 here at Silverstone. It's a glimpse in the background there. Who's going to come through? Sheehan hanging on. Oh, West made a mistake through club. He tried too hard to take second place and he's lost third. Oh dear. Great shame for Jason West. Card wins it. Sheehan second and Brian Branson pinches third on the final corner. Jason West tried an attack there. He got it wrong. Lost momentum. And Brian Branson snatches third. It's James Card with a double victory. Okay, one race to go here at Brands Hatch before the lunch break here on BARC TV. It is the third race of the season for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. Just seen one of their races from Silverstone during the short break there, won by James Card in his M3. Mainly M3s on the grid for this one. The cars are just starting to form up in the pit lane to head to the grid. And we can head down to Ewan, who's down there in the pit area, ready to talk to some of them.
Thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, we're down here in the pit lane prior to the first of our Kumho BMW Championship races of the season here at Brands Hatch. Now we've got an invitation class Niall Bradley in the green and white 47. That's in the BMW E46. 3.2 litres worth of power under that bonnet right there. To his left-hand side in the Class A, we've got Jason West in the E46 M3 series. We'd love to have a chat with these guys, but it's just too late. The legends, the previous race, are just coming into the pits here, so there's just a little bit too much noise. We've also got the B and the C classes. The car number 7, where's the car number 7 leading the B class? There he is here in the yellow bonnet with the orange and blue livery. Oh, do you know what? I might just try and jump in with one of the cars here, open a door and have a chat. Also got the minis at the back of the grid. Me leading the mini race. You have Steve Webb in the number 231. It's in the Mini Cooper S. In fact, every single mini in the class is a Mini Cooper S. Do you know what? I can see him coming up here. I'm just going to open his door, Alan, and see what happens. I might get told off, but let's see what happens. So this is the car 231 here. This is Steve Webb, and he's got his window down. He knew we were coming. Let's just jump in. Steve, congratulations. You're leading the grid in the minis. Talk us through your qualifying lap, first of all.
Yeah, it was a bit airy at first, because first time out on the tyres, but once they came in, it seemed to be all right. A bit of getting used to it, and yeah, just kind of went for it. And
fantastic. Any speed sort of in there that you can put a bit extra into the race coming up?
Maybe, yeah, a few late, brake a little bit later in some of the bends, take a slightly different line. Hopefully we can.
And how do you find track conditions? It was colder this morning. It's heating up now like it did yesterday. What are you expecting out there?
Just hopefully tyres don't go off too quick. That's all.
Good luck. We'll speak to you after the race as well. Cheers, Steve. Thanks for your time. So look at these minis here, absolutely beautiful. And in fact, at the back here, we've got the car number 74 out of position. Surely he's going to make his way around to the front of the grid here. Only about 20 or so cars in this race. Dave Goddard, of course, the encyclopedia of every single class of racing, is going to bring you up to speed through them. But just look down here, we've got the crowds here. Not too many in the grandstand, Alan, but it's Easter weekend, it's baking hot, it's a Sunday. Lots of melting chocolate eggs, I can imagine, in the grandstands here, but just the most beautiful day for racing. That sound there, right there, means the race is about to get underway, or they make their way. They'll do one lap round to the grid, take a lap under the safety car before we go racing. But do you know what, can we jump in here? This is Kevin Denwood. Kevin, let me help you there, get some air in here. So, I mean, it's going to be a baking hot race, isn't it?
Yep, it's going to be really hot. Looking forward to it. I've just qualifying, smashed my lap record and for the class.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep,
and that's the C class, yeah?
Yes, C class, yeah. It was originally B class, now we moved down. So, yeah, really looking forward. I've got Jazz beside me, my main contender. So we should have a good race. Yep.
So you were the two guys to watch in the Class C, yeah?
Correct, yeah, we're the two
So
guys.
what do you moved from Class B to Class C? What does that mean in terms of spec?
No different. All they've done is just knocked it down just to 3 litres only,
Okay.
M3 or a 3 litre, which I've just got a 3 litre. That's an M3. So yeah, that's all they've done, and we're allowed on slicks. Where originally last year C was only semi-slicks. We're on slicks.
Brilliant. How do you keep cool in here? You can't crack the window open, can you?
Got a little fan.
Oh, Alan, come and look at this! Look at this little cooling system in here. And how effective is that?
Very. It's really good. It is, and then if it's raining, it then goes up on the screen to keep the screen clean.
Absolutely brilliant. We look forward to you chasing with Jazz. We're looking forward to that. All right, thanks a lot. Have a good one, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, Alan, we are not too far away from getting our safety, our pit lap in, so I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to talk you through all the action before we get run over by a legend here.
I think Ewan wants to be out there heading to the grid and competing in this race, don't you? The Kumho BMW Championship just about formed up in pit lane, then ready to be led round to the grid. It'll be a standing start, a 15-minute race. We've just had the grid sent through to us, so we can take you through that. It is Niall Bradley running in the invitation class this weekend. The Irish-born racer, but based down in Kent, is on pole position. And he starts alongside number 76, Jason West. We saw him get in a bit of a scrape at Silverstone with Brian Branson. He lost his rear wing. So the car all repaired by the G-Sport team, and he's on the front row of the grid. Second row, 22 in the Jägermeister livery car, Russell Dack, the former champion, and number 32, the double winner from Silverstone, James Card, lines up fourth. Row 3, number 28, Brad Sheehan in the Days of Thunder liveried car, starts alongside number 26 of Brian Branson. They're both Class A cars. Row 4, the man we've just heard from, number 7, Kevin Denwood. He's in his BMW Compact alongside number 40, Jazz Sapra in the yellow car. Row 5 is the first of the BMW Minis, the BMW Mini Cooper S category. 231 Steve Webb starts alongside 411 Zach Blackwell. Then we've got another Mini, 23 Dan Butcher Lord, alongside number 25 Trevor Ford, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, which organises this championship. Row 7 is number 24 Rob Austin, not to be confused with the former British touring car driver of the same name, starting alongside 51 Andy Langley. They're both in BMW Minis. Row 8, number 237, another Mini for Piers Henderson, alongside 74 of Chris Walton, a little further back on the grid than he would have liked. May have had an issue in qualifying. Row 9, 2 Minis. We've got 68 Lee Sullivan and 44 of Charlie Heatley. Row 10, 53 Neil Clark, and number 6 is Tim Bill. Then row 11, 69 James Ford, son of Trevor, alongside 190 Alan Lee with his Mini. The penultimate row, 137 Cavan Granger. He's in a 330 Ci, a BMW E46 shape. He's in the invitation class, alongside number 13 Nigel Williams. He's in class C. And at the back of the grid, number 17 Ionut Carrare in his BMW Mini. The Romanian-born racer starts from the back. You can see a trail of dust there on the Sir Jack Brabham Straight. A bit of oil drop during the previous race, so it might be a bit slippery to begin with in this race. Now, if memory serves me correctly, they will now do another green flag lap and then head up to the grid. We'll just wait and see what happens when the pack is fully into line. Niall Bradley in pole position there, and he's not eligible for points because he's in the invitation class. So Jason West and Russell Dack and James Card will be the favourites for victory here. Also Brad Sheehan, he went well at Brands Hatch in the championship last year. Jason West, we normally see him compete in Classic Thunder as well with his M3, but concentrating on the Kumho BMW Championship this weekend. Kumho tyres, long-time supporters of this series, open to any model of BMW. We've seen E30 M3s, 2002s and much more in this series over the years. Big names including the likes of Gary Whittaker, who went a whole season unbeaten a couple of years ago in this championship. Also Rick Kerry, who graduated to the BTCC, as did Martin Bell a few years ago. Very much a BMW specialist. Rick Kerry, the first man to race a diesel-powered car in the British Touring Car Championship with this BMW 1 Series. So it looks like the pack, by and large, in position then. I think they get another green flag lap. We'll just wait and see what happens here. They did at Silverstone. To get some extra heat into these Kumho tyres. The white and green, the Irish colours of Niall Bradley on pole position, a Brands Hatch specialist based locally. Jason West in the black and orange car alongside him, so yes, they do move off for a green flag lap. The man to watch could be James Card, number 32, the silver car, the Derbyshire driver, a double winner at Silverstone at the opening round. And any one of the classes could win the overall title, of course. James Card, despite a throttle problem with the car at Silverstone, which he managed to overcome. The two orange cars, one of them is Russell Dack. He's got the bright yellow rear wing there, third on the grid in the Jägermeister colours. Made famous in sports car racing, of course. The other one is Brian Branson in sixth on the grid. There's Kevin Denwood in the compacts. The yellow car is Jazz Sapra. Other names we've seen come through this series over the years include British Endurance Championship stars Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. They made their racing debuts in this championship back in around 2017. Also Evelyn Buanek, now a regular safety car driver at many events around the UK, but used to race in this series with a variety of BMWs. See the cars of the Ford family, they're blue, white and black E36s further back on the grid. Trevor, the most experienced man in the championship, there he is, just behind those BMW Minis, the club chairman. Out for Chris Walton as well, the black and yellow car. There's one of the BMW Minis, that's Rob Austin, namesake of the British Touring Car Race. You can see a marshal there displaying the red and yellow striped flag there in the background. That means slippery surface, just warning the drivers of that oil that's been spilt on the Brabham Straights. Into line then for the first of two races today for the Kumho BMW Championship. The invitation class car of Niall Bradley in pole position. Number of big hitting M3s behind him. Jason West alongside in the number 76 car. Second row is the Dackmeister, as it says on the side. Russell Dack, the former overall champion. James Card, the double winner from Silverstone. He'll look to get down the outside on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Row 3 is Brad Sheehan in the pink and white Days of Thunder liveried car. And alongside him is Brian Bransom in the orange car. Then Kevin Denwood. Niall Bradley will be in contention for the race win, but not for points, as he's an invitation class runner, but he'll still give a good fight to the championship contenders around him. Seen his brother Ronan race in this series as well. Waiting to get underway then. Somebody's getting a good view of the action from up in the helicopter. We're underway, and Brian Bransom's not away. The 26 car has stalled. Everybody has managed to avoid him. Away they go then, down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's Niall Bradley who's got the lead ahead of Jason West. Everybody away around Paddock Bend cleanly. Jason West in second place, and it's Russell Dack in third. They head around the opening lap of this Kumho BMW opener. Running wide there is Russell Dack in the 22, but he holds third place ahead of Brad Sheehan. James Card, not the best of starts there, down to fifth, but certainly better than Brian Bransom. He's back in the pack, having stalled it there. Luckily everyone missed him off the line. Now, has Brian Bransom been able to get going? He's almost at the back of the field if he has. Out in front it is the 47 of Niall Bradley as they complete the opening lap, just under half a second ahead of Jason West, as the most powerful Class A M3s fill the leading places, plus the invitation class car out in front. Jason West all over the back of Niall Bradley, looking to make up for a slightly fraught season opener at Silverstone. He tangled with Brian Bransom and ended up losing his rear wing while at full speed. A slightly unnerving experience. Those wings on these cars are certainly not there just for show. They do make a big difference to the aero of the cars. Just looking back down the order to see where Brian Bransom has come through. He's 19th at the end of the opening lap, so look for him coming back through the field. Russell Dack up there in third place ahead of Brad Sheehan. James Card is in fifth, then a gap back to next in the order Jazz Sapra. There's Bransom carving his way through BMW Minis further back in the order. Keep an eye on the Mini class. It's being led by Zach Blackwell in number 411. There's another of the Minis, number 44. That's Charlie Heatley up alongside one of the Fords. It's Trevor Ford, number 25. Trying to get them mixed up this time as I did at Silverstone, the Ford family. Jason West putting Niall Bradley under pressure. Had a couple of wins in Classic Thunder here at Brands Hatch last season as well. See Brian Bransom there in the background just making his way up the order as Russell Dack pulls away from Brad Sheehan into third place. The first five have broken away, the more powerful cars, ahead of Jazz Sapra, who's leading Class C. He's got ahead of Kevin Denwood off the line. Swing their way through clear ways. Coming up to complete lap number 3 in this first Kumho BMW race today. They have another race towards the end of the day. Over the line they go, separated by less than half a second. Niall Bradley and Jason West. Spectacular sound, these big rear-wheel drive machines. James Card back in fifth. He wants to add to his win tally from Silverstone, but he's stuck behind his fellow Class A runners at the moment, trying to chase down Brad Sheehan. These two had a good battle in the summer last year with Michael Pensavale here at Brands Hatch. Michael not here this weekend. Leaders head through Surtees and McLaren. Keep an eye on the classes as well. Class C currently led by Jazz Sapra. Mini class by Zach Blackwell. He's in 8th overall. The BMW Mini Cooper S is going well. Further back, Class D is being led by James Ford, and Class B by Chris Walter. They're the only entries in their respective classes, however. Classes A and C, the ones who concentrate on, plus the Minis. The gap is up to just over half a second. Fastest lap by Niall Bradley, one of the fastest race laps of the weekend so far, 50.098 seconds around the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. James Card putting Brad Sheehan under pressure for 4th position. the hill they come. So plenty of time for things to change in this race. We've got just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Niall Bradley trying to increase his lead here in car number 47, the white and green machine. Jason West giving chase. The gap is still just over half a second. There's Brian Branson, he's back up onto the tail of Kevin Denwood now, so he's dealt with the less powerful cars further back. Now he's got the tougher nuts to crack. He's up there in 8th place, closing on Kevin Denwood and Jazz Sapper, the two Class C runners. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him close up to the back of James Card and get back in the Class A battle, Brian Branson, for the most powerful M3s. Here's a battle between the 51 of Andy Langley and the 24 of Rob Austin. These cars, refugees from the Mini Challenge, the Cooper S class there. Somebody being lapped already. That's number 13, Nigel Williams, I think, going a lap down. He's not had the best of days so far. That was the battle in the BMW Minis for third in that class we just saw, Langley and Austin. Over the line go the leaders, still separated by half a second, Bradley and West. Russell Dack is still third. A little bit of smoke on the overrun there from the 47 car, not slowing him down. Coming up to lap one of the BMW Minis, that's number 17, Yonat Karare. That's the leaders through at Druids. More BMW Minis, and number 25 of Trevor Ford goes a lap down as well. Already well in the slower markers here, partly because it's such a short circuit. 190 Alan Lee, the next to be lapped in his Mini. There's the Dackmeister, as it says on the side. Russell Dack won the overall championship about five or so years ago now in a E46 compact then, now in the M3. Of course, any one of the classes can win the title. It's Kevin Denwood, the current championship holder, if memory serves me right. Chris Walton going a lap down in the 74. And closing right up on the race leader now is Jason West. Oh, a little bit of a twitch there from Niall Bradley as they lap one of the Fords. Jason West is right with him now, putting the leader under pressure. He's starting to turn up the wick now, Jason West. He wants an overall win, his first of the season. Lights flashing from Niall Bradley at the back markers to warn them he's there to let him through. They've all got their lights on, the leading runners, because they knew they'd catch the slower markers very quickly. There's quite a gulf in performance between the 4 Class A cars and Niall Bradley's M3 in the invitation class and the rest of the field here. There goes Russell Dack over the line. The gap is only 0.3 of a second. Dack is 1.5 seconds further back, and somebody's off. That's one of the BMW Minis in the gravel at Paddock. It's Andy Langley, number 51. Looks like he's hit the tyre wall. That's the end of the race for Andy Langley, car number 51. The man from Fakenham in Norfolk. He's gone into the gravel. He was battling with Rob Austin for third in the BMW Minis, but he's out of this one. Let's hope he's all right. All the leaders sideways there coming out of Graham Hill Bend. This is Jason West's opportunity to attack. There's BMW Minis everywhere they need to be careful of as they come up towards Clearways. And the safety car is coming out. The safety car is going to come out because of that incident at Paddock Hill Bend, presumably with Andy Langley, just to let the marshals check on him. So Niall Bradley slows the field down. The safety car, I think, will pick him up on Cooper Straight. Normally comes out the back of the paddock. You can see there the tyre marks where Andy Langley has gone off. Slid through the gravel into the tyre wall. So the first safety car of the day then. We'll pick up Niall Bradley, our race leader. Still just under 7 minutes of the race to go. So hopefully we won't spend too long on the safety car. We can finish the race at least under green flags. Big crowd enjoying the action. See, somebody's got the barbecue on already. Making me hungry seeing that barbecue. It is the lunch break after this race. I think we can see a replay of that incident. See what happened to Andy Langley at the top of your picture. Yep, just locks up, goes straight on over the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend and wallop into the tyre wall. like he just locked the wheels under braking there as he was battling Rob Austin. Andy Langley is okay, but he's out of the race. That continues to circulate under the safety car then. The race clock continues to count down. There is Niall Bradley. He's been picked up by the safety car, which is also a BMW today. Andy Langley out of the car. We can see there the telehandler being brought in to telehandle the BMW Mini away. Great shame for Andy, was battling for a podium position. Blake Edwards driving the safety car this weekend, I believe. Used to compete in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Series at Pembrey a few years ago, if memory serves me correctly. Under the safety car then in our first of two races today for the Kumho BMW Championship. After Andy Langley put his BMW Mini into the gravel paddock hill then, we just see at the top of your picture there the car being recovered by the officials. Hopefully they'll get that done quickly enough that we can get at least one lap of green flag racing in to end the race. Hopefully we're not going to finish under the safety car. Niall Bradley is your leader, car number 47, started from pole. Leading Class A in second place is Jason West. But on the restart it might be a struggle for him if we get going again, because there's a back marker in between the two of them. They can't pass until the timing line. The back marker is number 53 of Neil Clark, his BMW Mini. Third place is Russell Dack, and second in Class A. Then Brad Sheehan, number 28. James Card, number 32, the Silverstone winner. Brian Bransom has, as I expected, made it back up onto the tail of the Class A. Battle now for the more powerful cars, having stalled at the start. There he is, the number 26. Then Jazz Sapra in the yellow car. Then Kevin Denwood, the reigning champion. And then we've got the BMW Minis headed by Zach Blackwell in the number 411 car. Dan Butcher-Lord behind him, then Rob Austin. And the 68 of Lee Sullivan. Cavan Granger further back, the second invitation class runner. Just outside the top 15. 69 James Ford leading Class D. And 74 of Chris Walton, Class B. Plenty more BMWs here this weekend with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, of course. We'll see them out later on. There is number 25, Trevor Ford. Running third in Class C, a little further down the order. We've only got less than 3 minutes left on the clock, and I've got a bad feeling this race is going to finish under the safety car. All for the safety of Andy Langley and the marshals there, trying to clear his car from the gravel. There's Cavan Granger, the car we just mentioned with the green wheels, number 137. They're all mixed in with the back markers at the moment. James Card in the silver machine. Well, the work continuing at Paddock Hill Bend on Andy Langley's car, but it certainly does look like to me that we're going to finish this race under safety car. There will be another chance, of course, later on today. We seem to have come to a stop at Graham Hill Bend. Bank holiday weekend traffic, I don't know. There we can see in the background Andy Langley's car being towed out by the telehandler. Great shame for Andy as he was battling for a podium position in his class. Looks like he's been rallycrossing, doesn't he? They did used to have rallycross. In fact, they're almost on the old rallycross course there. The course used to turn off before Paddock Hill Bend, go down on the dirt into a chicane, then back on halfway up Halewood Hill. Yellow flag still out at the moment. Are we going to go back to green this time, though, with the car having been taken away? Yes, we do get a green flag, so we'll get one lap. It's a one-lap dash to the line. I thought we were going to finish under safety car. Nice work, marshals and recovery crews, and we are racing once again. There's only a few seconds left on the clock, so I'd imagine it's a one-lap sprint to the line. Jason West locks up a bit there. He's run wide through Druids, and that's allowed Niall Bradley to get away. I'm sure they were all expecting a restart there. Well, along the bottom of the course, a one-lap dash for the line. Looks like it's going to be a win for Niall Bradley. He's already flashing the headlights in celebration. Jason West in second, Russell Dack in third. They've pulled away from their opposition. Round clear ways they come. It's going to be a win for the pole sitter. He's led all the way. Niall Bradley in car number 47. Across the line they come. Jason West comes over in second but wins Class A. Of course, Niall Bradley's an invitation runner, so I don't think he's eligible for points. So Jason West will be the de facto championship race winner. Russell Dack takes third place, Brad Sheehan is fourth, and James Card, the Silverstone double winner, down in fifth, and fourth in class. Brian Bransom makes it back up into sixth overall. Well, we at least got a green flag finish, a one-lap dash for the line, won by Niall Bradley in the Top Gun refinishing number 47 BMW M3. Great stuff from the Kumho BMWs, then interrupted sadly towards the end by the safety car. But fair play to the marshals there up at Paddock Hill Bend, who got the car clear in time for racing to resume. Bradley the winner then by just over a second ahead of Jason West, who wins Class A, then Russell Dack ahead of Brad Sheehan. James Card is next, a relatively quiet race for him, ahead of Brian Branson. The winner of Class C was Jazz Sapra, ahead of Kevin Denwood by just a couple of tenths of a second. Then the BMW Minis with Zach Blackwell winning their class ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, Rob Austin, Lee Sullivan, the 237 of Piers Henderson, Neil Clark, and 231 Steve Webb. Then beyond that we had Cavan Granger, second in the invitation class. Another BMW Mini, number 6, was next home. That's Tim Bill. And Charlie Heatley. James Ford, the winner of Class D. Chris Walton, the winner of Class B. Then Alan Lee, Yonat Carrare, Trevor Ford and Nigel Williams completed the finishes. Just the one non-finisher, as we saw, that was Andy Langley. Okay, we're going to see a short lunch break now of about half an hour before our next race. We can now hand down to Ewan down in Parc Ferme. You can talk to some of the drivers from our Kumho BMW Championship race. And then we head into our lunch break.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, not a particularly exciting end to the race, but it was good until we got to the safety car. Just behind us is our winner in the invitation, the overall winner of the race, Niall Bradley. He's just had his car weighed in scrutineering. I assume everything was okay, so we'll let him get his helmet off, then we'll have a quick chat. But this is your winning vehicle here. So Niall, we spoke to Niall a couple of times last season, won a couple of invitational races then. It's a great successful start to his season here. So, and a few cheers from the galleries as well. Look, you got a fan club, Niall. One race, one win. Again, we always see this great sporting contributions here. So qualified first, won first, in control.
Yeah, it was tough going though. Jason kept me honest the whole way through. Yeah, really enjoyed that.
So just for those that aren't aware, invitation class, what does that mean? Because you can't win championship points here, can you?
No, you can't, no. So basically I should be in the championship, but I had a newborn at the beginning of the year, so...
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't want to be jumping in and out ruining somebody's championship by taking points, so I've asked could I come in as invitational, but the car should be on the correct power to win for the championship, and that's what we were trying to practice today and test today to see where we're at. But yeah, all so far so good.
What's the name of the little one?
Kira.
Fantastic, congratulations on your win and the new one as well. Yeah, all right, thanks a lot. Cheers, Niall, thank you. Now, a few of the cars, Now, the BMWs for this race, they're actually lined in the pit. Now, most of the classes sit in the paddock for their races, but the BMWs, one class always takes up the pit lane, and today it was the BMW. So a few of them have gone back to their pits, which is just sort of like 100 yards away. But I'd love to speak to Jason West in the 76. He won the A class. Where's Jason West? Oh, he's being pointed. No. Where is Jason? Oh, he's the 76. Jason?
That's good.
Jason, I'm going to jump in here if that's okay. Congratulations, win it in the A class.
Yeah, no, that was a really great going round and round in circles thing. That was good.
It was fantastic until the safety car. Unfortunately, well, we finished on a green flag, which was great, but a bit of frustration. But it was a lovely race to begin with, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And Niall's tyres were going off towards the end. He was getting a little bit ragged. So it's a bit of a waiting game round here because it's hard to overtake. So you just need to keep the pressure on and just wait for their tyres to go off.
I mean, we saw a few times yesterday, it was a matter of waiting until somebody either made a mistake or something on the car went off. So that's experience right there. Race number 2, make any changes for later on this afternoon?
I'll put fuel in it, give it a bit of a wash. Yeah, I think we should be good.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be a good race.
Okay. Winning Class A, second overall. Great start to your weekend. We'll see you later. Cheers, Jason. Thank you very much. Have we got the mini winner here? Is this... Zach, excellent. Having your car weighed, is it all right?
Yeah. We're actually a little bit overweight, so that's good. Yeah, awesome race. The start was a bit hectic. There was an orange BMW stranded on the grid, so that made things interesting. I think that held up a couple of other people, which kind of gave me the jump to get into the lead. But yeah, other than that, just drove a used to motorbikes. Drove a nice, comfortable race. I had Dan Butcherlord in the blue Mini right on my tail the whole race, and I was waiting for the move to come towards the end of the race, but then I think the safety car helped me out a little bit, to be honest. So
I mean, the safety car can do two things. It can sort of spoil the race or do you a favour, and in that case it certainly did you a favour, didn't it?
It did me a favour, but I think for Dan, he was just sort of edging up, and I think he was getting ready. And,
now, we don't get to see scrutineering that often, so what are they sort of looking at on your car, other than weighing it, the bonnet's up, what are they looking for?
I mean, I've lifted the bonnet up just to cool it down. They're weighing it, then they just check things like the battery, alternator, things like that.
Now, you said your car's overweight, which is great. Why would it be overweight?
Well, just because I've got some weight in there, just so that we were within regulations. Okay. So, I mean, I was only a little bit overweight. I think it was about 8 kg. So, yeah, it's enough just to. I don't want to put too much in there, but especially on a track like this where it's all there's a lot of slipstreaming going on down there.
And what did you get up to over lunchtime? They got one more race later on.
I'll probably just have something to eat, chill, make sure the car's all okay, and have a think about what the strategy is for the next race.
Congratulations on your win.
Happy Easter, everyone.
Lovely stuff. Right, that means it is now officially lunchtime, and over in scrutineering over here, I was actually given little chocolate Easter eggs, so I'm going to go away and eat my egg, and I'll hand you back to Dave Goddard.
I'm not jealous, honest. No chocolate eggs in here, in my commentary box. Well, it is now the lunch break, and we'll be back in action in about half an hour here at Brands Hatch with our next race, which is race 4 of the weekend, I should say, for the British Truck Racing Championship. Partially reverse grid once again. I can tell you a couple of trucks were given a warning in the previous race for emitting excess smoke. That's Ricky Collett, John Bowler and Brad Smith. They've been given a warning, so if it happens again, they may be penalised. I suppose you could say it's no Smokey and the Bandit here at Brands Hatch today. Yes, you can't emit too much smoke, else you can be penalised. The judges are looking out for it. Well, in the meantime, while we have our half hour for lunch and give our marshals in particular a chance for a short break, we're going to show you race 2 for the trucks from yesterday here at Brands Hatch. We'll be back on air live in about half an hour. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead the rolling start away. Hopefully we'll see John Bowler back out tomorrow. 3 races tomorrow and reverse grids being brought in as well. The first race tomorrow, race 3 of the weekend, will see the top 8 in each division reversed from race 1's results. Race 4 of the weekend will be a reverse grid from this race. It's working slightly differently this year. Okay, here we go then. Ready for the rolling start. Pace truck leads them away. We really should be hearing Convoy right now, shouldn't we? I'm not going to sing it, don't worry. Of course, the singer and writer of the song Convoy, C.W. McCall, sadly passed away recently, the American country singer. One of the few examples of a song inspiring a film and not the other way around. 10-4 Rubber Duck. There are replicas of the truck from Convoy out there, the Mack. It'd be nice if we could have one of those as our pace truck one day. There's Adam Bint, the HVO fuelled Volvo. Stephen Powell, a bit of bodywork missing from the front of his MA in his first Division 1 meeting. Let's hope they all get through the first corner okay. Stephen Powell spun in race 1. Ready for our second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Brands Hatch. 15 minutes of racing to come. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, great rivals for so many years, on the front row of the grid. There's Michael Oliver. Father Stewart a little bit further up the grid in his Volvo. John Powell and Jock Borthwick head up Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. Can Ryan Smith, the 6 times champion, going for 7 in a row this year, make it a double in the Daimler Freightliner at the front of the field? David Jenkins in the MAN alongside him. Simon Reed missed race 1, hoping to make up for lost points here in the Iveco on the second row. The power comes on and away they go down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good stop by Ryan Smith, good stop by John Newell. Moves in to the inside, will try and attack David Jenkins for second place. It looks as though Division 1 have all made it round Paddock Bend okay for the first time. This much bigger field of Division 1 trucks than last year. There's Division 2, 6 of them together. John Powell's got the lead as they head through Paddock for the first time, chased by Borthwick and Adam Bint. Everybody round okay so far in Division 1. It's Ryan Smith who leads the way from David Jenkins. Third place is John Newell. Stephen Powell's made a good start, up into 4th place in the number 3. There's Craig Reed, side by side with Stuart Oliver. A bit of rubbing between those two. Down the straight, Oliver off onto the grass in the Volvo, the 10-time champion. Ryan Smith in the other bonneted truck leads the way. Oh, and a tangle there, that's Michael Oliver and Craig Reed. Well, Craig Reed managed to hit both of the Oliver family there on the Cooper Straight, and he's tangled with Michael Oliver. They spin out onto the grass. Completing the first lap, it is Ryan Smith leading, David Jenkins in second. Let's have a replay of what happened there into Surtees. It looked to me as though Craig Reed, as he came back off the side of Stuart Oliver, he hit the other Oliver Jr. off onto the grass. The leaders meanwhile head up Halewood Rise. Ryan Smith leads David Jenkins, John Newell in third. Stephen Powell going well in 4th place in his slightly light truck with that front bodywork missing. Down towards Bottom Bend. Is it going to be a second win for that mightily impressive looking new truck of Ryan Smith? Simon Reed going well, number 89, the older of the brothers. Stuart Oliver recovering that little bit of rubbing with Craig Reed, chasing Bradley Smith, who's cured his overheating problems for the time being. Bradley, the youngest man in the race, made his debut in that truck at Brands Hatch at the end of last year. John Powell leads Division 2. He's got ahead of Simon Faulkner on the Division 1 trucks there. Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith, number 16, next in Division 2. In the number 16, I'm not sure what colour you'd call that car. Sort of a beige colour, isn't it? Chased by Adam Bint in the number 5. I'm sure the team will clarify what colour they prefer that to be known as. Towards the First corner at Paddock Hill Bend. Simon Faulkner, the newcomer, in among the Division 2 trucks there. Luke Garrett a little bit further back, just getting used to his new truck. It's Ryan Smith who leads by 1.2 seconds now. John Bowler leads Division 2. John Powell, rather. Adam Bint fighting it out with Brad Smith. They're almost side by side. It's Graham Hill Bend in the Unity Recovery and Midland Truck Breakers. Daff hopefully won't be breaking this one. Adam Bint had problems in race 1, finished 5 laps down. He made his first points of the season here. It's John Powell rather, continue. Sorry, I always get those two mixed up. It's John Powell who leads Division 2. My apologies there. Here's a replay of Simon Reed chasing Stephen Powell. This is the battle for 4th place through Druids Hill Bentley. John Newell ahead of them. The first two have broken away slightly now. There we see side by side between Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith. Oliver gets through as Bradley Smith slides wide. He was heading for the rallycross circuit there. The old rallycross course used to turn left just beyond Druids and head across the known as the knife edge, at the top of the spectator area. With Craig Reed chasing Bradley Smith, who's cured his overheating problems for the time being. Bradley, the youngest man in the race, made his debut in that truck at Brands Hatch at the end of last year. John Powell leads Division 2. He's got ahead of Simon Faulkner, one of the Division 1 trucks there. Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith, number 16, next in Division 2. In the number 16, I'm not sure what colour you'd call that car. Sort of a beige colour, isn't it? Chased by Adam Bint in the number 5. I'm sure the team will clarify what colour they prefer that to be known as. Towards the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. Simon Faulkner, the newcomer, in among the Division 2 trucks there. Luke Garrett a little bit further back, just getting used to his new truck. It's Ryan Smith who leads by 1.2 seconds now. Bowler leads Division 2, John Powell rather. Adam Bint fighting it out with Brad Smith. They're almost side by side. It's Graham Hill Bend in the Unity Recovery and Midland Truck Breakers. Daff hopefully won't be breaking this one. Adam Bint had problems in race 1, finished 5 laps down. He made his first points of the season here. It's John Powell rather, continue. Sorry, I always get those two mixed up. It's John Powell who leads Division 2. My apologies there. Here's a replay of Simon Reed chasing Stephen Powell. This is the battle for 4th place through Druids Hill Bentley. John Newell ahead of them. The first two have broken away slightly now. There we see side by side between Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith. Oliver gets through as Bradley Smith slides wide. He was heading for the rallycross circuit there. The old rallycross course used to turn left just beyond Druids and head across the known as the knife edge, at the top of the spectator area. Well, problems there, a tangle between Brad Smith and Adam Bint. We saw they were battling closely, they were tangled at Druids. Brad Smith clears off. Poor old Adam Bint, I think he may have damaged the suspension there. Right, let's have a look again at what happened there. Adam Bint up the inside, that was never on, and one. Straight into the side of Brad Smith. Not enough room for two trucks side by side through there. I think Adam Bint may have damaged his left front suspension. Yep, he's out. With that truck abandoned there on the track, will we see a race stoppage? Adam Bint needs to get back from the edge of the road there with the race still going on around him. The lead gap was 1.5 seconds last time through. David Jenkins trying his hardest to stay with Ryan Smith. John Newell further back in 3rd place, then Stephen Powell still holding off Simon Reed. Behind them, Mark Taylor in the number 81 MAN. Then a gap back to Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collins. Then a gap back to Division 2. Between Division 1 and 2 is about 6.5 seconds at the moment. Simon Reed, first race of the season. He missed race 1 with a few problems after qualifying. Trying chase down Stephen Powell for 4th place. There go the leaders. Smith from Jenkins, as we've seen so often before. And Adam Bint still on the track there. He needs to be signalled back. Shouldn't really be staying with his truck. That's in a dangerous position there if anyone is to go off on the outside of Druids there. Where is he going? I thought the race may well be red flagged with Adam Bint's truck that close to the edge of the track, but it is continuing. There go the leaders. Their gap has increased this time through, I think. Ryan Smith from David Jenkins. 9 minutes of the race still to go. Simon Reed still trying to get past Stephen Powell for 4th place. The lead gap's increased, but only by a couple of tenths of a second that time through. Pick up on Division 2 when we can as well. Taylor on the tail of Simon Reed. There's been struck commanded on the outside of Druids. The driver seems to be treating it as if he was in a lay-by beside an A road, didn't he? There is our Division 2 leader, John Powell. That's Michael Oliver. He's a Division 1 truck, got delayed in that tangle with Craig Reed, ahead of Jock Borthwick. He's second in Division 2, the number 32. Then Simon Faulkner. So the two divisions overlapping here. Simon Faulkner back in 14th, only a couple of meetings into his career, made his debut at Pembrey last autumn. Further behind them, Craig Evans is 3rd in Division 2. Then it's Craig Reed, there he is. So Craig Reed's got back ahead of Evans now, as he recovers from his spin earlier on. Then Luke Garrett, then Brad Smith after his off. John Bowler showing us having joined in with the race. I think he is running further back. John Bowler showing us having completed 5 laps, so he did join in from the pit lane. Halfway through this 15-minute race, Spring Sunshine of Brands Hatch. Ryan Smith leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. It's John Newell, Stephen Powell and Simon Reed. There's Stuart Oliver back in 7th place in the number 7. Bradley Smith in 8th place. Fern's Group liveried MAN. That truck was in plain white last season, does look good in its new livery. Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett next. O'Rourke a bit wide there through Clearways. Lead gap remaining the same, so David Jenkins not allowing Ryan Smith to get away too far here. A little bit of smoke from Ricky Collins, number 95 there, and there is, well, that would have been a battle in Division 2 last season, but Craig Reed has upgraded his Iveco. He's now in Division 1. Caught up with Michael Oliver early on, chasing Borthwick here. He should get the advantage. Meanwhile, Simon, his elder brother, on the tail of Stephen Powell. Has been for the whole race. He just can't quite get a break to get alongside the number 3. There goes Ryan Smith. And now they're side by side coming through Surtees. Stephen Powell still staying ahead. This is allowing Mark Taylor to close up as well in the number 81. Side by side this time. Simon Reed's got the inside line though down to Paddock Bend. He could get past here with a bit of luck for 4th place. He's on the tighter line. And Reed goes through, up into 4th position. Now Mark Taylor's going to have a go at Stephen Powell as well. The 2020 Division 2 champion, Stephen Powell. 2nd on his title defence last year. Well, there are the leaders. They've checked out in front by nearly 8 seconds now, ahead of the 3rd place fight. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins separated by 1.5 seconds for most of the race. Beautiful, very continental style bonneted truck. The Bugira Freightliners run in the European Championship by the Czech-based team of Martin Koluk. Adam Lashko was one of their leading drivers, if I remember rightly, in the European Series as well. The using Daimler-Benz chassis. If it's the same chassis as used by Ryan Smith last season in his Mercedes, and that was built by Norbert Kiss, the Hungarian driver. So very much a continental truck, this one. Oh, Ricky Collett's out. Ricky Collett, back when he last raced in 2019-2020, had endless engine problems, that MAN, and it's let him down again. We haven't seen Ricky Collett race since he had that big accident at Thruxton in 2020 when he rolled his truck. I remember many years ago, I believe it was Chris Hodge who got his truck upside down here at Brands Hatch. And then they sent out the famous wheelie truck of Steve Murty to entertain the crowd while they rebuilt the barriers from his accident, and Steve Murty proceeded to roll his wheelie truck as well. There's the battle for third place. John Newell being caught by Simon Reed. Good to have Simon back out, been busy with work commitments over the last couple of years with Reed Freight. It's his brother who's been getting on with racing. Stephen Powell caught by Mark Taylor. Behind them we've got Stuart Oliver. Relatively quiet race for Stuart here, down in 7th, ahead of Bradley Smith, O'Rourke and Michael Oliver, Oliver Jr. in 10th. John Powell continues to lead Division 2. Could he mount a serious challenge for the title in Division 2 for the first time? See him in the background there, just ahead of Simon Fulton. Simon Reed looking for a podium. 3 minutes of the race to go. The lead gap has increased last time through by about a second as well, 2.6 seconds in it now. So Ryan Smith just beginning to pull away from his arch rival of many years, David Jenkins. No love lost between those two on track. Simon Reed, meanwhile, all over the back of John Newell now. He's caught the Yorkshireman. Started in Division 2 several years ago, then was absent from the racing season for several seasons while he built up his business. Returned a couple of years back. A couple of wins last year. Down the hill, through Graham Hill Bend. Stephen Powell still ahead of Mark Taylor. Stuart Oliver closing on them now. Personal best lap last time through for Simon Reed, 59.61 seconds. He is turning up the heat on John Newell. His last lap was a 60.344. So losing a bit of ground there. 9 seconds behind David Jenkins now. There's John Powell, still leading Division 2. He's got the Division 1 truck of Simon Faulkner and Craig Reed behind him. But we know Craig was delayed earlier on. Jock Borthwick still second in Division 2, and third is Craig Evans, Mr. Consistent when it comes to Division 2. Not the quickest driver out there, but always in the top 3. There's a yellow light on there coming through the exit of Paddock Hill. I would suspect the yellow warning is out for stranded truck there. It's been out for much of the race. Adam Bint is stranded there. And of course we've got Ricky Collett as well. Brad Smith with a bit of damage. He's the man who tangled with Adam Bint. He's just been lapped. Just over a minute left on the clock. We might get 2 more laps out of this. Be close again, just as it was in race 1. Ryan Smith over the line. Yes, I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. He's run wide there. There's John Bowler. I thought he'd got going again. Number 14. He's only shown as having completed 8 laps so far, though, so I imagine, like Adam Bint in race 1, he won't be classified. Powell continues to lead Division 2. And now Craig Evans is having a go at Jock Borthwick, and Luke Garrett's in there as well, so we've got a battle for second in Division 2, and Ryan Smith has got a lap this lot very shortly as well. Maybe hoping he doesn't catch them before the end of the race, so he won't have to make his way through. One false move, he'll be on the side of the track on the dirt, and David Jenkins will be on it. The gap was 2.7 seconds. Is it going to be checkered flag or end of race this time? Across the line comes Ryan Smith. No, 1 more lap to go. Just got to the line in time to start a final lap. Coming up on John Bowler in the Union flag liveried machine. Reminds me of the old Leyland Road train raced by Brian Garnett. That had the Union flag design on the front. Gertie, as she was known. I believe Gertie held the world speed record for an HGV at one stage. They can do a fair speed when you take the limiters off. On the last lap now, Ryan Smith has got to negotiate the back markers now, and John Bowler's not giving way here. David Jenkins is closing in. Now Smith makes the lunge. Through he goes. Excuse me, John Bowler. He said, oh, he's got caught up with him. I thought that might happen. Smith's into the gravel. David Jenkins is going to win it. Oh my goodness. I had a feeling something like that might happen with the back markers. David Jenkins can't believe his luck, and he takes the win. Oh, there's going to be a tempers frayed after that. We saw John Bowler initially didn't move out of the way. Then Ryan Smith moved back to the other side at Clearways. I thought he got through at the inside, but the two trucks got caught up together. And David Jenkins says, thank you very much, I'll steal the win. Let's see if we can see what happened there. I don't think John Bowler realised that Ryan Smith was there. Ryan Smith is going to be a very angry man as a result of that. His big rival David Jenkins takes his first win of the season. Meanwhile, John Newell is third ahead of Simon Reed. He held him off to the end. Stephen Powell fifth ahead of Mark Taylor. Stuart Oliver down in seventh. A subdued race for him. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. John Powell wins Division 2 for the second time this weekend. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents, from here at Brands Hatch. A slightly blustery but sunny day on this Easter Sunday. About to get underway again after the lunch break. Just seen the replay of race 2 for the trucks from yesterday. Dramatic finish, certainly, with Ryan Smith getting caught up with a back marker on the very last bend. David Jenkins pinching the win. It's that race which gives the partially reversed grid for our next race of the day, British Trucks Race 4. Now, looking at the grid sheet, it looks like only the top 6 has been reversed. It's usually the top 8 that get reversed. We'll see what happens when they come up to the grid to line up very shortly. After the trucks, we'll have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club back out there. Pre-66 touring cars, the oldest machines we've got here today. We've got Minis, Anglias, Hillman Imps, a couple of American beasts as well. It was Piers Grange's Ford Mustang that won yesterday. There's a short gap before we have the next Classic Touring Car race, pre-93 and 83 touring cars, mainly BMWs, the pre-93s. It was David Griffin who won for them yesterday. And Stephen Primetz, the regular winner in pre-83, did not take the win. He was ambushed on the final lap by Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun, who took his first win. We've got another race for the pickup trucks coming up as well after that. Then the final Classic Touring Car Racing Club, which is the pre-03 touring cars, mainly Honda Civics and a couple of BMWs. It's combined with the Jaguar Challenge. They had a rather chaotic race at the end of yesterday's programme. Hopefully everybody's repaired from that one. Final race for the trucks is after that, and then finally the Kumho BMW Championship, their second race of the day to close out the programme. Looking at the grid, we should see, if the grid sheet is correct, Mark Taylor, number 81, on pole. He spun in the race earlier today, finished down in 10th. And Stephen Powell will be alongside him in truck number 3 with his MAN, the former Division 2 champion, making the move up. Second row, 89, Simon Reed, alongside 18, John Newell. And the third row, the two protagonists at the top so far this weekend, Ryan Smith, number 1, and 69, David Jenkins. They, if the grid sheet is correct, should be going from the third row of the grid. Scania Pace Truck leading up to the grid. While they line up ready for the rolling starts, we can head down to Pointy in the paddock, who's got a bit of insight for us.
So down here in Parc Ferme, after what feels like quite a short break in the sunshine after race 1 of Sunday here at Brands Hatch, and we're just about to see the Division 1, Division 2 trucks making their way back out for race 2. We've heard the whistle blown, which usually means we're about to see some vehicles start moving. This is when everybody realises they've not got air in their tanks and they can't move their trucks until they've charged them up a little bit. We can see they've already started to line them up. Again, a slightly different running order today. I believe it's a reverse grid from second race yesterday. Again, this whole new idea of the reverse grids being delayed is it gives them more time for any issues during the races. Last year we had quite a lot of arguments and indecisions, and it made a big difference to how things were lined up the next race. So to give them a little bit more leeway from BARC, they've decided to rearrange the reverse grids so that the next day reflects the previous day. Plenty of time to sort out the riffraff, if you know what I mean. Right, Tom O'Rourke making his way out now. Seems to be the one they were waiting for to get going. Little bit of a false start earlier on. Mark Taylor, we haven't spoken to him yet, flying some Ukrainian flags, which is very nice to see in the 81. Steve Powell giving us a wave there in his MAN. Adam Bint in the support team, almost going into the back. My goodness, I didn't think I'd be commentating a race whilst we were here. And is that Craig? Is that, I know yesterday we found out that Craig and Simon Reed have got almost identical trucks. The only difference being one of them has red wing mirrors. The only problem is I've forgotten which one that actually is. So it was a Reed brother, okay, that's all we need to know. 6-time reigning champion of Division 1, Ryan Smith, having a second place. Really was an interesting finish for him in the last race. He was gaining Jenkins by 0.2 of a second every lap. So Michael Oliver now in the number 12, last year's number 11 Martin Gibson truck, having some issues yesterday with his steering box, meant he almost ran me over, which was nice. Simon Faulkner seems to be dropping back a lot at the moment, still finding his feet in the championship. John Newell, interesting rejoin on the track in this morning's first race, going into the side of Stu Oliver. Dave Jenkins, of course, taking the first. Very, very happy with his results so far this weekend. And of course, our new friend Bradley Smith, fantastic effort, taking his first podium in Division 1 ever, which is really good. Just 21 years old, and really sticking it to the old guns there in his first race today. Stuart Oliver not coming off too badly scathed from the T-bone that he received off John Newell earlier on, going round Surtees Bend. We can see a bit of damage there to the fiberglass side. 68, of course, the other Reed. Brad Smith taking second in the race just now from Division 2 in the new Unity and Midland Caliper Centres colours. And who are we waiting for now? Ricky Collett now. We have had to have words with Ricky Collett. Quite a bit of black smoke coming from his truck in the previous race, and that of course is now against regulation, so I'm aware that BARC has asked the question, and we'll see how that goes on and gets developed for the rest of the race. Jock Borthwick, my man, Craig Evans just in front of him. Luke Garrett, of course, you can't miss Luke Garrett. Feel free to add in the comments below what you think of the Apollo Tyres colour scheme this year. I'm sure Dave will have a read. John Powell doing very well, not having any technical difficulties so far this weekend. John Bowler, we spoke to him earlier on. Hand-painted truck I have, completely hand-painted. A friend of his did the whole thing with spray cans. And of course, to finish off the entire Parc Ferme, I might as well mention him, Adam Bint. That's all of them, full class, signed, sealed, delivered. Let's go racing.
Thanks very much indeed, Pointy. They're already moving away on their rolling lap. Mark Taylor and Stephen Powell should be on the front of the grid. Then Simon Reed, John Newell, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins have brought them to you. Fourth row we should have Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith, then Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver. Behind them Simon Faulkner, Craig Reed and Ricky Collett round out the Division 1 trucks. The grid has been corrected. It is the top 8 that's reversed because Bradley Smith and Stuart Oliver are on the front row. The grid sheet was incorrect, I was right. I thought it was a bit strange. Yes, they've just amended it. They'd mistakenly reversed only the top 6 on the grid sheet. Brad Smith, meanwhile, number 16, is on the front of the Division 2 pack, ahead of Craig Evans, number 10. Then number 32, Jock Borthwick. 42, Luke Garrett, yes, he's there. John Powell is there, number 6. 14 of John Bowler. And Adam Bint, hoping to get a finish this time, starts at the back. They're all present and correct, ready for a 15-minute race. Making it even more tough for Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. They've got to come through from row number 4. It's Bradley Smith on pole, Stuart Oliver alongside, ready for race number 4 of the season opening weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Brad Smith at the front of Division 2. First time ever I've known 2 drivers of the same name being on pole in the same race. Not many championships where you can say that. Bradley Smith then leads them up towards the lights. The Scania Pace truck has pulled off. What's going to happen this time? Let's find out as the power comes on and we go truck racing here at Brands Hatch, down towards the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. It's a good start from Stuart Oliver. He leads the way in the repaired number 7 after his collision with John Newell in the race earlier on. He leads down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Oh, there's contact. Stephen Powell into the gravel. Mark Taylor's gone off with him. That could be the end of race for those 2. Through the dust come the Division 2s. Brad Smith at the front. We've got Tom O'Rourke on the grass on the inside of Druids. Ran out of room there trying to tackle David Jenkins and number 12 Michael Oliver in the ex-Martin Gibson truck. Martin Gibson taking a year out of truck racing this year, concentrating on racing elsewhere. Let's see what happened there. There's the tangle. Mark Taylor and Stephen Powell. And the local man goes axle deep into the gravel. Mark Taylor in as well. I don't think they're going to get out from there. Race continuing on for the moment, but I think we may have red flags as a result of that. Yes, the race has been stopped. 2 trucks in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, so in the interest of safety, the race has been stopped. There's the reason. Poor old Steve Powell. It's been a tough debut in Division 1 for him. Been battered from pillar to post. Already had some damage from yesterday's first race. Mark Taylor in there as well. And the heavy recovery vehicles are going to be needed to be brought in there. So no laps completed, so it should be a rerun over the full distance. Mark Taylor caught up. He's had an incident-packed day. He spun in the first race of the day earlier on and ended up 10th. Steve Powell finding the graduation to Division 1 rather tough. The Dines Recovery and HGV Direct MAN. Recovery vehicle in attendance. Let's take a look at that again. Yep, there's the tangle. Mark Taylor into the side of Stephen Powell. Great cloud of dust as they go into the gravel, and they're not going to get out from there. The gravel arresting the progress of the 2 trucks. You can see how deeply up to the axles that the number 3 is buried. And the Neil Yates Recovery and LJ Transportation vehicles in attendance, thanks to our recovery crews. It will be a rerun over the full 15-minute duration for our second truck race of the day once the hazard has been cleared. The other truck's back to the grid. Now, the second row you can see is missing. Those are the 2 trucks that have gone off. Everybody else is still there okay. Good to see that John Newell's repaired the number 18 MAN after his collision with Stuart Oliver earlier on. Somebody was asking in the comments over the lunch break, what does MAN stand for? In German, it means Maschinenfabrik Augsburg-Nürnberg. Machine manufacturers of Augsburg and Nuremberg, I presume that means. Makers of trucks and buses. And some smaller vans these days as well. Plenty of commercial vehicles on display in the paddock for the fans to have a look at. We've got some very nice show trucks here, including an American Kenworth I spotted yesterday. Got monster truck rides as well. The Red Dragon ride monster truck. I did take a ride in that vehicle myself at another event several years ago. Certainly as good as any roller coaster. Plenty of attractions for all the family here at Brands Hatch. These truck events, very much family events. Plenty of young fans looking to get up and close to their heroes in the truck racing as well. And now they get to see how a truck is recovered after an incident. We have had at the truck racing festivals in the past demonstrations by breakdown firms of how a crashed truck is recovered when you're out on the motorway and so on. How to recover an overturned lorry. Thankfully no overturning there from Stephen Powell and Mark Taylor. Fans will wait patiently for the race to get back underway when the trucks are cleared. You can see some of the show trucks in the background there on display. See the course cars in attendance as well. The driver's perfectly okay. Mark Taylor in the number 81, the man from Sutton in Ashfield. This is how the grid will form up. The second row currently missing, but hopefully we will see those two trucks. If they can get them back out, they may start from the pits. So no Mark Taylor and Stephen Powell on the grid sheets. Bradley Smith and Stuart Oliver at the front. Row 3, Simon Reed. Good to see him back racing this year in the Iveco after a year or two away. Younger brother Craig further back. The reigning Division 2 champion. John Newell on the third row. Row 4 is the big two in the championship, Ryan Smith and David Jenkins. Jenks, a former champion, looking to end the run of Ryan Smith's successes this year. They're big rivals, those two. Tom O'Rourke on the fifth row. Alongside him we should see the name of Michael Oliver. It's not appearing on our grid graphics as he missed qualifying yesterday. Didn't manage to set a lap in the ex-Martin Gibson truck. Simon Faulkner, Craig Reed and Ricky Collett round out Division 1. Ricky Collett, as we saw during the lunch break, went out in race 2 yesterday with engine trouble. Then Division 2, lining up with the finishers reversed. Brad Smith on pole, alongside Craig Evans. Jock Borthwick, the Scot, he came close to a win in race 1 yesterday, but he spun at Druids while leading the class. John Powell was the double winner in Division 2 yesterday. In the number 6, we had a quiet race 1 today, third race of the weekend. Only finished 4th in class. Luke Garrett was the winner on that occasion. It's great to have Luke back, one of several returnees this year. He was racing on the continent in the European Truck Racing Championship last year. Ryan Smith's done a few European rounds in his time as well. There's our monster truck, the Red Dragon. Based on a Ford F-150 pickup, looks like the body shape is. Do you dare ride the Red Dragon? Some passengers just getting out of the back there. It certainly is an experience, I can tell you, especially when it rides over cars to flatten them. The Red Dragons appeared at a whole variety of motorsport events over the years, based up in the Midlands. There's passengers young and old climbing aboard. Mark Taylor's got his MAN out of the gravel with a little bit of assistance from the tow vehicle. It looks like he's going to be able to move that away under its own power. It's a bit battered from the contact. Look at the left side there, the bodywork damaged. He's pulling it over. Let's wait to see whether that truck can take the restarts. He's not pulling it over, he's driving up the grass to shake out all the gravel from underneath it. That's a good move by Mark Taylor. Saves the marshals a clear-up job. You can see all the gravel and other rubbish coming out from underneath it there. Good move, Mark Taylor, keeping the circuit tidy. Got a state of that. Battered and bruised, but still going. It takes a lot to stop these trucks. He'll go back into the pit lane to have his team check the truck over. The Taylor's truck sport team. Mark Taylor, whose haulage company started out as a sponsor of Ryan Smith before Mark decided to go racing for himself. Same with Tom O'Rourke, MAN number 86. He'd never been to a truck race meeting in his life until he started sponsoring the sport through his business MV Commercial. Went to an event at Donington, had a look over it, became a sponsor and said, I'm going to have a go at that. And now he's out there with them. Red Dragon is on the move. Now we can see what this monster truck can do. Nice to see that as our pace truck, wouldn't it? Is he going to go over any of those cars? He's already flattened them once. He's getting the passengers warmed up in there. See how it leans over on its suspension as he turns it. It leans a lot more than it looks there as well. Just getting warmed up. There he goes, over what was a Ford Puma once. Look at the state of that. I assume they get the cars from scrapyards and bring them here. They're not driving around the spectator car park, don't worry. Have to be careful if this thing's ever on at Brands Hatch. I park somewhere near there at meetings when I'm in attendance on commentary duties. Luckily my car's well out the way today. Say a quick hello to Paul Clark, one of the hospitality officials at Brands Hatch. He's enjoying our action during this short break, entertaining his guests as well. Stephen Powell not being as considerate towards the marshals as Mark Taylor was, spraying gravel all over Druids Bend. And there are the Orange family. One of them's got a souvenir there from Mark Taylor's truckman. How deep it went into the gravel, you can see the tyre tracks there. So a bit of sweeping up to do. There'll be a few more minutes before this race gets back underway. Thanks for your patience, viewers, while the Orange family do their stuff at Paddock then to clear up the circuit. And the recovery teams as well. Neil Yates Recovery's big Mercedes recovery tractor just making its way off there. Now there is Mark Taylor. We've had an update on the timing screen. It will be a 12-minute race, so with the delay, it will be a slightly shortened race. The Taylor team frantically working away there. Nice to see so many race vehicles this weekend carrying the flag of Ukraine as well. And there's Stephen Powell's team. You can see the name on the front, the Portobello Inn. That's the Powell family's pub, just along the road from Brands Hatch. So a load of gravel you can see there being dug out from underneath. The course car just making an inspection, so we should hopefully be back underway shortly. Whether Mark Taylor and Stephen Powell are going to join in from the pit lane, we'll have to see if their trucks are given the all clear. Mark Taylor's going to join in what's left of the 81. He's at the end of the pit lane ready to go. Re-our monster truck rides. One of our YouTube commenters, Rose, says, I did a monster truck ride at the NASCAR race at Dover once. Never again. Riding a monster truck isn't bad, but not when you're sitting sideways. And you sit sideways in the Red Dragon as well. Love to see it used as our pace truck. Scania there. So Bradley Smith on pole in the 46. I can't remember any other race where there's been two divisions and a driver with the same name is on pole in both of them, because we've got Brad Smith further back there. I bet that's never happened in motorsport before. Two drivers with the same name on pole position in the same race. Unless it was two drivers, for example, father and son with the same first name sharing a car, perhaps. I suppose you could argue that is the same sort of thing. And certainly not in different vehicles in the same race. Anyway, that's one for the statisticians to sort out. And we're back rolling once again. This will be a 12-minute restart for the British Truck Racing Championship Race 4 here at Brands Hatch. Mark Taylor is going to join in, I would imagine, once the race goes green. Stephen Powell, I'm not so sure about. They're still working on the number 3. Simon Faulkner alongside one of the Reeds. Now, Pointy said you can tell the Reed Ivecos apart by their wing mirrors, didn't he? One's got red wing mirrors and one's got white ones. I can't remember which is which. Anyway, we'll have a look as they come through the Cooper Straights behind the pace truck. There we are. Simon's got white wing mirrors and Craig's are red. Ready for the restart of race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bradley Smith and Stuart Oliver leading the grid around. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, the two to watch on row 4 of the grid. Well, it's become row 3 now because a couple of trucks in the pit lane after their tangle. Brad Smith and Craig Evans lead Division 2. John Powell looking for his 3rd win of the weekend. Luke Garrett for his 2nd. So it'll be a 12-minute race, reduced after the delay to clear up the incident. Pace truck is in pit lane, waiting for the red lights to come on. They go out, and here we go. Good start again by Stuart Oliver in the number 7 Volvo. Leads into the first corner ahead of Bradley Smith, Simon Reed and John Newell side by side for 3rd. Looks like they've all made it round Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Our Division 2 going to do the same. Brad Smith has got through. Yes, they've all made it round. Mark Taylor joining in at the back in the number 81. So far, everybody is through cleanly. Brad Smith leads Division 2 in the number 16. Good start by John Powell, side by side with Jock Borthwick. Not such a good start by Luke Garrett. And Simon Reed leaning on John Newell there, side by side through Graham Hill Bend for 3rd place. Stuart Oliver leads. Simon Reed forced wide onto the grass. Ryan Smith says, thanks very much, I'll go through on the inside. David Jenkins trying to follow him. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo. Simon Reed is leaned onto the curbs again, this time by David Jenkins. And Michael Oliver's off. Off he goes, and he's going to go into the tyre wall. Wallop straight in goes the number 12. Once you get onto the grass, it's a struggle to get it back, but he's bounced out of the tyre wall, and he's going to try and get going again. Yellow flag's out at Surtees. Division 2 will have to pass through before Michael Oliver can rejoin. He bounced off somebody, I didn't quite see who it was. But the race is continuing at the moment, with Stuart Oliver, Michael's father, in the lead. 2nd place is the number 46 of Bradley Smith, the young gun, we heard from him earlier. 3rd is John Newell, then Ryan Smith in 4th position. Here's a replay of that incident. It was as Simon Reed came back on, that forced Michael Oliver to go wide. He went onto the grass, no grip there, he couldn't steer out of it, bounced across the grass and walloped straight into the tyre wall. Great shame for Michael, and a bit more work for our marshals to do. Stuart Oliver leads them, pulling away from Bradley Smith, John Newell, Ryan Smith. 5th position is David Jenkins. So that incident was caused, it was a bit of a chain reaction because Simon Reed came back off the grass. He'd been forced wide by David Jenkins, and that saw Michael Oliver take avoiding action. He got onto the grass and slid into the tyre wall. Ryan Smith looking quick here in the number 1. I rather put the commentator's curse on Ryan Smith yesterday, didn't I? I said he might fall over a back marker on the final lap, and that's exactly what happened. Sorry, Ryan. Michael Oliver's been into the pits. Oh, Ryan Smith's hit the back of John Newell. What's happened there? Straight into the back of the 18, who spins around. Well, Ryan Smith lost a lot of his front bodywork there, look. I'm not sure what that was all about. He seemed to... Did he lose his brakes going into Druids there? That was bizarre. Try and see again what happened there, if we can. There's Michael Oliver. He's rejoined after going into the pits to check for damage. No sign of Stephen Powell joining the race either. Has that damaged the front suspension of number 1, Ryan Smith? He's got David Jenkins on his tail now. He may have damaged the steering as well. He's just feeling his way back in this. Let's see if we can see what happened. He went up the inside of John Newell. He locked up. He realised he wasn't going to make it, hit the back of the 18 and spun it around. That was just a bit of over-optimism by Ryan Smith, I think, there. Went for the inside on John Newell, realised too late that he wasn't going to make it, had to lock up. It's all playing into the hands of Stuart Oliver and his Volvo, repaired after his collision with John Newell in race 1. John Newell's been in the wars this weekend. Ryan Smith has managed to stay ahead of his arch-rival David Jenkins. Simon Reed behind them in the 89. Here's a fight in Division 2, being led by John Powell at the moment, I think. No, it's not, I apologise, it's Brad Smith. He's got out in front there, the cream-coloured truck of number 16. That's your Division 2 leader. Craig Reed having a go at Tom O'Rourke, rather. Struggling to keep up with this race. Plenty of chaos in the early stages. Fans are loving this. Here comes Ryan Smith having a go at Michael Oliver. Now Michael's a lap down. Should really let Ryan Smith go through there, and he does. Ryan still in 3rd place after that contact with John Newell. He's chasing after Bradley Smith, no relation, in 2nd place. A great weekend he has had so far. First podium earlier on today. Stuart Oliver leads by nearly 4 seconds in the Volvo, looking for his first win of the season. If things go his way and Ryan Smith gets bogged down battling everybody else, could it be title number 11 for Stuart Oliver? He hasn't had the best of starts to his day here at Brands this Easter Sunday, with that tangle with John Newell earlier on. Ryan Smith chasing down Bradley Smith, his namesake. David Jenkins under pressure from Simon Reed. He's running well in the Iveco. Behind them, Tom O'Rourke is 6th, Craig Reed 7th, John Newell 8th, Ricky Collett is 9th. Then we've got the first of the Division 2s, Brad Smith leading John Powell and Jock Norfolk. Well, Stuart Oliver's pulling away as everybody else battles behind him. Are we going to see a first win of the season for the truck racing legend from the northeast of England? There's bits of Ryan Smith's bodywork all over the inside of Druids. Doesn't seem to have slowed the truck down, though. He's on the bumper of Bradley Smith here. Gave him a bit of a tap there coming down Graham Hill to let him know he's there, and Michael Oliver's off again. I wonder if there was some damage to that truck from the initial off. He's gone into the gravel at Druids, slid straight on there. David Jenkins under fire from Simon Reed, going well in the Iveco. That's for 4th position. But they're falling behind Stuart Oliver all the time. The gap was 4.5 seconds last time through, as here comes Ryan Smith. He's going to take Bradley Smith for 2nd place on the run out of Clark Kerr. They're side by side over the line. 300ths of a second apart as they cross the line. They're 5.5 seconds near enough now behind Stuart Oliver. Michael Oliver runs in. There's his dad Stuart going through in the background with the lead. Now Ryan Smith is going to put the hammer down and try to catch the other bonneted truck in the race. And the red flags are coming out again. The red flag is out again, a dangerous position for Michael Oliver's truck at Druids. So in the interests of safety, the race will be stopped. Now, 5 minutes 40 left on the clock. We'll wait and see what the officials are going to do here. It shouldn't take too long to recover Michael Oliver's truck. Stuck in the gravel at Druids. We're going to wait and see what the decision is here. Good to see Adam Bint still running in the number 5 there, just behind the remains of Bart Taylor's truck. Stephen Powell, incidentally, never emerged from the pits. He was a non-starter on the restart. There's Michael Oliver, surveying the damage to number 12. Something broke there, he says. But what was it? Caused me to go into the gravel. Must have been something damaged in the initial impact with the tyre wall a couple of laps ago and then sliding off. There's the other Team Oliver racing truck, sponsored by GT Tyres, the tyre supplier to the series, and Kelsa Truck Products. Also sponsors of a couple of drivers in Formula 1 stock cars. Kelsa, Luke Davidson is one of their sponsors. It's one of his sponsors. Ryan Smith with a chunk bitten out of his Daimler. The Daimler Freightliner, as I've taken to calling it. Run by the Worldwide Truck Racing Team, a new name for the team this year. Check them out on social media. Michael Oliver walks disconsolately away, the man from Hexham in Northumberland. And the LJ Transportation recovery vehicle called upon again to drag the truck out of the gravel. Now the rest of the pack are waiting on the grid, so it looks like we are going to get a restart. They haven't been taken back to the paddock, so we will get a short restart to this race. And now we get another look at how to recover a beached race truck. Marshall's in attendance, just keeping an eye on things. It's the Neil Yates recovery truck that's going to be used. Big 4-axle Mercedes. Very impressive looking beasts, the recovery vehicles. I remember earlier this year on the M25 overtaking a couple of big American, I think they were Kenworth truck recovery vehicles, all lit up at night. Mightily impressive sight they were. It's the Mercedes doing the job here. We await news on what's going to happen with the restart to this race once the track is clear. No news on the timing screens at the moment. But it looks like we will get a restart. Trucks now on the move. Now, are they lining them up or are they going back to the paddock? Red flag still out. Now, are they being signalled back into the paddock? Wait to see if Stuart Oliver turns left. It looks like it. I think that's going to be result declared then. Well, that's a shame because we denied the chance of seeing whether Ryan Smith was going to catch Stuart Oliver. So if the result is declared at that point, we haven't had the checkered flag come up on the screen yet to signify end of race. If that's result declared, it will be a win for Stuart Oliver, and 3 different winners in Division 1 so far this weekend. We don't say that very often given the dominance of Ryan Smith in recent years, but 2 wins for David Jenkins, 1 for Ryan Smith and now 1 for Stuart Oliver provisionally. We haven't had official confirmation yet if a result is going to be declared from that. But if it is, it's Stuart Oliver the winner, Bradley Smith in second, and Ryan Smith in third. Because Ryan was just about to try and take Bradley Smith when the red flag came out. David Jenkins will be fourth, ahead of Simon Reed. Then Tom O'Rourke, Craig Reed, John Newell, Ricky Collett and Brad Smith completing the top 10. Brad Smith will take the win in Division 2. So we've had 3 different winners from 4 races there as well. John Powell next ahead of Jock Borthwick and Simon Faulkner. Craig Evans, Adam Bint will finally get a finish if the result is declared there. He'll be relieved. Then Mark Taylor after joining from the pits. Luke Garrett and John Bowler. Okay, I think we can hand down to Pointy in Parc Ferme to give us a bit of a further update on that one.
Oh dear, that was a run. That was a run. So let's just bring you all back up to speed. If you've been watching that race, wow, some serious incidents. Some that didn't cause red flags, two that did cause red flags. We had two offs with Mark Taylor going into the side of Stephen Powell in the first lap on Paddock Hill Bend, and then we also saw some tussling later on in the race. Stuart Oliver there ended up with Michael Oliver having some steering issues, going off in the hairpin, and then I do believe BARC then reversed to the lap before's results, meaning that Bradley Smith has just taken a second place finish in front of reigning champion Ryan Smith in third, and Stuart Oliver takes the first. So if that result does stick, which I believe it's going to have to now, they're sending all the trucks down to Parc Ferme now, which means we're officially over. One more race left to do this afternoon, but let's see if we can go over and grab Stuart Oliver to see how he feels, because regardless of what happened there, ladies and gentlemen, he definitely got first place. The GT sponsored number 7 Bullnose Volvo. Let's see if we can get to the right door. This is when you have to know whether they're a left-hand drive or a right-hand drive, and I bet it's wrong. It is a left-hand drive. So I've only been doing this 12 years, it's fine, ladies and gentlemen. Stuart Oliver, perfect timing. So a bit of a result for you there, lots of clean air.
Yeah, I got away good start twice, and just made the most of it. I had a comfortable gap, so I just eased off a bit and just made sure we were going to get to the end, which unfortunately came a bit quicker than I wanted, but you know, I wanted to get the gap as big as possible, yeah. And sure the old girl can still do it.
I mean, yeah, certainly the old girl can still do it. Well,
I'm the old boy. I'm the old boy.
No, absolutely fantastic result. I mean, as I was saying to Bradley earlier on, it's not about starting at the front, it's about staying at the front, and that's a lot more difficult than some people think.
Absolutely, yes, it is, you know, and especially you're ahead and you've got a lot of the the water from the brakes, and you know, sort of exhaust smoke even makes it slippy that's down on the track, so you're the one that's sort of at the head, you're setting the pace as it is, and yeah, you can easily make a mistake and go wrong.
Have you got any words of wisdom for the up and coming, by the looks of it, Bradley Smith, who I believe just finished in second place ahead of Ryan Smith?
I believe so, yeah, no, he's a good, clean, you know, this is what the sport wants, and but you know, more the merrier of them type, and you know, he's a nice boy, a nice kid, you know, so yeah, well, look, I'm sure he'll be on the next step up very quickly.
Fantastic, thanks for talking to us, Stuart. Congratulations, look forward to handing you a nice trophy shortly. Let's go and see if we can talk to some other drivers, because I'm sure tensions are high. Just to let everybody know, the reason that the races get cut short is because BARC obviously are in charge of the timetable. They know how long it's going to take to recover a truck from a dangerous area, which is why the race got red flagged in the first place. And then by the time they've got them back out, it would cause such a knock-on, unfortunately, that they do have to make the decision sometimes to call it where it is. Obviously, conditions are good today, and we should hopefully get one last good race out of these trucks later on in the afternoon. So it's all still to play for. So, right, so I can hear somebody mouthing at me. I can't say what's going on. Let's have a look at some more drivers now. Distracted me then, Keys. Unbelievable. I need hand movements, not lip read. I can't. My brain can't function that quickly. Well, here's a couple of guys who are up to no good. Pan down. Well, what's going on? He's took his shoe up. What, you stubbed your toe, Brad? What's going on?
Stubbed it getting out.
You actually have?
No.
Injuries in the sport, ladies and gentlemen. How was that for you?
Yeah, great. Yeah. Done a few alterations.
Thoughts and feelings on the restart? Did that make much difference to you at the beginning of the first lap?
No, not really. I was in pole, so I was just...
I was at the front. Don't bother me.
Yeah, no, good race that was.
That's good.
Shame
That's
it
good.
stopped.
Yeah, I mean, did you, obviously, because you were in Division 2, front of the pack at the back, did you see much action? Could you tell us, from your angle, what happened?
Got front row seats, haven't I?
Front row seats, yeah. So who did what? What happened?
Can't remember now.
Put him on the spot now, haven't I?
Went off on Druids, didn't he? So
Yes,
that's
yeah.
what stopped the race.
Yes, so off in a dangerous area, red flag out. Everybody a bit stressed out now they got the race cut short.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Unbelievable. Right, let's go and see what's good. Brad, thanks for talking to us. Let's go and find some more drivers. I can see Mark Taylor. We haven't spoken to Mark Taylor yet this weekend. Let's go and see how Mark is after his coming together with Steve Powell at the beginning of that race. Mark, have you got a minute? As we can see, there's a little bit of damage. It's only superficial. I'm sure they'll bend that back into shape before the next race. Mark, come on in. Mark Taylor, of course, Taylor's Transport. So tell us, what on earth was going through your head when that started happening at the beginning of the first lap? Because most drivers out there would probably be a little bit worried.
Yeah, I just don't know what happened. We just went round 2 together and it just went wrong this time. Sometimes you can get round 2, sometimes it goes wrong.
I'd say that particular corner at Brands Hatch is probably one of the most prolific areas that even the most experienced, skilled of drivers will still manage to come unstuck at some point in the weekend.
Yeah, it's still going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. No. Yeah, so how are you feeling otherwise? I mean, is this going to cause much issues for the last race of the weekend?
Not for me, but only for teammates to get it fixed.
So they're going to be all hands on deck to get you back on track?
Yeah, definitely. We've got to do it last race.
And how are you finding the season so far as a whole?
Good. Yeah, good experience up to you again, like usual.
Yeah. So it's glad to have you back. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Mark. We'll let you get the team to get some work, and maybe you just roll your sleeves up and do a bit of polishing. I mean, some of this is your fault, just to let you know. Right. I think that's all from us down here at Parc Fermé. So let's send it back up to Dave, and we'll see some very interesting replays.
Thanks, Pointy. Yes, maybe we'll see some replays of that a little later on while we have chance. But our next race is going to be lining up very shortly, which is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pultec Pre-66 Touring Cars. The oldest cars we got here this weekend. Yesterday, the two American beasts that are out in this series dominated. Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang took the win. And Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon was second. They had a good scrap for the lead. Behind them there were Minis, Ford Anglias, Lotus Cortinas, Hillman Imps and plenty more. Really is a nostalgia trip. We should have 24 cars out for this next race. But earlier on, Ewan caught up with some of the drivers in the paddock.
Here we are then ahead of the pre-66 races with our pole sitter yesterday, Alan. Finished second behind Piers Grange. You're the front two on the grid today. Now, you had a bit of a coming together yesterday, didn't you?
Well, a little scratch, yes. These things happen occasionally. It wasn't intentional. Yeah. But yes, a little coming together from behind, and but we're alongside each other today, so hopefully. Oh look, here comes the culprit.
Here we go. This couldn't have been better. He's going to park to your side. We're going to go straight on to Piers in a second.
Okay.
Because he came off worst in that, but it was his fault.
Well, I mean, I think these things, it's no fault really. I mean, we're racing right on the edge. You're on the edge of braking, on the edge of grip. So, the slightest little thing is going to unbalance the car, and so it's just a question of hanging on.
Now, tell us about the car, because it's an absolute monster, isn't it? It's a huge car. What is it like to control and move around the track here?
Well, it's. I think I've said it many times before. It's like steering a boat, and if anybody's ever steered a boat, they'll realise that you have to aim at wherever it is you want to go about 150 yards before you even get there. But then when you're doing it at 100 miles an hour plus, it's really quite exciting, especially here coming into Paddock, because it's everybody says, oh, the top's straight, but actually it's not straight. There are no straights at Brands Hatch, so in this sort of car, you've got your hands full all the time. You've got your eyes everywhere, and as soon as you're out of clearways, you're braking for Paddock. So
bit of history in this car too, yeah?
Yes, there is. Yes, this car was originally built in the 80s by some guys in Finland who campaigned it around Europe, and they did the Spa and what's the German track? Nürburgring, yes, that's stupid of me. I haven't done it yet, but probably because I could remember all the corners. But so it was campaigned around Europe and successfully. Then he sold it to a chap in America.
Who's travelled?
Yeah, so it went back to America, and there it was run by the CEO of
Uniqlo? Unilever?
Yeah, I think it might have been Unilever, but anyway, it had Pepsi sponsorship, and he's had a lot of cars and spent a lot of money on it, turned it into Carrera Pan America car, hence the reason we have a cigarette lighter inside there.
I hadn't noticed, but
lots of bits and pieces that would not normally associate with an FIA car, but funny enough, they kept all the FIA bits.
Okay.
So when I bought it, there was an FIA engine in a crate, albeit a used engine, and a load of other bits and pieces that they took off. And so basically, we had all the bits ready to put it back together again.
Fantastic.
And so it's been a FIA car since we've been racing it. And
excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you racing again. We're going to go speak to Piers,
Yeah.
your adversary over here. Okay. So turn right. We're going to let this Mini reverse into its spot here too. Piers, can we have a quick chat? Can we just check the front if you repaired that bit of damage from yesterday, or are we okay? No, you haven't, but
my capability.
No worries. Just been speaking to your adversary here, going up head to head again today.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Maybe it's his turn to win today. So
he said that actually.
Yeah. We generally try and take it in turns. Yeah, unless I make a mistake or something. Yeah.
Can anybody compete with you guys at the front?
Oh yeah, the minis are not far away at all. I mean, some circuits the minis win. This is tight and twisty, and really there's only the pit straight that we can sort of pull a bit of a gap. I mean, they're just as quick as us through the bends.
Now, a little bit more overcast today, still the heat coming down. Can change conditions on track at all?
Not really in these, because we're so limited on grip that the cars just slide around all over the place anyway, so it doesn't make any difference whether it's wet or whatever, really, they just slide.
Okay, perfect. Piers versus Alan, round 2 coming up very, very shortly. Thank you for your time. Good luck as well. We'll speak to you in Parc Fermé. A few more of the cars just coming to start into the assembly area. And one of the things in this class, these are such two fast cars at the front of the grid here, the Mustang and the Falcon. And it's a short track, of course, is Brands Hatch. So you do get a lot of cars coming round and round and round. So look out for those. Look at these absolutely beautiful cars here, the number 1. So I will throw back to Dave Goddard. Let him enjoy talking you through the action, and we'll speak to the winners in Parc Fermé after the race.
We certainly will. Thank you, Ewan, and well timed, because the car's just coming up to the grid out of the assembly area now. So we'll take you through the grid. It's the two drivers you just heard from on the front row. The grid based on the race yesterday. So Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang starts on pole, yesterday's winner, alongside Alan Greenall in the Ford Falcon. Fascinating to hear the history of such a remarkable car. The second row, Barry Syme from Scotland in his Mini starts alongside Robin Slater. He's in a Ford Anglia. Row 3, a pair of Lotus Cortinas, Pat Keneally and Nigel Cox. They had a good battle yesterday. They actually finished 6th and 7th. There was another car 5th, but more on that when we get down the grid. The fourth row, the reigning champion, number 1, James Ibbotson, with his Hillman Imp, starts alongside number 24, Rob Kirkhoven. He's in a Lotus Cortina. Row 5, Jake Swan, making his racing debut this weekend in a Ford Anglia. His father, Kevin's Ford Anglia. He raced at Silverstone. Jake on his debut here. Starting alongside David Heel, down as Douglas Heel for some reason on the entry list, but it's David Heel at the wheel of the Hillman Imp on row 5. Row 6, Kevin Bottomley Mini, Michael Sheraton Anglia. Row 7, Nathan Beresford, he's in a BMW 1800, alongside Andy Mesham, the Mini racing veteran. Row 8, Michael Loveland, Hillman Imp, Luke Wilson, Austin A40. Row 9, Patrick Harris in the lone Morris Minor. And it should be Keith Wright in his new Lotus Cortina alongside him, but I can't see him on the grid, unfortunately. The 10th row, we're then to the cars that retired from yesterday's race. Now, Eric Walker pulled up on the first lap in his Ford Anglia yesterday. I don't think he's there. nor is James Burrow's Mini. That broke down in qualifying yesterday. Likewise, Martin Reynolds' Ford Anglia and Freddie Brown's Hillman Imp. No, they're not there at the back of the grid, but the other two cars I think are Mike Davies' Mini. That's actually being driven by Mike. Mike finished 5th yesterday. His twin brother John has taken over the car for today's race, so he has to start from the back as they've changed drivers. Likewise, Brian Bedford's car is now being driven by Steve Evans. That's the Austin A40. As they've changed drivers, it has to start from the back of the grid. This will be a 15-minute race, and look at the difference in size. The two big Yank tanks out in front, and then Barry Syme in his little Mini, all the way from Glasgow to race, near Glasgow to race here today. His father Jimmy shares that car with him on occasions as well. They've raced it at Goodwood among many other events over the years. Good to see Jake Swan's made it out in Father Kevin's Ford Anglia. We saw that car being towed in after the race yesterday. He got it back into the pits, but then the brakes jammed on. They've been looking for some brake shoes for that car overnight, so they clearly found some and have been able to fit them. The Swan family have moved into circuit racing from Bangor Racing over the last couple of years. Jake giving a good account of himself on his debut yesterday, finishing in 10th place. Up to the grid they come, then just warming their tyres. Evoking memories of the British Saloon Car Championship in the late 50s, early 60s. No less a person than Jim Clark won the British Saloon Car title in the Lotus Cortina, one of the greatest racing drivers ever. There's John Davies in the Mini that's been in the Davies family since it was new back in the 60s. Steve Evans at the back in the Austin A40. So missing a few cars, Freddie Brown, Martin Reynolds and James Burrows, they all had problems in qualifying yesterday, and Eric Walker's Ford Anglia not out either. That broke down at the start of yesterday's race. Up to the grid then, the Pultec Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring cars. Two big American machines on the front row. Piers Grange, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion in the Ford Mustang, alongside Alan Greenall in the fascinating Ford Falcon. A little Mini behind them, that's Barry Syme, the first of the Minis, alongside Robin Slater in the Anglia. Then the Lotus Cortinas, Pat Keneally alongside Nigel Cox. And watch for James Ibbotson as well, the reigning overall champion in his little Hillman Imp. There's a gap appeared a little further back. Kevin Bottomley's Mini is not there, so he's a non-starter. So we're missing one or two cars. This will be a 15-minute race, about to get underway when those red lights go out. A little bit of creeping, but we're underway. Good start by Robin Slater. Watch the Anglia down the outside. He's going to try and outpace the big beasts into Paddock Hill Bend. Now the power of the V8s comes on, and Piers Grange will have the lead into Paddock. Robin Slater had a win at Mallory Park last season, up into second place in the Ford Anglia, and a flying start by Michael Sheraton. His Anglia's breezed around the outside of all the Lotus Cortina. He's up into about 6th place. Alan Greenall, using the power of the Falcon, moves up the inside back into second position. They're all through Druids okay for the first time. Steve Evans at the back in the A40. But it's the Americana that leads the way then. Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, his products will have brought most of the race cars here this weekend, leads Alan Greenall. Somebody onto the grass there, one of the Lotus Cortinas doing a bit of rally crossing, and Greenall attacking into Surtees, trying to take the lead away. He does so. Michael Sheraton over the curbs there, battling the Lotus Cortinas, just how John Fitzpatrick would drive a Ford Anglia. Pat Keneally and Rob Kirkhoven behind him, the leading Lotus Cortinas. They run in their own subclass in this championship. It's Falcon, Mustang, Anglia as they cross the stripe for the first time. It's Alan Greenall who leads the way. You can see a bit of damage to the rear light on the Ford Falcon. There's a bit of contact between him and Grange that we referred to when we spoke to them pre-race. Grange is not holding back here, tries to get the Mustang up the outside into Druids. Robin Slater holding third ahead of Barry Syme in the Mini. Two Class A cars ahead of the two Class C cars. Classes arranged on engine size. So the big American beasts running in Class A out in front. We had hoped to have another Mustang here, David Rahal, the West Midlander, but sadly he's not out. Michael Sheraton got an absolute flyer at the start. He's up there in 5th position in his Anglia. That's a street legal car as well. Several of these cars do get driven on the road as well. Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina. There's the reigning champion, number 1, James Ibbotson in the Hillman Imp. There's Bill McGovern, who was the big star in the late 60s, early 70s in the British Saloon Car Championship in Hillman Imps, tuned by George Bevan. We had hoped to have the Fraser Imp replica of Freddie Brown out there as well. That broke down in qualifying. Look at the way that Jake Swan's going. I think James Ibbotson may have a problem. That imp seems to be slowing down because Nathan Beresford's BMW's gone through. David Heel in his imp as well. And up from the back, John Davies in the Mini. So I think, I don't know whether he missed a gear there coming out of Clearways or whether that imp's got a problem. Alan Greenhall escaping in the lead slightly now. There's young Jake Swan with the Anglia. Nathan Beresford's BMW. That used to be a rally car, that BMW, believe it or not. John Davies in the Mini trying to make a move on James Ibbotson. He does so. Yes, Ibbotson is struggling. Behind them was Andy Mesham in his red Mini. It looks straight out of the Italian job, doesn't it? Barry Syme in his family Mini. Another original car from the 60s. The family have owned it for many decades now. It's raced at Goodwood events celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Mini, among other things, in the hands of Barry Syme, the ex-single-seater racer. His claim to fame is he once beat a certain Lewis Hamilton in Formula Renault. James Ibbotson has brought his imp into the pits, sadly, a rare retirement for him. Robin Slater still up there in third place in the Ford Anglia. Here's Grange in second place. Mustang won the British Saloon Car title in the 60s in the hands of Roy Pierpoint. It's Frank Gardner that did the majority of the winning in the Ford Falcon. Of course, replaced the Ford Galaxy, the ex-NASCAR machine in British Saloon Cars, which was driven by Jack Sears. Pat Keneally leads the Lotus Cortinas. He's in sixth place overall. There's Nigel Cox and Rob Kirkhoven, the ex-British karting champion many years ago. Then Jake Swan, David Heel, Nathan Beresford, John Davies from the back of the grid in the Mini is up into 12th place. Andy Mesham behind him. Here comes the Mini. Next to the much bigger BMW there. Side by side as they go across the line. Just ahead of them, David Heel in the Hillman Imp, the Scottish-built car, of course. Oh, and up the inside there goes Robin Slater and Barry Syme past Piers Grange. Straight past the Mustang. I think that Mustang might be in trouble. He seems to have slowed there coming out of Druids. I think Piers Grange has got a problem. So Alan Greenall clear in the lead, but he's got the slower cars chasing him. Now Michael Sheraton, he had to go wide there over the curves. And yes, Piers Grange has pulled over to the left. I think there's an issue with the Mustang. That's a great shame. Robin Slater, meanwhile, is thinking about an attack on Alan Greenall. Piers Grange is touring in. Pat Keneally now goes through. And the man to watch is Robin Slater in that flying Ford Anglia. Blue Ford Anglia is not just famous for their appearances in Harry Potter, this one can race as well. Alan Greenall continues to lead. His Class A opposition has gone. Piers Grange has pulled into the pits. Now here comes Barry Syme. He's taken a win against the bigger opposition here at Brands Hatch last year in wet conditions. See the Anglia and the Mini more nimble through the turns, but the big Falcon has got the advantage of that V8 power in a straight line, although the Anglia staying with it there, briefly out of Graham Hill Bend. First to the back marker, Steve Evans in the A40 will shortly go a lap down. Still 9 minutes of this race to go. Here comes Robin Slater. He's having a look. He's not holding back here. Usually the big leveller is wet conditions, but the opposite of that here on this Easter Sunday. Slater thought about it there, but there was a back marker in the way. That's dropped him back slightly. You can see how the big Falcon pulls away on the straights. One red and one white rear light. The Falcon lost the rear light lens in that bit of contact yesterday. And Alan Greenall said post-race they are rare as hen's teeth, the parts for a Falcon, the rear lights. So if anybody knows where you can supply one, contact Alan Greenall. Down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Now, warm conditions are not always kind to big V8s. I wonder if Piers Grange was overheating, and that might be why he retired. Another factor is brakes. Big American cars like that can cook their brakes in hot weather. And maybe Robin Slater is trying to pressure Alan Greenall, make him brake later, make him brake harder, and therefore boil the brake fluid, and he's then be through in the Anglia to take the lead. But he's got to be mindful that Barry Syme is sitting there in his wake in the Mini. Thought about a look there at Paddock Hill Bend. Really is a stunning looking car, that bright blue Mini. First saw Barry Syme race here in Formula Ford many years ago at Brands Hatch. Slater defending. They're getting closer and closer. That's car of Alan Greenall, the Ford Falcon, is really not liking the twistier bits of this Brands Hatch Indy circuit at the moment. As soon as they hit, well, they're not really straight, as Alan himself said. He's able to pull away. Jake Swan locks up in the Anglia. Through goes John Davies to make up another place in his family's Mini. He's now up into 8th position, having started from the back. 7 minutes to go. We're just past half distance in this Pultec Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring Car race. David Heel under fire from Nathan Beresford in the BMW. The blue flag is for Steve Evans, who's been lapped. Andy Mesham passes him. This is for 10th place now, the BMW, ahead of David Heel's Imp. Built in Scotland, of course, the rear-engined car. If only it had been launched before the Mini, it might have been far more successful. Here, brakes squeaking there in the background. I wonder if that was Alan Greenall. Maybe his brakes are starting to wear out. Let's take a look at the classes. Alan Greenall leads Class A, Robin Slater Class C, Pat Kenneally Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. He's in 4th place. Oh, we've lost Michael Sheraton. He's just pulled into the pits. That's a great shame. His Anglia has pulled off. Other class leaders, Nathan Beresford leads Class B, David Heel Class D with his Imp, and Michael Loveland Class E and another Hillman Imp after the retirement of James Ibbotson. So Ibbotson, Grange and now Sheraton into retirement. Great shame for Michael Sheraton because he had an absolute barnstormer of a first lap, was up as high as 4th. Still Greenall, Slater and Syme, but fastest lap of the race, this is interesting, has been recorded by Pat Kenneally in 4th place in the Lotus Cortina. He might catch these three up. There he is, just caught a glimpse of him in the foreground. There's James Ibbotson in the pits in the Shrigley Engineering sponsored Imp. Here comes Robin Slater. There's Pat Kenneally in the background. Now he's 3.35 seconds down on these three at the line last time through. Let's see if he can catch them up. He's got just over 5 minutes to do so. Robin Slater continually harrying Alan Greenall. Tries to get the overlap there out of Clark Curve. They're getting closer and closer. There's Kenneally in 4th place, leading Class F, which is the Lotus Cortina category. He goes over the line this time. See what the gap is. Yeah, he's got it down by a couple of tenths. Still got the fastest lap of the race. Of course, the top three will be taking time off each other as they scrap. They haven't noticed Pat Kenneally sneaking up on them. Slater and Syme chasing Greenall, who runs wide. He always does there. Ford Falcons don't like tight hairpins unless you throw them sideways round this, and he won't want to do that too much in case he wrecks his tyres and brakes. There's Kenneally. Seen Lotus Cortinas take overall wins in this category in the past. Peter Smith, the father of Guy Smith, the former Le Mans winner, has raced successfully with one. And another regular winner in Lotus Cortina, Roger Stamford, in his green and yellow Lotus liveried car. Not here this weekend though. David Heel has been caught by Andy Mesham, Mini racing veteran in the number 5, and now Barry Syme thinking about a look for 2nd place as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. The Mini up the inside of the Ford Anglia, and he's got him, three-wheeling his way through Paddock Bend and up into 2nd place. Good move by Barry Syme. Now, can they chase down? They don't want to battle each other. They want to try and chase down Alan Greenall, see if they can take an overall win. But they are in different classes, of course. Slater and Syme are both in Class C, so they're fighting for the class win and maximum points. Greenall doesn't really matter to them. It's only Pride they'd be fighting for an overall win. They're lapping Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor. There's Greenall. He's escaped now. Look at the Mini sideways there through Surtees. Just how John Rhodes would drive one. Slater giving chase. He's dropped back a bit there. Here's the battle between Heel and Mesham. That's for 10th place overall. They're in different classes. David Heel leading Class C. Over the line, the lead gap has gone up to 2.3 seconds now. So I reckon that these two have decided they're going to fight for their class win and maximum points in Class C, and it doesn't really matter about trying to defeat Alan Greenall. It's less than 3 minutes to go now. Pat Keneally is closing in on him. He's only 2 seconds down on these two. He could get onto the overall podium. He's in a different class to Slater and Syme, of course. Barry Syme drifts it through Graham Hill Bend. There's the Cortina out over the curbs there. Here's a battle further back. Rob Kirkhoven in 6th place has been caught by John Davies. Great run through for him in the Mini from the rear of the grid. Here's Heel and Mesham together. Imp and Mini. Mini up the inside. Oh, the Imp didn't see him there. Look out. Nearly contact between the two of them. Really does look just like the red Mini from that famous chase in the Italian job, doesn't it? Even down to the wheels and the grille. Andy Mesham leading the Self-Preservation Society, battling with David Heel. There's Robin Slater, and he's been caught by Pat Keneally now. Here's the Cortina. Colin Chapman's creation, the first true racing saloon. Up until the Lotus Cortina came along, it was quite literally race your road car in the British Saloon Car Championship. One of the first champions was Jeff Uren, who literally won the title in his family's Ford Zephyr. Through goes Keneally up the inside. Ooh, nearly loses it on the exit. That's how Jim Clark would drive a Lotus Cortina. I didn't think he was going to make the move there, and Robin Slater sideways out into the marbles there on the outside, nearly into the gravel. And that's how John Fitzpatrick would power slide a Ford Anglia. Superb. Now, are we on the last lap? Now, we may get another lap after this one. We'll have to wait and see. Greenall from Syme by 1.8 seconds. Keneally now up into 3rd place in the Cortina. There's Greenall coming up to lap Michael Loveland, who's leading Class E in his Hillman Imp. Imp lets him through. There you can see that missing rear light lens. 30 seconds on the clock as he comes through Graham Hill Bend. There's the Mini. Just between these two now. Keneally 3rd. Slater's dropped back into 4th after that moment through Clearways. Now I imagine it'll be checkered flag this time. It's going to be close as they get to the line. Whether we'll get one more lap or not. That's the problem with time races. You can't say for definite when it's going to be the last lap sometimes. Here comes Alan Greenall. Lights ablaze as he comes up over the line. Will it be checkered flag this time? No, I think he was expecting it. He was 1 second too early. Look, well, less than a second too early. And the checkered flag does not go out. We've got another lap out of this. Alan Greenall was all ready to celebrate then, but he's got to do one more lap. 2.5 seconds ahead of Barry Syme. And the Mini still pushing. Half a second too early there for the checkered flag. The checkered flag has to go out when 15 minutes has been completed. Here's the battle further back. David Heel, Andy Mesham of the Self-Preservation Society. And in behind them is the A40 that's been lapped. Pat Keneally still there in 3rd. He's going to get his first podium of the season overall. Well, his main opposition in Class A, Piers Grange, sadly a retirement, but it will even the score between the two of them on race wins this weekend. It's been a weekend for the Americana in the Pultec 366 touring cars. Alan Greenall in the Ford Falcon comes in to win at Brands Hatch, takes the checkered flag. Barry Syme, a great drive for 2nd in the Mini, and well done to Pat Keneally, a fine 3rd place in the Cortina. Oh, hang on. No, Pat Keneally's got a penalty for exceeding track limits, I assume that is. Yes, 15 seconds of penalties, that's dropped into 5th place. So a 15-second penalty, I would imagine that's a repeated exceeding of track limits for Pat Keneally. And it's dropped into 5th in the result, not only off the podium, but he's lost the class win to Nigel Cox, who's 4th. So Keneally penalised to 5th. We didn't get notification of that until the end of the race on the timing screen. Rob Kirkhoven is 6th, and well done John Davies, 7th from the back of the grid in his Mini. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. I didn't see the flags going out, unfortunately, for Pat Keneally there, but he has been penalised. presumably for track limits offences. So Alan Greenall, the winner, by just under 2 seconds ahead of Barry Syme, Robin Slater does get his podium finish after all in the Anglia. Syme, the winner of Class C. Nigel Cox inherits the Class F win, with Pat Keneally given a 15-second penalty down to 5th. Rob Kerr covered his 6th. Well done John Davies, 7th from the back, and well done Jake Swan, an 8th place on his debut weekend. Nathan Beresford wins Class B in 9th, and David Heels, Hillman Imp, finishes in 10th and wins Class D. Andy Mesham is next, then Michael Loveland, he wins Class E after the retirement of James Ivertson. Then Luke Wilson 13th ahead of Patrick Harris and Steve Evans. He was the final finisher because we lost Michael Sheraton, Piers Grange and James Ivertson, the reigning champion. Great racing from the historic machinery then in the Pultec Pre-66 Classic and historic touring cars. We'll see more classic touring car race action shortly. We've got the Pre-93 and Pre-83 cars on a combined grid coming up in a little while. There'll be a short pause of about 15 to 20 minutes next. But for now, it is time to head down to our ace interviewer Ewan in Parc Fermé to speak to some of our drivers from the Pre-66.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, what a race, and a bit of confusion possible at the end there. I think we've got our top 3 here. Some exceeding track limits, pushing things around a little bit. Now, get me this, a Falcon, a Mini Cooper, a Cortina and an Anglia. It doesn't get any better than this, does it? This is classic touring car racing at its absolute best. Now, Alan Greenall, we spoke to him before the race, just checking a few things on his tyres. Maybe some tyre pressures just being confirmed here. But we will, Alan, we're going to speak to you again if that's okay.
Yeah, just let me do the top.
Oh, well, absolutely. We'll do these first of all. So we'll jump in, actually. Let's speak to Robin. What? I mean, I thought you crossed the line in about 5th place, but you've got 3rd there with some exceeding track limits here. Are you surprised to be here?
Yes, I thought I might make 4th. The whole thing developed a misfire about halfway round, and I just nursed it round and tried to. That's when I got a bit ragged, but yeah, I was had a bloody good race.
it was great to watch. I mean, they're always great fun to watch. They must be an absolute thrill to be in these races.
It is something else. Yeah, it's a quarter of an hour of.
Go on,
kicks.
say it.
It's better than drugs.
Depends what drugs you're taking, I suppose.
It's expensive, but it's better.
I mean, tell us a little bit about the car. It's a great little thing watching it go around.
Well, it's a car I built. Haven't had one previously, and I used all my knowledge of making it work. Built it to this spec, and it's a dream to drive. It's a real nice car to drive.
So how long have you had this car?
This is my 2nd season in this one. Say last year's 1st season, but I've done about 10 years previous in a different Anglia, and a little bit in a Cortina. And this is a lovely car. I mean, where are the Cortinas? You know. Respect, but
lovely watch. Congratulations, great weekend for you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks ever so much.
Right, so I think he is most definitely 3rd place. But again, a little confusion. Even he thought you might be 4th or 3rd, who possibly. Alan,
finally.
We know you wanted the win. You got the win.
Oh, I did. I had to work for it though. There was no letting up. The first lap was very hairy. I was going for gaps that a Mini would think twice about, but
there's no gaps in this place, is there?
No gaps here at all. This is not suitable for this sort of car, but hey ho.
I mean, it was a shame to see Piers go, but the other guys, Barry behind you, kept you very, very honest.
Absolutely. I knew that Gary and Robin were right there to pick up any mistake I might have made. So, and it's one of the most difficult things is maintaining your concentration when you're out ahead, and the mirror is, there's a bit of space between you and the car behind, and just to focus, not look at how many laps to go or anything else, just focus.
I mean, if you'd crossed the finish line about a second slower, you wouldn't have had to do the final lap, actually.
Really? Well, I was just going for it. I had to make up for yesterday.
One thing very, very noticeable out there, on the straight line you can't be beaten, but in the tight little turns they really pick up, don't they?
Yeah, but these American Yank tanks, they're designed to go up and down motorways, not around little bendy circuits like Brands Hatch.
Well, you do it very well. Congratulations, great weekend, a 2nd and a 1st. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very
Cheers,
much.
Alan. Barry, you made that a lot of fun for us all to watch.
Yeah, it felt good behind the wheel today. Again, yeah, it's good fun.
I mean, it's a quick little car, isn't it? Again, I think we said yesterday, chasing behind such a big unit, the slipstream is kind of irrelevant almost, especially on the straights when you can just pull away. That's generally where you'd pick up on that slipstream.
Yeah, the slipstream isn't quite there, and we make up for it in probably the braking areas, all the corners. So most of the track is corners, really, apart from the main straight. So Alan's certainly got an advantage on the Mustang as well. Robin and I just passed the Mustang anyway, so I think we dispatched with him, although I think he pulled off afterwards. But no, the car ran faultlessly. Big thanks to my dad, Jimmy Syme. It's his car. He raced it since 1966. And it's always been in the family. We restored it a few years ago. He does most of the prep work, so a big shout out to him for all his hard work.
I mean, if it's been racing that long, in terms of maintenance, what's the most important thing to just keep it going and being so successful still?
Yeah, we've obviously got a big journey, a long way to go for every track really, so we need to spend probably a lot more hours than maybe some competitors, because it's so much of a commitment. It's an extra days or 2 days travelling really, so we just keep on top. The car gets stripped down after every event. We just do lots of preventative maintenance really, rather than hopefully you don't need to do things like bashing repairs like Alan and Piers have.
Back up to Glasgow tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. So it took us about 9 hours to drive down, so it's a bit late. We've done it before, but we're both getting old, so.
Well, you just drive carefully and slowly, okay? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks.
Okay, there we go. What a race again. The classic touring cars once again absolutely delivering here at Brands Hatch. So we've got a bit of a break now because the legends are going out, but then we come back again for the I think it's the pre-83, 93, and of course one more truck race to go and the BMWs a little bit later. But for the time being, back to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, a short break of about 20 minutes now. So what we're going to do to get you ready for the pre-93 and pre-83 touring cars coming up a little later on. Pre-93 sponsored by Laser Tools, pre-83 by Shell Oils. In pre-93 we've got BMWs mainly. It's mainly Escorts and Capris and so on in pre-83. What we're going to do to prepare you for it, we're going to show you their race from yesterday here at Brands Hatch. If you missed it, sit back and enjoy. And watch out for fireworks from the back. At the back of the grid there, we've got Mark Thomas at the wheel of his Capri. That broke down in qualifying, and also Mark Osborne in the Black Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He missed qualifying altogether. So watch for them coming through as we get underway, and a lot of wheel spin for Dave Griffin. Look at Kevin Willis through the middle in the 95 BMW. BMWs to the fore, but not the ones I was expecting. It's Andy Cripps on the inside in the green car that will take the lead. Kevin Willis rocketing through into second place, and we are underway. Of course, one car missing, no Ian Bauer, the reigning pre-93 champion. He must have had problems in the Classic Thunder race earlier on. Running wide, Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools car as they funnel their way through Druids for the first time. And it's Andy Cripps who leads from Kevin Willis. Dave Griffin in third place. Fourth place is the number 45 BMW of Rob Crizel. That's the checkered livery car, the Schnitzer team lookalike. David Griffin recovers from his poor start. He always seems to make a poor start, was David Griffin, and then fight his way back. Maybe he just enjoys overtaking the other drivers as they make their way through. Problems already for Alan Breck. The Texaco Sierra is out. And there's Mark Thomas at the wheel of the number 50 Capri. Had problems in qualifying with that car. Started at the back, and he's already rocketing his way up the order. The car that was in contention for overall victory at Silverstone. It's Andy Cripps who leads the way, chased by Dave Griffin. We've got yellow flags at Druids. The safety car is coming out. Somebody's gone off at Druids. We didn't quite see who it was. Try and pick up who that is. I can't see any hazards there. There is a problem early on. Oh, and somebody's seeing the safety car boards a bit late. That was one of the yellow BMWs. That was Mark Fowler, ex-Ford Capri racer. It might be for Alan Breck, who's stopped there at Graham Hill Bend because he's in the firing line should a car go off. So Andy Cripps it is who leads in his BMW. BMW's holding the first half dozen or so places. They're all pre-93. Pre-83 leader is Stephen Primett's Escort, who had that incredible burn from the stern at Silverstone, where he stalled at the start of the second race, got away last, and took the lead with 2 corners to go from Mark Osborne in the Triumph. Where is Mark Osborne anyway? He's made his way a fair way up the order. There he is, the Black Triumph Dolomite, just behind the Astra of Sam Goodwin-Laidler. Okay, it's all happening. Some of the cars we didn't get down to on the grid call over, one of them being the Mark III Escort of Anton Martin. car I've lost is Alan Breck, of course, who's pulled up at Graham Hill Bin. There's Jonathan Corker, the 85, the little Datsun 510 there. Didn't see it race at Silverstone, it broke down in qualifying, but good to see him getting some laps in here. I love the variety of them, particularly the pre-83s. There's H. Harvey at the wheel of his Mark 1 Escort. His son Tom will take over that car tomorrow. We saw Tom racing Mike Luck's BMW successfully last season. Behind Jonathan Corker there is the number 10 Jason Christie Escort. Previously raced that car with the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon Series based here at Brands Hatch. I think Andy Cripps is a graduate of the local Brands Hatch Saloon Series as well, hence his knowledge of the circuit. Mark Chullerton's had a problem on that first lap as well. He qualified well up, the blue and white Escort at the back, the man from King's Lynn. So he's had a moment somewhere as well, because he's at the tail of the field. It's behind Keith Evans in the little Alfa Romeo Alpha. Mark Chullerton, the builder from Norfolk. Looks like we're about to get back underway then. 11 minutes of the race to go. Alan Breck's Sierra is clear. Not having much luck with either of his Fords this weekend. Andy Cripps leads, but watch for Dave Griffin. Let's see how he gets on from a rolling start this time. He's okay at rolling starts in Classic Thunder. Already the first two have pulled away from Kevin Willis and Rob Crisell. Ron Fowler under fire from Mike Dugdale, another Brands Hatch specialist in his BMW, number 51 there, around the outside. Up the hill, Griffin having a look at the back of Andy Cripps in the green car. Up towards Druids Hill Bend, the pre-83s stringing out behind the pre-93s. Mike Dugdale takes Mark Fowler in the Pickford-sponsored car. It's the Diet Coke car trying to get ahead and take the lead from Andy Cripps. BMW's all the way. There's the pre-83 leader, number 1, Stephen Primet, the multiple pre-83 champion in the Mark 1 Escort. Jonathan Corker up there with him in the Datsun. We'll wait to see if Mark Osborne comes through, the Welshman in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint from further back. Big rival of Stephen Primet. We saw what happened with them at Silverstone. Mark Osborne thought he was heading for victory as Dave Griffin takes the lead, coming out of Clark Curve across the line. The Diet Coke car leads the way. Originally from Australia, Dave Griffin, now based in Lincolnshire. Spoke to him and his son Emerson earlier on. Change for fourth place there as well. Mike Dugdale has gone through. Past Rob Crisell. Through the right-hander at Druids they go. David Griffin, he can't seem to do standing starts too well. That's possibly his only weakness in racing. He is a former pre-93 champion. Here comes Jonathan Corker, that little Datsun not letting Stephen Primet get away here. Jason Christie behind them in his Escort. Then we've got Graham Myers BMW, Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools car, and Mark Thomas already from the back of the grid is up into 12th place in the Capri. Very potent car that one is as well. There's a slippery surface flag out. You saw the red and yellow striped flag out from the marshals there in Clearways. That means a slippery surface. There might be some oil down. Here comes Mark Thomas in the Capri from the back of the field. Liveried similarly to cars raced in the European Touring Car Championship in the late 70s, early 80s. It was Gordon Spice who was Britain's leading Capri exponent, the late great touring car and sports car racer, famous later for his Group C cars. Mark Thomas is closing now on Graham Myers. That's a pre-93 car, the number 9 BMW. Look at the way he's sliding that Capri. Definitely memories there of the likes of Gordon Spice, Jonathan Buncombe, and all the other Capri races of the past. Nick Whiting was another. See the triplex Capri further back in the field, raced by Stuart Kay, the club chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. There's Mark Osborne just ahead of it. The Dolomite making up another place. David Griffin leads by 1.5 seconds now over Andy Cripps. Willis third, Dugdale fourth. Here's the scrap further back. There's Osborne ahead of Mostyn Rutter. Good to have him back in the Vauxhall Firenze. And there's Stuart Kay, the triplex Capri. He's raced that car at meetings at Goodwood in the past, Stuart Kay, along with luminaries such as Jochen Maas, the great German sports car racer, has driven that car. Chasing Mark Osborne. Stewart didn't race at the opening meeting of the year at Silverstone, purely because the grid was oversubscribed and he couldn't get an entry. Even the club chairman couldn't race, showing how successful classic touring car racing is. Mark Osborne attacking Sam Goodwin-Laidler at the wheel of his Vauxhall Astra GTE. A little bit of smoke there out of David Thomas's Capri, the Mark 1 Capri. Nearly a collision between a couple of escorts there. I think it was H. Harvey and Bradley Bosdick. Mark 2 and the Mark 1 together there. Behind them, Gary Fletcher in his Jerry Marshall lookalike, the dealer team Vauxhall Group Snoot. There's Colin Claxton in his Triumph, just ahead of the number 62, which is Lewis Judd in his Escort, the yellow car, with Mark Chollerton behind. But there are the leaders. Griffin from Cripps, Willis, Dugdale, Black Keith Evans in the Alpha Sud. Still 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Oh, and a tangle, and that's Mark Osborne. He's come through the field once, he's got it all to do again now. Might have been contact there. Gary Fletcher, meanwhile, behind Malcolm Best in his Capri. Here's the scrap we were just looking at. Let's have a replay of what's happened there. There is Mark Osborne. He just braked a little bit too late for Druids, spun around. And how did Sam Goodwin-Laidler miss him there in the Astra? Cat-like reflexes from the Vauxhall driver. Poor old Mark Osborne. He's got to come through the field again now. Just under 2 seconds in it for the lead between the BMWs. David Griffin put headlights on to warn the back markers that he's there. Just needs to work on his starts. I think Jake Margulies in his E30 shaped BMW there. I've seen his father David race his Alfa Romeo 383 touring cars over the years. And next to be lapped is Anton Martin's Escort. David Thomas, you can see that bit of smoke from the Mark 1 Capri. He's raced that in all sorts of classic events over the years, David Thomas, for many years now. Stuart Kay attacking Sam Goodwin-Laidler's Astra. Of course, the Vauxhall Astra GTE Mark II was the car that John Cleland won his first British touring car title in back in 1989. His teammate that year was rally driver Louise Aitken-Walker. Of course, she has another less fond memory of the Astra. Louise, her and Christina Torner, her co-driver, had that terrifying accident in Portugal when the car literally fell down a cliff and landed upside down in a fast-flowing river on the Rally of Portugal. Luckily, they were able to swim to safety. I went the history lecture there because there's 4.5 minutes of this race still to go, and it's still the pre-93 BMWs up front, filling the first half dozen places. Mark Fowler, incidentally, in the invitation class. Stephen Primet is leading pre-83 ahead of Jonathan Corker. There they are, through clearways. That's the fight for 7th overall. Third of the pre-83s is Jason Christie, going well in his Mark 1 Escort. Local man from Hitchin, near London. Stephen Primet from Bedfordshire. So many races in this car. Was badly damaged in a crash at Silverstone at the end of 2019. Can Jonathan Corker catch him? That's the best we've seen it run so far, the man from York. And there's Mark Thomas. Where's he up to now in the Capri? He's up to 9th. He's got ahead of Christie now. Driving the Capri, flinging it into Druids there. Just how a Capri is designed to be driven. Closing stages now of this pre-83 and pre-93 classic touring car race. We have another race tomorrow, of course. Griffin continues to lead in the Diet Coke BMW by nearly 3 seconds now ahead of Andy Cripps. Mike Dugdale still third, just ahead of Kevin Willis. Here's the battle further back being lapped by the race leader. Bradley Bosday and H. Harvey get out of the way, so does Malcolm Best in his Capri. No problem there for David Griffin. 3 minutes to go. Lapping that phalanx of Fords. Capri, Mark 1 Escort and Mark 2 Escort. Blue flags waving toward them. Andy Cripps is behind them. Excuse me, says H. Harvey. I'm getting out of his way. Oh, no, he's not. Andy Cripps might get impatient in there. He's safely clear of Mike Dugdale and Kevin Willis. There they are, 3rd and 4th. Just lapped the 62 of Lewis Judd in his Escort. Andy Cripps continuing to push on. He's nearly 3.5 seconds back now on David Griffin. Led the early stages, first couple of laps until Griffin came through. Is it going to be Diet Cokes all round in the paddock once again? The pit straight here at Brands Hatch is named after Sir Jack Brabham, and it's his two sons Jeff and David who won the Bathurst 1000 in one of those Diet Coke BMWs. Here's Mike Dugdale, a Brands Hatch specialist, another ex-Toyo Tyres racing saloon driver, lapping Bradley Bosday's Escort. Harvey up behind Malcolm Best, who's raced that Capri for many years. It's Kevin Willis in 4th place, then a gap back to Mark Fowler, leading the invitation class with his BMW. Mark II Escort, of course, less well known as a circuit racing car, more famous in rallying, like of Roger Clark. Bjorn Valdegaard, and these days about 50% of club rallying entries you'll see are in Mark II Escorts. Maybe not that many, but it seems like it sometimes. Bradley Bosday does seem to be slowing there in his Escort. Chris Judd giving chase to another BMW there, that's number 162 Andy Gay, his E36. Less than a minute left on the clock now, and the gap is up to 4 seconds at the front for David Griffin. There he is into Pat Bent, what will be the last time. Up behind, Keith Evans is about to go 2 laps down in his little Alfa Romeo. Austin Rutter ahead of him as well to be lapped in the Vauxhall Firenze. To have Austin back, he's raced Firenze and I believe a Rover SD1 in the past as well. No Rovers here this weekend. Sadly, one that we saw at Silverstone. Oh, we've got problems there. The Astra's tangled with somebody. Mark Osborne off as well. Yeah, there goes Osborne spinning off onto the grass. And Sam Goodwin-Laidler has hit, I think, Byron Aldous' VW Corrado. Leader able to get through that. Here comes David Griffin. Round the final corner. He's heading for victory. Byron Aldous rejoining in the Corrado. But the race winner is heading up towards the line. Here comes David Griffin to take the victory in the pre-93 touring cars. Second place will go to Andy Cripps, 4.3 seconds further back. And Mike Dugdale completes the podium. Well, if you liked what you saw there, ladies and gentlemen, from the Laser Tools pre-93 and Shell Oil's pre-83 touring cars, their second race is coming up in just a few minutes' time. See another 15-minute race now, hopefully with those cars we saw in the incident at the end of the race there repaired and ready to go once again. We will be back to that in just a few minutes, but for now we can catch up with some interviews from earlier on, I believe.
So we've just moved a little bit further down Park Ferme. We've actually found our Class B winner in the pre-66, Nathan Beresford, in the car 118. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much. It was a brilliant race. It was really competitive throughout the grid. The surface is a little bit gritty after the trucks, but it was a really good race. But the real reason for coming to the camera and the mic is to wish my brother a 50th birthday today. He's my pit crew chief, and I'd just like to say happy birthday, Dan. Thanks for your help.
There we go.
Cheers.
Congratulations. How did you find overall conditions? Because it's pretty warm here, isn't it?
Yeah.
And these bigger cars, they tend to struggle on they lose a lot of grip.
I was able to keep up with them on the braking because my car is a bit lighter, and the bigger cars carry a lot more weight into the corners, and when they brake you can see them locking up, and once they get a flat spot you can see them start to judder. I made up 5 places from the grid position, so we had a few non-starters unfortunately today, but yeah, it was a brilliant day. What a spectacular weather.
I mean, regardless of the non-starters, the range of cars in these classic touring car classes, it is incredible. What is it like sort of racing amongst them? You must be sort of looking all over the place, ogling them almost.
Exactly. You don't. First of all, you want to appreciate the car. Then you think, oh, hang on, I should be racing. So then you put your foot down and you get on with the racing part of it. But no, it's a wonderful, diverse range of cars, and it's so for an enthusiast. It must be amazing just to see such a diverse set of cars all out competing on a very level playing field.
And competitively too, it is such a friendly environment. If you're in the paddock or the park, wherever you are, everybody's getting along and helping. It's competitive, but it's friendly, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Last year was my first season. I couldn't want for a better, more friendly bunch of people. They were great, and yes, they were helping other competitors tweak their cars and that sort of thing. A real family spirit in the team, and particularly across the Park Fair, mate, in the Pre-66.
And this isn't your first win. You've had some wins because we spoke last season about, didn't we?
We did. That was after we raced with the Trabants, and
that was fun.
It was fun, yeah. So last year I came first in my class. The car won the best prepared vehicle in the club, so it was a really good success for last year, especially as my rookie year. And this year at Silverstone I did really well, and yeah, I've done really well today. So it's all go for Alton Park next.
Nathan, congratulations and happy birthday to your brother too. Thank you. All right. And Alan, just worth, as we leave, a little look at the car here. Best prepared of the entire season last year. It is an absolute stunner. And that is now all of our class winners in the Pre-66. Coming up next, of course, is the Pre-83, 93. We've got the trucks, we've got the Kumhos, and we've also got the pickups to enjoy for the rest of this Easter Sunday as well. So again, back to you, Dave. Now we are back down in the assembly area, and just for a change, instead of speaking to our pollsters, I thought we'd speak to a few cars on the grid, and the one that stood out was the car number 8. We've got Gary Fletcher here, and just stand back, Alan, because I want to know if anybody at home can tell what car this is, just from that short view. It is a Vauxhall Forenza Droop Snoot. I'll be perfectly honest, I'd never heard of one of those before, but Gary Fletcher, you know what one is because you drive one very fast.
And there's one just over there as well, that red one.
There is two on the grid. Tell us about your Droop Snoot and your weekend so far.
Yeah, well, it's been a mixed bag. We've had oil leaks and things, so it's a brand new engine, so it's a bit of a shakedown really this weekend. And I haven't been racing very much for a few years, what with lockdown and all of that stuff. So it's like reteaching myself how to race a car again, you know. But we're having fun.
I think you were middle of the grid lining up and middle of the pack in the finish as well, was it? So not a bad weekend whatsoever.
Yeah. As I say, we were making a lot of smoke, so I was expecting a black flag, but we got it through and we think we fixed it. So now I can concentrate on driving rather than the smoke, you know.
Now, tell us about the Droop Snoot. I just even love saying it.
The Droop Snoot, quite a rare car. They only made 200. Well known in the racing world from the 70s, all part of the Vauxhall stable that everybody knows. Was Jerry Marshall was the works driver in those days, and this car is a tribute to the way he had his cars liveried. Fantastic. So most people, the Jerry Marshall fans, who won some 700 odd races, is a tribute to Jerry Marshall.
Well, let's see if we can get one more win for the Droop Snoot today. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Right, just to show the eclectic nature of this class, let me get my wire sorted out, Alan. We're just going to move ever so slightly down the grid here, because we're going to speak to car number 162, which is Andy Gay in the BMW 318. Oh no, we're not, he's disappeared. He's moved off. But we will go and speak to, just behind me, and forgive the noise, there is the Legends race going on behind us. But we do have Malk Best here in the Ford Capri. Malk, I know you're about to go racing fairly shortly, but we like picking up the beautiful cars on the grid here, and we've picked out yours. Tell us a bit about your Capri. There's always a little bit of history behind most of these cars.
Yeah, this was built for the 85 wheel hire, and I got it in 89, and I've been racing this more or less in this championship since then.
And how's your weekend going so far at Brands Hatch?
It's going well. The car's still in one piece, and the engine's still running, so that's always a bonus.
Fantastic. And what are your hopes for the race coming up shortly? Last race of the weekend for you.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can try and get somewhere near the 3 litre Capris. We'll just have to see how it goes.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you, Andy. All right, thanks a lot, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Right then, and if we let's just turn around whilst we're here. We've got a little bit of time. We've got David Griffin here. We've spoken to David a few times. Sorry, Alan. He's won 2 races yesterday. He's actually racing in 2 classes, David. Of course, with that win yesterday, puts him back on the front of the grid. So he is going to be the man to the couch, the man from Australia in the Diet Coke livery car. Now, to talk you through the action, again, this is the Pre-83 93. Coming up next, over to you, Mr. Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ewan. Nice to catch up with some of the drivers down there in the assembly area. We can next give you the grid for our next race, the second race for the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars and the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars. It's a batch of BMWs at the front of the grid for this one. David Griffin in the Diet Coke car will be in pole position. Circuit just being cleared following the previous race. Alongside him will be Andy Cripps, number 33. This grid based on the results of the race yesterday. Mike Dugdale and Kevin Willis in their E36s on row 2, and then Mark Fowler, number 5, and 45, Rob Crisell on row 3. Then we've got the first of the Pre-83 Championship runners. It was a surprise win yesterday for Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun 510. Starting on row 4 alongside the multiple champion Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort. The car's currently still in the assembly area. The fifth row, Mark Thomas with his Ford Capri. Now he came through from the back of the grid after problems in qualifying yesterday to finish 9th. Lines up alongside Jason Christie, he's in a Mark 1 Escort. Row 6, we have the BMWs of Graham Myers and Andy Sheraton. The Laser Tools livery E30 had a good race yesterday. Row 7, David Thomas in a Mark 1 Capri. Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, in his Mark 3 Capri, the triplex liveried car. Row 8, Mostin Rutter, good to see him back in the championship in his Vauxhall Firenze, alongside Mark Chollerton in his Mark 2 Escort, I should say. Had a delay on the first lap of yesterday's race, that's a fight through. Row 9, Nick Strong, he's in a Mark 1 Capri. Malc Best in a Mark 3 version. Then the 10th row, we've got Mark Osborne at the wheel of his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He had to qualify out of session yesterday, started at the back, fought his way up, and then got caught up in the incident on the last lap, so that restricted him to 19th place, starting alongside Andy Gay in the number 162 BMW. Row 11, we've got Gary Fletcher in the Vauxhall Firenze we've just heard from, starting alongside Lewis Judd in a Mark 1 Escort. Row 12, 86, Colin Claxton, he's in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. And number 30, Byron Aldous with his VW Corrado, racing for the first time in 20 years this year. Row 13, Anton Martin with his Ford Escort Mark 3, and Jake Margulies with the BMW E30. Row 14, Keith Evans in the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud, Mike Broadway's lovely BMW 2002 alongside him. Then we've got, we hopefully have Sam Goodwin-Laidler, that's the Astra GT. We saw that have a shunt at the end of yesterday's race at Graham Hill Bend on the last lap. Hopefully he's made it back out, alongside Bradley Bosday in his Mark 2 Escort. He was a retirement yesterday as well, as was Alan Breck, number 126. He's jumped out of his 5-litre Capri and into his Ford Sierra. Hopefully we'll see him back out today, retired on the first lap yesterday. Ian Bauer, number 90, he missed yesterday's race. I think he had problems in the Classic Thunder race yesterday with his BMW, so he'll start from towards the back. And next, number 47. Now, it was Age Harvey yesterday. His son Tom Harvey has taken over that Mark 1 Escort today, so has to start from the back. Tom is a very quick driver, so look for that Escort coming through. We should hopefully see James Everard as well in his BMW E30 starting from the back, but he was missing yesterday. So we'll wait to see if there are any gaps. We're expecting 34 cars onto the grid for this one. They'll come out the assembly area shortly and line up ready for their green flag lap. BMWs, the numerically dominant in the pre-93 division. We've got E30s and E36s out there. We've got the Vauxhall Astra of Sam Goodwin-Laidler, the Sierra of Alan Breck, that's in the Texaco colours, similar to the Cosworth RS500 that we saw Mike Manning race earlier on. VW Corrado for Byron Aldous as well. A couple of cars that we are missing that were booked in to race. We don't have Steve Walden with his BMW E30. We do have an extra entry though, Mark Fowler. He was a late addition to the weekend. Crowd still enjoying the sunny weather here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday. Hope the heat isn't melting all the Easter chocolate eggs. I can see movement in the assembly area. Yes, I can see David Griffin making his way out in the Diet Coke BMW, the replica of the Australian touring cars of the 90s. He's leading them up to the grid, followed by the green BMW of Andy Cripps, a Brands Hatch specialist. Now, What usually happens is David Griffin makes a poor start and then has to fight his way back up a few places to retake the lead, because he's admitted himself he struggles with standing starts. Classic Thunder, that he also races in, they do rolling starts. He's okay at them, but he struggles with standing starts. Spoke to David and his young son Emerson yesterday. See the cars making their way out of the assembly area there and up onto the grid. There's Mike Dugdale, the black and white M3, another Brands Hatch specialist, graduated through the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon Series, based mainly at Brands Hatch here in the years in the past. Kevin Willis alongside. Looks like we're maybe missing Mark Fowler. I don't think his number 5 car is there. So Rob Crizell in the Schnitzer livery car, the checkered livery, starts there alone. Then we've got the little Datsun, Jonathan Corker. Now, he pipped Stephen Primet on the last lap of the race yesterday to win the pre-83 split. That's a separate championship, 2 sharing a grid here. There's a little Datsun, number 85, in the old Datsun Works colours that we would have seen on the likes of the 240Zs, the Z cars, in years gone by. Mark Thomas in the first of the Capris. He could be in with a chance here. Came through from the back to finish 9th yesterday. Jason Christie in the silver Mark 1 Escort with the blue bonnet. Then Graham Myers and Andy Sheraton. Saw his son Michael Sheraton in the previous race in his Anglia, sadly failed to finish. And David Thomas with his Mark 1 Capri. Don't think he's any relation to Mark Thomas, who starts ahead of him. Stuart Kay in the Triplex Capri. Just looking to see if there's any gaps further back on the grid as well. So it'll be a 15-minute race, standing starts. The BMW dominance obvious at the front. They used to say for F1 drivers want to race for Ferrari, touring car drivers want to race for BMW. That's how it used to be. BMW still one of the top names in touring cars, particularly in the BTCC. Their season starting soon. Battling the likes of Ford, Toyota at the top. Away they go for the green flag lap then, to see if we've got any gaps towards the rear of the grid. Byron Aldous is back out there. The Astra's back, that's good to see. Bradley Bosday is there. Ian Bauer isn't. Don't think we've got Alan Breck in the Sierra. James Everett's not there. I'm not sure if Tom Harvey was there in the white Escort. We'll have another check as they come through. David Griffin's definitely there. We're missing Mark Fowler from row 3. The number 5 BMW isn't there. This series certainly is one of my favourites to see. Tom Harvey is there, the white Escort at the very back behind Bradley and Bosday. Ian Bauer's not there in the Castrol BMW. He had problems yesterday. To get some heat into their tyres. Look out for Mark Osborne as well, the Welshman, the black Triumph Dolomite Sprint. It's delayed by a spin. Started from the back of the grid, came through the field, and then was caught up in an incident on the last lap and spun. So watch for him coming through. He'll be challenging his big rival Stephen Primet in his Escort. Mark Chollerton likewise had problems in yesterday's race, had to come through from the back. Gary Fletcher in the Droop Snoot Firenze that we heard from earlier. 2 of those there. Austin Rutter in the other one. Cars coming to the grid then. The Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars and the Shell Oils pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. A grid of great variety. We've got BMWs and Fords, the most widely represented manufacturers. We've got Vauxhalls, Triumphs out there. A couple of VWs as well. and that little Datsun of Jonathan Corker. What a corker of a car it is as well. First win for him yesterday, defeating Stephen Primet, the multiple champion in his Mark 1 Escorts. Take a moment to get the cars into correct position for this 15-minute race. Can anyone beat the BMWs? 5 of them there at the front of the grid. Another one further back, Graham Myers, the other E36. But can David Griffin make a better start this time? He admits he struggles with standing starts as opposed to rolling starts in Classic Thunder. Just awaiting the all clear from the marshals to get this one underway then. Revs begin to rise, and away they go. Great start by Kevin Willis in the 95. 3 BMWs together. Good start by the Capri of Mark Thomas as well, and Stephen Primet. And David Griffin has slightly fluffed the start again. Kevin Willis from the second row of the grid goes into the lead in the yellow BMW. Everybody else strings out behind. Now Griffin's been able to hold second place, but a super start by Kevin Willis to take lead. Big lock up there from Jonathan Corker. Nearly hits the back of Rob Crizel, who also made a bit of a slow start in his BMW. The rest of the pack make their way through, but it's BMWs to the fore, 4 of them as they head around Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Not the best of starts by Jonathan Corker. It's Stephen Primet in 5th overall who leads the pre-83 split. He's ahead of Mark Thomas. Corker's dropped behind Jason Christie's Mark 1 Escorts as they swing their way around Surtees and McLaren for the first time. He's starting to string out slightly. Good start by Mark Cholerton there in the blue and white Mark 2 Escort. Somebody kicking up a little bit of dust. I think that was Mike Dugdale at the end of the first lap in 4th place. But it's Willis who leads as they cross the line from Griffin, Cripps, Dugdale in 4th place. Stephen Primet 5th leads the pre-83 split. Plenty of subclasses in there as well. Second of the pre-83 is Mark Thomas in that Ford Capri number 50. Third of them is Jason Christie's Mark 1 Escort, who's ahead of Jonathan Corker. Several places off the line. The leaders head down to Graham Hill Bend. Here's a replay of the starts. That was a jump start. Look for number 85 there. Yes, Jonathan Corker jumped the start there. He jumped forward and then held back, so that's why he's dropped back. He jumped the start, then realised and hit the brakes again. That could be a penalty for Jonathan Corker for an out of position start. Wait and see what decision comes through on the timing screen for that. Meanwhile, David Griffin normally makes a poor start, as we said. He's challenging Kevin Willis for the lead, goes for the outside as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. He's gone all the way round him. Can he pull ahead on Halewood Hill? He has. Super move by David Griffin, takes the lead from Kevin Willis, and the Diet Coke car is in front again. We've got Mike Dugdale challenging Andy Cripps for 3rd place in the Battle of the Beamers behind them. Then Stephen Primet in 5th overall leads the pre-83s ahead of Mark Thomas. Rob Crizel is in 7th place, Jason Christie 8th, Mark Cholerton's up to 9th, and it's Andy Sheraton rounding out the top 10 in the Laser Tools BMW. Saw on the replay of the start there, Jonathan Corker jumped forward and then stopped himself, but I don't think that'll mean he'll escape a penalty for jumping the start there. Great shame for yesterday's pre-83 winner. Andy Cripps working hard to hold off Mike Dugdale for 3rd place. To look on the outside, trying to do a David Griffin there. I don't think he'll get through there. Moves to the inside now, coming up towards Druids. This is for 3rd place overall. They're all in the same class, the leading BMWs, pre-93 Class B. Their way out towards Graham Hill Bend once again. It's David Griffin still with the lead. The white Diet Coke BMW leads Kevin Willis. Great start from the second row to lead the opening couple of laps. Surtees and McLaren. Cripps in 3rd place, still ahead of Dugdale. Then a gap back to Primet in the Escort. Thomas in the Capri. And Rob Crizel's BMW in 7th place. He has a look up the inside, challenging Mark Thomas. Nearly clips the side of the Capri. Thomas hangs on ahead. Stunningly turned out car that is, and he's having a go at Stephen Primet now for the lead of the pre-83s. The Mark 1 Escorts has got the Capri in its slipstream as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Is Thomas going to go for the outside here, I wonder? No, he's not. He's going to be mindful that Crizel is there behind them. towards Druids Hill Bend once again. Mark Thomas under fire from the BMW, goes off. Nearly a collision between the two of them there. Rob Crizel had to lock up the brakes to avoid smacking into the back of the Ford Capri there. The Capri braked earlier than Rob Crizel was expecting. Mark Thomas gets away with that. Now we'll see if Rob Crizel is going to lose any places. No, he hasn't. Next in the order is Mark Chullerton. Then Jonathan Corker has got back ahead of Jason Christie in his Mark 1 Escort. Free sideways there as it comes out of clearways, challenging. This is for the lead, of course, in the Shell Oils Pre-83 division. He's going for the outside this time, Mark Thomas. Well, David Griffin did it to take the lead overall. Can Mark Thomas do it? No. Stephen Primet holds him off. Like David Brodie against Gordon Spice all over again, and it's Mark Thomas, aka Gordon Spice, all over the back of the Mark 1 Escorts. Another touring car legend started his career in Mark 1 Escorts in his younger days, a certain Andy Rouse. I wonder what happened to him. Rob Crizel in behind them, still going after nearly clipping the Capri earlier on. There's Mark Chullerton. 4 BMWs still holding station out in front. Griffin, Willis, Dugdale and Cripps, your top 4. They're well out in front of this group, fighting for the lead of the Pre-83s. Nearly 3 seconds the lead now for David Griffin in the Pre-93s. Mark Thomas is going to try again up the outside as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. No, he won't get through there. He can't find the momentum to get up alongside. Try and unnerve Stephen Primet. Now he goes back to the inside into Druids. He's got the inside this time, has he? No. Primet closes the door. You normally see the Escort battling with the likes of Mark Chullerton and Mark Osborne in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. We also used to see Mike Luck regularly in there with his BMW E21 as well. Mike now retired from racing. Tom Harvey was hoping to race that car this year, but maybe not ready yet because he's out in the family Mark 1 Escort. Where is Harvey up to? He's further back in the order at the moment. If it is Tom on board, got a bit of smoke I see there from the Capri. Keep an eye on that because he did have problems in qualifying yesterday, Mark Thomas. You'll have to look on the outside there as he gets on the throttle out of Paddock Bend. Let's have a look. Did I see a puff of smoke there? No, it looks okay now. David Griffin's lead is just over 3 seconds. Mike Dugdale is catching Kevin Willis for second place now in the battle of the BMWs up front. They've dropped Andy Cripps. He's in 4th place. They're about 12 seconds ahead of this lot. This pairing fighting for 5th overall in the lead in Pre-83. Pre has a look on the inside into Surtees. No, you don't, says Stephen Primet. Very experienced racer, the Bedfordshire driver. Multiple Pre-83 touring car champion. Thomas, the man from Lancing in Sussex, giving a good chase. There's Harvey in the 47 Escort chasing Lewis Judd's Mark 1 Escort, and they've got Andy Gay's BMW up behind them as Thomas tries again. Can he get the overlap this time into Paddock Bend? No, again the Escort later on the brakes. Great battle between these two. You could say they're partying like it's 1979 out there. There's definitely some smoke though coming from underneath that Capri. I hope it's not leaking oil. Yes, you can see it there as he gets on the throttle out of Druids. Rob Crizel in behind them in the BMW. Still Chullerton, Corker and Christie rounding out the top 10. No move from Mark Osborne yet either up the order. He's up to 13th behind Graham Myers' BMW. Jonathan Corker fighting back in the Datsun as well. And here's the battle for 3rd place between Dugdale and Cripps. There's Kevin Willis up ahead of them, lapping Bradley Bosday's Escorts. There's the leader. We haven't forgotten about David Griffin trying to lap the Tom Harvey BMW Escort there rather. There's 2nd, 3rd and 4th line astern. They're well ahead of everybody else. Great drive by Kevin Willis to lead the early going. Mike Dugdale though putting him under pressure now for 2nd place. Mike Dugdale, a Brands Hatch specialist, coming up to lap Gary Fletcher's Vauxhall Firenze. Have we had any retirements further back Yes, Dave Thomas in the Mark 1 Capri has pulled into the pits. I think he's the only retirement so far. Mike Dugdale is all over the back of Kevin Willis in the 95 BMW. Here's the battle in pre-83, still Stephen Primet heading that rather smoky Capri of Mark Thomas. Just hope he's not leaking fluid onto the circuit here. Mike Dugdale at the inside takes second place away from Kevin Willis. Now Andy Cripps is going to move to have a go as well. So coming out of paddock there, Mike Dugdale moves into second position. They lap the slower BMW of Andy Gay. That is not an M3, unlike the others that are up there. Nearly 5 seconds now the lead for David Griffin over this little lot as they fight their way through back marker traffic. Lewis Chug nearly clipped there by Mike Dugdale, getting the escorts out of his way. Tom Harvey able to take a place as a result there as well. Mike Dugdale looking rapid here. Has he got the gap back down? I don't think he will have done this time. Yes, 6.7 seconds up to now because they were dealing with back markers. That smoke is getting worse from the Capri there, you can see. Jake Margoley is being lapped in his BMW, and Stephen Primet is now pulling away at the head of the pre-83s. Andy Cripps now attacking Kevin Willis for third overall. This is for third in pre-93 and overall. Next pre-93 car in the order after these four is Rob Crizell in the Schnitzer lookalike BMW. 4 minutes of the race still to go for the Laser Tools pre-93 and Shell Oil's pre-83 touring cars. Over the line goes the third place fight. Good run by Kevin Willis. Mark Thomas has caught back up to Stephen Primet in the escorts, but still rather smoky, that Capri. And he's pulling into the pits. Yes, the problem becoming too much for Mark Thomas. I don't know if he was perhaps... Yes, he has been shown the black and orange flag. We didn't see it go out, but due to trailing that smoke, Mark Thomas was shown the black and orange flag, the black with the orange disc. That means mechanical problem, you must pull into the pits. So he's been flagged in by the officials. It's a shame because he was closing back up on Stephen Primet there, but the officials determining that smoke to be too severe. There was, of course, the risk that he could have been dropping fluid. So the officials showing him the technical disqualification flag, effectively, the black and orange flag, the meatball flag, as drivers call it. And Mark Thomas signalled into the pits. Meanwhile, David Griffin out on his own, over 7 seconds clear now, looking for win number 2 this weekend. Looking to regain his pre-93 title this year, especially with reigning champion Ian Bauer, a non-starter. Beautiful BMW. Homage to the BMWs of the 1990s Australian Super Touring Championship, the likes of Paul Morris. Jeff and David Brabham raced those. The Brabhams won Bathurst in one. The Bathurst 1000 was run a couple of times to Super Touring rules as opposed to V8 supercars. Nick Strong being lapped in that beautiful Mark 1 Capri. He's raced a Jaguar XJS this season as well. See the Jaguars out later on. Nick Strong, what was the other car he raced? A Ford Consul Classic, that was it. Stunning looking car. Nice looking BMW for Andy Cripps as well. He's now up into third place ahead of Kevin Willis. Can he get second place away? 1 minute 40 seconds of this race still to go. Change for fifth as well. Stephen Primet has dropped behind Rob Crizell. Stuart Kay trying to get out of the way there. The triplex Capri letting David Griffin through. The lap speed seems to have dropped a little. I wonder if there is a bit of fluid down from possibly from Mark Thomas's Capri. I think there might be a little bit of fluid down on the circuit, slowing them down slightly. Through goes David Griffin. I think he'll get 2 more laps out of this. It's 1 minute 12 on the clock as he crossed the line. Car prepared by West Suffolk Racing. Leads by 5.5 seconds now over Mike Dugdale. Back there's the BMW, headlights blaze. There's Mostyn Rutter in his Vauxhall Firenze. And there's Anton Martin. Battle of the Fords with Mark Chullerton. The Datsun sliding around behind them. Jonathan Corker down in 8th place. I think there is a bit of fluid down on the circuit which has slowed the pack a little in these closing stages. Anton Martin getting out of the way. He's being lapped. The ex-Bangor Racing driver from Suffolk. Now got a collection of Fords that he races on the circuits. Race the Bangors at Milton Hall and Kings Lynn. Mark Chullerton, the builder from Kings Lynn in Norfolk. On to his last lap now though is David Griffin. There's Chullerton, he's up to 7th place. He's looking at his lap speeds compared with Stephen Primet ahead of him. I don't think he's catching his fellow escort pilot Mark Chullerton, so it's going to be a win for Primet. Going up to lap Graham Myers. Now he's 11th, so David Griffin is going to have lapped everybody up to 10th place. A dominant drive from the BMW drive once he recovered from his usual slightly sluggish start. No problem at all for David Griffin. It's going to be Diet Cokes all round in the paddock once again. Keeping up his run of victories for 2022 in the Laser Tools Pre-93 Touring Car Championship. David Griffin comes in to take another victory for the West Suffolk Racing Team. Salutes the team by moving to the pit wall as he crosses the line. Well clear of his fellow BMW pilots. He really is having a dominant season here and opening up a lead in the championship, David Griffin. Mike Dugdale comes over in 2nd. 3rd is Andy Cripps. Oh, Mark Thomas has gone back out there. He's flagged in for the officials to check that smoke. They've let him back out there and he's going to finish the race at least. You can see the smoke trailing there. And there's the other Capri in pit lane, the number 12 of David Thomas. Jonathan Corker, I can tell you, did get a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. That's dropped him to 10th place. We'll confirm the results in a moment. There is David Griffin. Well done to the Pre-93 and 83 touring cars. There's Mark Osborne. Didn't see much of him in the Dolomites, and that one a quiet weekend for him. The provisional result then, David Griffin the winner by just over 7 seconds ahead of Mike Dugdale, with Andy Cripps, Kevin Willis and Rob Crizzell completing a BMW clean sweep. The Pre-83 split was won by Stephen Primet, this time ahead of Mark Chullerton and Jason Christie in a clean sweep for the escorts. Next home Andy Sheraton. Jonathan Corker, a 10-second penalty for him, dropping him to 10th place for jumping the starts. Graham Myers next home ahead of Mark Osborne's triumph. Then Mostyn Rutter, a good 13th place ahead of Stuart Kay, who won his class, as did Andy Sheraton. A little further up, Byron Aldous in the Corrado, completing the top 15. There were class wins elsewhere for Sam Goodwin-Laidler in his repaired Vauxhall Astra. Also for Anton Martin down in 22nd, he won Pre-83 Class D. Jake Margulies won Class E in his BMW as well. Just a couple of retirements in that one. We lost the Harvey Escort late on. Also Keith Evans Alphasud dropped out. Gary Fletcher went missing during that race a few laps from home in the Firenze Droop Snoot, and of course we saw Dave Thomas pulled into the pit lane in his Capri. Well, as the Pre-93 and Pre-83 touring cars, and that's the end of their weekend. They're down in Parc Fermé. Our race interviewer Ewan will be down there in a second to greet them.
Well, Dave, thank you. I think you're absolutely right. Diet Cokes all round in the David Griffin household, and Paddock later on. But let's go and have a chat with our race winner. Second race win of the weekend for David. Just putting his hair up in a bun after he's taken his helmet off. First of all, congratulations. Dominant, I think is the word.
Yeah, and that's just when you get to that second race, if you can get in front, it's the most fun you'll ever have in your entire life. I mean, it's fun driving things around here on a track day, but if you get to lead a race like Laser Tools put on with this Pre-93 crew, it's out of this world.
Now, you didn't have it all your own way from the start.
No, I actually got quite a good start, and still people kind of came past, so I got I don't think it's a great place to slot from that grid one. That's my excuse for this time. Okay. But a couple of them got through. I think we were 3 wide through that first turn. We knew there was a big oil slick up in the last corner, so I just thought we'd have a look and see how that went the first couple of laps, and then I was able to get through. That was good.
But perfect weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. The West Suffolk team have put together such a great car that you sort of just get in and go, oh, how much fun is this? And the weather's been great, the crowd's been fantastic. The flaggies did an extraordinary job again, getting us blue flag through. There's a lot of traffic.
Now, when you're so fast, you have to overtake. You lapped, I think, everything up to about 9th position. Is that where the challenge comes?
Yeah, well, it's never dull driving around to start with, but you go through phases, even in a 15-minute race. That first 5 minutes, the start, that bit, and then you get that middle bit where you're just a bit on your own, and then the last part of it is just mayhem getting through the back markers. They're all 3 phases are really cool fun, though.
And what is the traditional Aussie celebration this evening?
Drive to another racetrack. Really? The car's in one piece and we could race it again tomorrow, maybe.
Great entertainment, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Right, let's speak to second place Mike Dugdale, just here in the car number 51, fellow BMW driver. Mike, let's have a little word. He's pretty good, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Yeah, he's obviously off in the distance. I believe he's racing again tomorrow, so he's got plenty of seat time. He's developed himself as a driver, and he's obviously better than we are. Sorry, I was on telly. I'm a racing driver, I must remember. Don't admit to somebody's better than you. The car, it must be the car. No, he's obviously off into the distance. I had a better start than yesterday. Still had a bit to do. I was behind Andy and Kevin Willis, who had an absolutely flying start again. I think got past Andy. So we had a few laps. I think it didn't help us because it slowed all 3 of us up. And obviously allowed them to get away. But yeah, it was a great race, and I had some great battling with Kevin, both Kevin and Andy. Good clean races, and you can have some real close quarters racing with them. A few frights going up the start-finish straight. I'm right on Kevin's boot lid, and he pulls over, and suddenly there's a back marker in the way. So unfortunately, with enough time for me to see it and clear.
It's one of the busiest grids of the weekend. That makes it a bit of extra fun, extra challenge. What does that mean for racing?
It's good fun. Racing's always good fun, if you know. So it's having other cars out, and obviously it probably makes it worse here because it is such a small lap. So 34 car capacity grid. And given the option of having a grid of sort of 12, 15 cars, or having capacity grid any day, it's good for the club. It's good, good for us racers, and and it means that that there's longevity in the Classic Touring Car Club.
Mike, great racing, congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, I know we're about to go racing with the legend, so I'd love to speak to Stephen Primmett, but I think we'll have to leave that for now. Might get it during the race and play it afterwards, but for now, let's go once again pick up truck racing with Dave Goddard.
Yes, thank you very much, Ewan. The pickup's already on the grid for their second race of the day. 4 races to go here today at Brands Hatch. Second half of the qualifying session set the grid for this race, and it's once again based on qualifying times with the top 6 reversed. So it's Dale Gent, number 83, on pole position this time alongside Mark Willis in the 65. Second row, Alias Smith and Jones, Michael Smith and Rhys Jones. And the third row, Alan Cooper and our earlier winner, George Taricki. Fourth row, Dan Fisher and Dean Tompkins. Dan Fisher was on pole early on but fell back. Row 5, we've got David O'Regan. Great battle with Dean Tompkins earlier on, starting alongside Jamie Liptrot. Good qualifying effort from the number 2. Row 6, Danny Hunn alongside the 12 of Paul Tompkins. Row 7, birthday boy yesterday, number 71, Simon Ward alongside 51, Gavin Pike. Row 8, Roger Dormer, number 7, and the 50 of Jeff Dixon, a retirement earlier on, as was Richard Ayling. He lines up on the 9th row in number 13 alongside Pat Kiley in the number 56. And then Tom Hutchings completes the grid in number 29. So 19 trucks we should see out there. This will be an 18 lap race, not a timed race this one, 18 laps. Will be a rolling start. New paint job for the number 83 of Dale Gents. That truck's previously black with red trim. Used to race that very menacing modified Subaru Impreza in the classic Thunder Saloons. Fast but fragile, that car. As in, it either won or it blew its turbo. Mark Willis alongside him. George Taricki slides away to get the tyres warmed up. That was spectacular. Looks like he'd drive his 2 litre hot rod or his Brisker F2 sideways. BMW pace car drives them round. Michael Smith on the second row, looking to get back to title winning form. The 40 Rhys Jones in the pink truck alongside him. Jeff Dixon is back out. I saw a gap next to Roger Dorn. Are they just? No, they're just slightly out of order there. Looks like everybody is there. Yes, 19 trucks for 18 laps. This is going to be very close racing indeed. We saw a great entertaining race from them earlier on. Great to have the pickups back. They missed a season, of course, in 2020. All their rounds got cancelled because of the pandemic. Dale Gent and Mark Willis lead the pickup truck racers round to the grid. Here we go, the pace car about to drop into the pit lane. Dale Gent and Mark Willis will control them up towards the start line, waiting for the red lights to go out. 18 laps of racing about to get underway. The pickup truck racers ready to rumble at Brands Hatch. Wait for the red lights to go out, and off they go. Down towards Paddock then for the first time. George Taricki going for the high line into Paddock, and going for the low line on the inside is Alan Cooper, but there's no way through. Dale Gent up on the curve, so Mark Willis will try and take the lead as they go up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time, side by side. Rhys Jones and Michael Smith tuck in behind them. They're still virtually in grid formation as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Mark Willis leans on Dale Gent. I think he's going to get the line away from Graham Hill Bend, and Mark Willis takes the lead. Dale Gent in second place. Rhys Jones slots into third. Michael Smith wide over the curve. George Taricki has moved up one place into fifth, ahead of Alan Cooper as they make their way along the Cooper Straights, not named after Alan Cooper, of course, as Rhys Jones trying to attack for second. They're all over each other in the pack, but everybody round okay by the look of it on the first lap. And Mark Willis, truck number 65, leads the way. Rhys Jones trying for second on the inside of Dale Gent. You can see just how evenly matched all these trucks are. Identical 2-litre race-tuned engines under the bonnets. Rhys Jones going to go up the inside in the third, and up to fourth is George Taricki. He's got ahead of Alan Cooper and Michael Smith around the first lap. Smith a little bit sideways. Dale Gent dodges around on the tail of the pink truck of number 40 Rhys Jones. He may have been being pushed by George Taricki there. Use your bumper, George, you're not in your F2 stock car now. Nor is Alan Cooper facing Michael Smith. He's raced a bit of brisker F1 in his time as well. The V8 engined short ovalers. Somebody out onto the grass, that's Dan Fisher in the number 5 running wide. Through Surtees and McLaren for the second time of asking. It's great stuff. There's Jamie Liptrot in the bright green and black number 2, under fire from David O'Regan, ex-national hot rod racer in number 8. Another long-time hot rod racer, Mark Willis, leads the way. Here comes Rhys Jones, the Brands Hatch specialist, going for the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. No, he doesn't get the overlap. There's almost contact. This could allow Dale Gent in on the inside as well. He goes up on the curb. He always does there in the number 83. Jones has now got onto the inside line, heading into Druids. He's surely going to take the lead here under braking. Bit of a lock-up from Willis. He goes wide. Rhys Jones says thanks very much and takes the lead of the race. George Taricki in the yellow truck looking on, number 28 in behind. He's going for third into Graham Hill Bend, side by side with Dale Gent. Gent gets the better exit though and holds that third place in the 83. Just like a NASCAR road course race for the Camping World trucks. Don't see many of those. Number 21. Dean Tompkins in there, saw him battling with David O'Regan earlier on, but George Taricki has now made the move, stick on Dale Gent into third position. Over the line they go. Rhys Jones, your leader from Mark Willis, they're trying to break away. Dale Gent fighting back in the 83. Then we've got Michael Smith, Alan Cooper, the Tompkins father and son pairing 7th and 8th, David O'Regan and Jamie Liptrot round out the top 10. Starting to settle in now. They get to up towards the first quarter of this race. Rhys Jones leads in the number 40, the ex-saloon car racer. There's Paul Tompkins. He had a few gremlins with his truck, dropped him down to 13th in race 1. Vauxhall-bodied trucks holding the first 3 places. The first Ford is Dale Gent in 4th. That's only the body shapes, of course. You mentioned the Isuzu-bodied truck of Neil Tressler earlier on. He's hoping to be out later in the season. Willis under fire here. Comes George to Ricky. He's going for the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. He sends a move up the inside. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. Good move by the king of pickups, George to Ricky, looking for his third title this year. Dale Gent going for the inside on both of them. They were nearly 3 wide there. Mark Willis trying to hang on around the outside. He'll keep the line for Graham Hill Bend and keep that third place. Of course, the harder they battle, the more Rhys Jones can try to pull away in the number 40 truck. Behind them, Michael Smith in the black truck. Then it's Paul Tompkins. Looks like he's got ahead of Alan Cooper. Yes, Cooper's dropped back there. He must have made a mistake up at the top of the circuit, because Dean Tompkins and David O'Regan in the Parcel Force truck have got through as well. Alan Cooper dropping back, then Dan Fisher and Jamie Limtrot rounding out the first 10 or 11. Over the line they go to Ricky Knapp in a second. Here comes Dale Jents up on the outside of Mark Willis. A flash of flame from the Willis exhaust pipe there on the 65. Still Rhys Jones who leads the way in truck number 40, the local man from Herne Bay in Kent. Mark Willis closing the door on Dale Jents. Down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend once again. Jones to Ricky, Willis, Jents. Dale Gent, like many of these drivers, started off on the short ovals before moving to the Thunder Saloons. I remember him racing with his dad Mark in the Lightning Rods and National Super Rods as David O'Regan loses it, gets a wheel onto the grass there, into the gravel. Now can he get out from there? I think he's going to survive it, yes. Good recovery there, David O'Regan. He didn't. He resisted the temptation to plant his foot down. That would have dug the truck down into the gravel. He just gently brought it over the top of the gravel bed, and he's been able to rejoin, but he's lost a fair number of places. Up the hill head the leaders. Jones to Ricky, Willis, Jents, Smith and the Tompkins, father and son pair. Here's another look at David O'Regan. Was battling with his old nemesis from race 1. Dean Tompkins just got a little bit sideways, wheel onto the grass, loses the rear end of the truck, it slides out. I thought he was going to spin, but went over the gravel, and he didn't plant his right foot to the floor, because that would have dug the rear wheels in as they spun. Just kept using gentle, judicious use of the throttle, out of the gravel, back in the race. Good recovery, David O'Regan, but he's down to almost last place. Running wide there, Tom Hutchins as well. I wonder if there's a bit of fluid been dropped at the end of the lap there. Fastest lap of the race that time for George Taricki, 52.088, and it shows he's well up with Rhys Jones now and going for the outside. He's trying to get the line away for Graham Hill Bend. He goes to the outside of Druids. Battle is on for third as well, Willis, Jenton, Smith. Rhys Jones was wise too, George Taricki there, holding the line for Graham Hill Bend. Cooper straight they go. Paul Tompkins trying to close up in 6th position. Rhys Jones sliding the number 40 truck, the KS Services sponsored machine around. Mark Willis in 3rd place, and it's the 83 of Jents. Stunning new paint job for Dale Gent this season, replacing the previous black with red trim. It's pink against yellow at the front of the field, and George Taricki has a tentative look there at Paddock Hill Bend. He doesn't get the inside line away. Mark Willis up on the curb. Leader under intense pressure here. George Taricki throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Rhys Jones. Jones moves to cover, coming out of Druids. That's good driving. Takes the line for Graham Hill Bender. Dale Gent was up alongside at Druids. There's a puff of smoke. One of the leaders has put a wheel onto the dust there. I think that might have been Taricki, because he's lost a truck length or so's ground. Paul and Dean Tompkins next in the order, ahead of Alan Cooper in the 72, the runner-up from race 1. Mark Willis is driving on the limit of adhesion, throwing his truck around in that 3rd place. Dale Gent and Michael Smith getting ready to attack him. We're at half distance in this 2nd race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And Dale Gent going for the outside into Paddock Bend, and he's done it! Oh, fantastic. Great move by Dale Gent there around the outside on the entry to Paddock Hill Bend. We don't see that very often. Willis goes down to 4th. Michael Smith is ready to attack as well. Or did Mark Willis give Dale Gent a quick tap there going into Druids? I think there may have been some contact. Gets the outside line for Graham Hill Bend. Gent's there on the inside. They slide their way side by side through the corner. Michael Smith in the offshore fuel truck moves up to attack them as well. Willis goes back ahead of Gent as a result of that. And now Paul Tompkins is right with them. It's 4 of them to third place now. The A4 metal recycling truck of number 12, Paul Tompkins. Meantime, there's a move being made for the lead at the front there at the end of the lap through clearways. It looks like George Turicki has got through. Yes, he has. George Turicki has taken the lead. Rhys Jones ready to fight back though on the inside, going into Paddock Hill Bend. He fights his way back up the inside, under braking for Paddock. They're side by side for the lead as they head up Halewood Hill. Rhys Jones will have the inside line for Druids Hill Bend. Turicki will be on the outside, but he needs to get the overlap before Graham Hill Bend, or Turicki will have the inside for the left hand. They're absolutely together as they head down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Turicki's got the inside for the left hander and he hangs on to the lead. This is terrific stuff. Terrific Turicki leads the way. Meantime, Dale Gents retaken third from Mark Willis. You can't take your eyes off any of this for a second. Between these two for the lead. Still 7 laps to go. Wish this race could go on twice as long. This is absolutely superb. Dale Gents and Mark Willis still fighting for third. Smith and the Tompkins family are in behind them, and Alan Cooper trying to join in as well. Gents pulled away slightly from Willis now, and here comes Michael Smith up the outside. He won't get through there. Michael Smith and Mark Willis, 2 of the leading exponents of the Rockingham Oval, as Rhys Jones back up the inside as they head into Druids. Rhys Jones, he's not finished yet. We said he's a Brands Hatch specialist. He's trying to retake the lead from George Turicki here. They head down into Graham Hill Bend and Turicki holds him off. Oh, fantastic. Here comes Rhys Jones back again. He seems to be quicker in a straight line, but Turicki knows where to place the truck to defend. And he defends again through Surtees. Jones sideways. Turicki has the lead. On lap 12 out of 18 now. Dale Gents in third, then Willis, Smith, Paul Tompkins, Dean Tompkins and Alan Cooper. Dan Fisher and Pat Kiley rounding out the top 10. The newcomer, Pat Kiley's going well in number 56. It's all about these lead battles. Rhys Jones trying to retake the lead from the double champion, George Turicki. Runs a bit wide onto the curbs there at Paddock Hill Bend. This is absolutely pulsating racing from the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Michael Smith has taken 4th. He's through past Mark Willis there at Druids, and Paul Tompkins in there as well. Side by side as they head down into Graham Hill Bend. Smith is through, Tompkins is through. Mark Willis drops back to 6th position. Now he'll come under fire from Alan Cooper in 7th. He's got ahead of Dean Tompkins. All change in that scrap for the minor placings. They bounce over the curbs at Surtees. This is magnificent. Meanwhile, George Turicki still working hard to hold off Rhys Jones for the lead. Dale Gents going after them. He's broken away from the battle for what was 3rd place. It's now for 4th because Gents has moved clear by about 1.5 seconds of Michael Smith, Paul Tompkins and Mark Willis. And he's going after the leaders. Look at the way Dale Gents is going in that 83. They're so busy battling each other, I don't think they've noticed in there. And Paul Tompkins sends one up the inside of Druids. That's a brave move. Takes Michael Smith. Mark Willis says, I'll have some of that as well. He goes through, and Smith is shuffled back in the blink of an eye to 6th position. Much better run by Paul Tompkins. Smith sideways as they come off Graham Hill Bend. Alan Cooper and Dean Tompkins in behind them. What can Dale Gents do? Fastest man on track is George Turicki. He's done the fastest lap of the race. Still 4 laps left to run. Paul Tompkins under fire from Mark Willis, the 2 vastly experienced South of England based racers. And Michael Smith, the man from the northeast, is not finished yet either. He's having a go at Mark Willis, under braking for Paddock Hill Bend. Willis closes the door. Alan Cooper in behind them. Rhys Jones is again all over the tail of George Turicki. This is exactly what Dale Gent wants. The harder they fight each other, the more he can close in. A pulsating race from the Pickup Truck Racing Championship on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. There's still 3 more laps of it to go after this one. Rhys Jones right on the rear tailgate of the pickup of George Turicki. He's going to find it tricky to hold these 2 off because Dale Gent's almost with them now. There is Gent, he's about 3 truck lengths behind them. Can he catch them? Catching's one thing, passing is another. Gap was 0.9 of a second back to George Turicki. Back to Dale Gent is now down to 0.6. Turicki continues to hang on for dear life in the lead, soaking up the pressure from Rhys Jones. Tompkins Senior heads the next group. Up on the outside there, Jones is trying to get the line away for Graham Hill Bend, but he won't do it this time. all the time. Dale Gent is slowly but surely closing in, but is he going to run out of time to catch them? If they tangle, Gent is in a position to inherit, as further back in the order, Danny Hunn under fire from the 51 of Gavin Pike, the crouch recovery truck there. A bit of a lock-up at Druids. Tom Hutchins in behind them, one of our newcomers. Lead battle comes through towards Clark Curve and the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Still nose to tail for the lead. Further back, Jamie Liptrot under fire from the recovering David O'Regan after his off into the gravel earlier on. Seems to have slowed him down. Battles everywhere you look, but who is going to take the podium places? We're into the penultimate lap now. Dale Gent is almost with these two leaders. So Ricky, Jones, Gent between these three for the win. Paul Tompkins heading the next group. They're about 2.5 seconds, or nearly 3 seconds now back down the road. Gent made a bit of a mistake there, caught the curve on the inside. 5 trucks line astern for 4th place. There go the leaders. And Paul Tompkins soaking up the pressure from Mark Willis, Michael Smith, Alan Cooper and Dean Tompkins. The Tompkins father and son pairing bookending this battle. Coming round to start the final lap this time. Can George to Ricky hang on? Rhys Jones will see the last lap signal and that will be his cue to attack. He's got to know where to unleash his finishing move. Here he goes. He's up almost alongside. He's dodging about on the tail of Tariki. He'll get alongside into Druids. No, he won't. Tariki holds it, drifts wide on the exit, but he'll be on the inside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Rhys Jones right up alongside. I don't think he'll get round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. Tariki defending. Here they come down to the last few corners of this incredible pickup truck championship race along Cooper Straight for the last time. Mark Willis is going for 4th, but it's all about the two leaders with Dale Gent behind them. Has Tariki done enough? Can Rhys Jones slipstream him as they come along the straight? They could finish side by side, these two. Here comes Rhys Jones, ready to make his finishing move along the straight. I don't think he's going to get close enough. This is going to be very close indeed, but it's going to be a double victory for George Tariki, the reigning champion. What a superb drive. Rhys Jones 2nd, Dale Gent is 3rd, covered by less than a second. 4th goes to Paul Tompkins ahead of Mark Willis, Michael Smith, Alan Cooper and Dean Tompkins as quickly as that. And I need a cold shower. I think the drivers will as well after that one. That is one of the best races we have seen so far on BARC TV this year. George Tariki, a double win to kick off his quest for a 3rd pickup truck title in succession, but what a great drive that was by Rhys Jones. Okay, we'll confirm the provisional results in just a second. 18 laps completed, a time of 15 minutes 54.787 seconds for George Tariki. He won by 0.169 of a second from Rhys Jones, and Dale Gent was less than a second back in 3rd place. Paul Tompkins topped that huge battle for 4th, covered by less than a second, 5 trucks there. Mark Willis 5th, Michael Smith 6th, Alan Cooper 7th, and Dean Tompkins 8th. Dan Fisher and David O'Regan recovering from his brief off, completing the top 10. Jamie Liptrot was next ahead of newcomer Pat Kiley, a good account of himself this weekend. Danny Hunn 13th ahead of Tom Hutchins from the back of the grid. Gavin Pike rounding up the top 15. Then we had Roger Dormer, Simon Ward, Jeff Dixon and Richard Ayling, all 19 finished and all of them on the lead lap. Impressive stuff. Showing just how closely matched these pickups are. The whole field covered by some 48 seconds. Right, I'm going to get my breath back and we'll hand down to Ewan to talk to some of the drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Well, this will just be a quick one because the pickup trucks, and my goodness, if you ever wanted an advert for pickup truck racing, I think that was it right there. George Tariki taking his 2nd win of the day, just holding off Alan Cooper, and they're going to go into the distance, unfortunately, because they are one of the very few classes that do not stop in scrutineering or park equipment. They go straight back to the paddock, and we have an absolutely packed schedule today, so very shortly we're moving straight on to the Pre-03s and the Jags in the classic touring cars. They've given us such a joy to watch today, so more racing coming up. But oh my goodness, maybe was that the race of the weekend? George Tariki, Alan Cooper fighting out, and gents, almost 2 or 3 more laps. He was really, really closing in, reeling in the front boys as they were playing amongst themselves. Just slowly gentling up alongside, couldn't quite get there in the end. But of course we are following the pickup trucks throughout this season, so you will get to see more of that absolutely phenomenal action. Now Alan, if we just turn around here, let's take advantage of this, because we are going to see the Prio 3 and the Jags coming onto the racetrack very shortly. So they will do one lap of the course and then stop and under the safety car, and then they will go racing. So let's just listen to some beautiful noise of the engines here. There was Ross, he was second place yesterday after starting third on the grid. And it's probably worth saying, the beautiful crowd here this afternoon and all weekend, in fact, this Easter weekend extravaganza, loads going on at Brands Hatch for the family. This is not just about truck racing, it is about a whole community of motorsport here. Loads going on, loads of food festival, the lineup of the trucks here. Of course, the trucks is the key weekend, but so many races going on, so many classes to enjoy. Now, Dave, another race. You no more time to get your breath back. Back onto the mic, it's the Prio 3s and the Jags.
Okay, I've just about got my breath back after an incredible pickup truck race, and now we're going to see the second race of the weekend for the Bertie Haulage Pre-2003 touring cars and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. And there was a few Jaguar components needed after a slightly chaotic race yesterday. The grid lines up based on the results of yesterday's race, and we see the Peugeot 306 of Don Hughes, the only Peugeot in the race, in pole position. He won yesterday. Alongside him, the Honda Civic of Ross Craig. It was a slightly shortened race yesterday when Jack Robinson crashed out at Druids in his Jaguar. We'll hope to see him back out today. His brother Tom won the Jaguar split. He's on row 2 alongside the XJS of James Ram. Two more Jags on row 3. Michael Holtz at number 11 with his X300, and Tom Butterfield in his XJS number 17. Row 4, the reigning Jaguar champion Mike Seaborn with his XJS, and John Hillier in his BMW E36 Touring. Yes, BMW estate car. Row 5, James Alford and Gary Preble, a pair of Honda Civics. Gary Preble was leading in yesterday's race, the reigning Prio 3 champion, but he hit a problem and dropped down the order. But before he pulled off into the pits, the race was red flagged, so he was classified 10th. Row 6, Vic Hope in a Honda Civic, Rick Walker in a Jaguar XJS. Row 7, Derek Pearce in his Jaguar XK8 alongside Simon Lewis, a contrasting age in Jaguars there, the new XK8 and the Series 1 XJ6. Row 8 is 177 Luke Bennett, he's in a Honda Integra alongside Andy Abrams in a Civic. Row 9, Cavan Granger with his BMW, and Andrew Harper in his Jaguar XJ Turbo Diesel, first diesel Jaguar to be raced in their series. On the 10th row of the grid, James Wall, number 77, starts alongside David Ringham, pair of Jaguar XJSs. Row 11 is the leading lady of Jaguar racing, Simone Dunford, with her XJS, and Alan Hersey, he's in a BMW. Row 12, Gary Davis, good to see him back out in his XJS, had a spin yesterday. Starts alongside Stephen Dowell's new Jaguar XKR, a very potent car, that one. Neil Ashcroft with his Civic starts alongside, we hope Jack Robinson is out there after some damage when he hit the tyre wall at Druids yesterday. And then we've got the cars that suffered problems in yesterday's race, the Jags of Michael Atkinson and Damien Gray. Steve Barber's Honda Civic, I'm fairly sure, won't be out. His engine sadly went up in flames in yesterday's race. Colin Philpotts, just looking down at the grid as the cars move away, he should be there. I can see Jack Robinson is there. Not sure if Colin Philpott is. He broke down in yesterday's race. Joe Dorrington was a non-starter yesterday, number 121 with his Honda Civic, so I don't think he's there. Tim Morant is there though. Missed yesterday's race because his clutch failed. He's been replacing the clutch and gearbox overnight, the Castrol Series 1 Daimler, and he's there at the back of the grid. Well done to Tim and his team for getting that car back out. Very beautiful cars, as you can see in this field. As Tim Morant sent me a communication earlier, the clutch broke in qualifying after 2 laps. Changed it last night and this morning, and he is out there. There he is, the Castrol liveried car. Well done, Tim. Well, there is the yellow Peugeot of Don Hughes in pole position, the Dazzle Camo liveried Honda of Ross Craig. Saw his daddy and out in his BMW earlier on. Bit of damage to the front of Tom Robinson's Jag. He clipped James Ram as he took the lead yesterday in the Jaguar split. And there's that bizarre BMW estate car of John Hillier. There's one car to watch, Gary Preble, the reigning Prio 3 champion. Some gremlins slowed him in yesterday's race, could only finish 10th, so watch for him coming through. The lovely blue Integra, that's Luke Bennett. And there's the diesel Jaguar of Andrew Harper in the silk cut Jaguar livery. One of my personal favourite motorsport liveries, that is. We've got the Castrol colours out there, that was worn by Jaguar in the IMSA GTP series in America. And problems for Alan Hersey, the ex-Reliant Scimitar racer in his BMW heading into the paddock. He's out already, had an off in that car at Paddock Hill Bend yesterday, went through the gravel. So, 2 pre-03 touring cars, followed by 5 Jaguars. Watch for those big cats off the line. Keep an eye on Tom Robinson, the number 4, the supercharged XJR6. It sounds like nothing else on the grid. You can hear the whine of the supercharger. Let's see if he can fit between those 2 smaller cars off the grid here. Alan Hersey making his way down the pit lane. Simone Dunford makes her way into line. There's a gap next to her where Alan Hersey should have been. I don't think Gary Davis is there. Jack Robinson is, though. I can see the number 14. They've repaired, the Swallows racing team have repaired his XJ40. That's good. This will be a 15-minute race. Let's hope it's not quite as chaotic as the race we saw yesterday for these cars, which ended with the red flag. In position and away they go. And it is Tom Robinson making a good start. Gary Preble's bogged down. Look at Vic Hope, the 151 Honda, super start from him. It's Don Hughes in the Peugeot who leads the way into the first corner. Tom Robinson up into second place. Ross Craig is in third. They all make it round Paddock Bend okay so far. It is Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306 XSI who leads. Tom Robinson, the leading Jaguar, in second place. Will they all make it round Druids? It looks like it. James Ram in fourth in the number 99 XJS, and Ross Craig goes out onto the grass. Don't think Tom Robinson saw him there alongside him. Gary Preble's not made the start he wanted there. Vic Hope was very sideways out of Graham Hill Bend there as well. Got a wheel onto the curb. Craig attacking Tom Robinson for second overall. Great to see the 2 different championships mixing it together here. Derek Pierce in the grey XK8s, in his 70s and still going strong. Derek's been racing with Jaguars for many decades. Tom Robinson pulls away down the straight. You can see the power of the Jags compared to the smaller touring cars. Touring cars more nimble in the turns. There's Mike Seaborn, the green and yellow XJS, the ex-Gale Hill car, defending his Jaguar title this year. A new car to Simon. He raced an XJ40 last year for Mike Seaborn rather. For Gary Preble coming through. He's already made up a couple of places, but it's Don Hughes out front in the Peugeot. Robinson second, Craig third. Then it's Ram at Seaborn, and Preble diving through into 6th place past Michael Holt's Jaguar X300. Effectively a Series 5 XJ6, that one. Ross Craig attacking for second. You can hear the supercharger in Tom Robinson's car as Mike Seaborn goes sideways at Surtees. I'm saying that when you've had a few drinks. As Gary Preble tries to make his way up the inside of the XJS. And a very potent Honda goes through. Gary Preble, the former King of Castle Combe, won many races and titles at the Wiltshire circuit in their domestic series. And he's up into 5th place now, behind James Ram. Don Hughes leads from Tom Robinson. Won both races in the Jaguar Challenge at Silverstone. Winner here yesterday, having battled his way past James Ram. There was a bit of contact as they traded places for the lead. They traded a bit of paint. You can see the damage on the front of the number 4 Jag. It's under fire again though from Ross Craig. It's a good run by the Honda. Gary Preble behind him. And we've got James Ram in the 99. This race slightly more settled down than we saw yesterday, with cars spinning and going off everywhere. Here comes Preble up on the outside. He's going for Ross Craig. This will be for 3rd overall. And the power and potency of that Honda of Gary Preble really is fantastic. His brother Adam, the leading saloon car racer as well. Now he's ready to attack Tom Robinson, and then he will surely go after Don Hughes for the overall lead. Don Hughes led by 3.5 seconds at the end of the last lap. Preble goes through past the Jaguar leader. Tom Robinson doesn't need to fight these smaller touring cars really. They're completely separate championships. No surprise to learn that Gary Preble did the fastest lap of the race that time through 53.778. Here's a battle further back. Number 54, Rick Walker in the lean green racing machine, as he calls that very green XJS. He had a spin at Ruins in yesterday's race. Chased here by Derek Pearce, and then the classic Series 1 XJ6, driven by Simon Lewis. The other Series 1, of course, is Tim Morant. He's a bit further down the order. There he is, behind Damien Gray, number 88 in the XJ40. It's the car liveried like the Jaguar Formula 1 team in the early 2000s, which the likes of Eddie Irvine and Johnny Herbert were drivers for, of course. Preble is catching our race leader. Another fastest lap, 53.395, nearly a full second quicker on that last lap than Don Hughes. There is the Peugeot 306, a very potent car in the early 2000s in the British Touring Car Championship, of course, in the production class, following the end of the Super Touring era. Likes of Simon Harrison and Roger Moen were the drivers in those cars. One car into the pits, 119 Neil Ashcroft has pulled in. Gary Preble closing on Don Hughes. The gap was 3.43 seconds. What's it going to be this time through? Across the line they go, 2.6 seconds. He's taken about 8/10 out of him on that last lap. Honda closes on the Peugeot. There's Simon Lewis. Behind him is number 214. That's Andy Abrams, ex-modified saloon racer. Used to race Escorts for a number of years. Making a return this year at the wheel of the Honda Civic, up alongside Simon Lewis in the Series 1 XJ6. As we said, one Honda we haven't seen out today is Steve Barber. His Honda had its engine blown to pieces in yesterday's race. Let's hope that's not going to happen to anybody today, least of all these two. Hughes and Preble fight for the lead. Gary Preble did have some problems yesterday and lost a potential win. Wants to make up for it here. Robinson under fire from Ross Craig. This is a good drive by young Ross in the camo liveried Civic, the Dazzle camouflage. He won't keep up with the Jag on the straights though. Tom Robinson, the Swallows Racing XJR6 pulls away. And about 6 seconds down on the two leaders, these two. Preble catches Hughes up front. James Ram in a rather lonely 5th place now, the man from Dunmow in Essex. Behind him, Mike Seaborn leading his class in the Jaguars. 4 classes in the Jaguar Challenge. Class A is for road standard cars. It goes up to Class D for full race modified machines. Shame we haven't got Colin Philpott out there. We've also lost Michael Atkinson further back. He's pitted his X300. Don Hughes continues to lead the way. Is Preble dropping back again? Let's see what the gap is this time. It's back to 3.98. I think Gary Preble's in trouble again. He's dropped back to 3.9 seconds down. Now I think Gary Preble's gremlins from yesterday might be returning. We'll keep an eye on the Honda. He's definitely dropped away again from Don Hughes. Yeah, he's in trouble again. He was lapping in the 53s earlier on. His last lap was a 55.4. Gary Preble's gremlins from yesterday, I think, have returned once again, sadly. So the Peugeot in the clear. Tom Robinson still leads the big cats. There he is in the background. He's got Ross Craig harrying him. Craig's loving this, battling with the big XJ6, XJR6 of Tom Robinson. Are we going to see Gary Preble come into the pits? No, he's keeping going. He's definitely slowing down. 7.5 minutes, so you're halfway through the race. If he can try and keep going, he will pick up some points. Yeah, his last lap was a 58, so he's definitely in trouble. If he can just keep going to a finish, he will pick up a few championship points. But this is concerning already for Gary Preble in his challenge for retaining his title. Still Ross Craig harrying Tom Robinson. It's the Honda more nimble in the turns, but as soon as they reach a straighter part of the circuit, Robinson just gets his foot down. They've almost caught Preble now for 2nd overall. There's James Ram in the background with the XJS. Former champion in the Jaguars. Last year it was Mike Seaborn in Class B with the Castrol XJ40. That car has moved on to a new owner now. Seaborn in the That's Gale Hill XJS. He's still in 6th overall, ahead of Michael Holt, Tom Butterfield, the Civic of James Alford, that's the Dayglow yellow machine, and John Hillier's BMW Estate rounds out the top 10 as Robinson gets past the struggling Preble into 2nd position, but they're some 12 seconds down on race leader Don Hughes. He's heading for a double. There's Jack Robinson, the younger brother of Tom. There's Damien Gray, the Jaguar Formula 1 liveried XJ40. And fair play to Swallows Racing, who have rebuilt effectively Jack Robinson's number 14 Jag after his crash yesterday. Lapping the XKR there, Stephen Dowell. That's a new car for this year. Didn't get to race at Silverstone. The transmission went pop in qualifying. He's learning the car all the time. And now Ross Craig's got a run on Tom Robinson. Side by side. Look at this as they come out of Clark Kerr. But again, Robinson just has to get his foot down. The supercharged Jag powers back ahead. Hughes is now 14, nearly 15 seconds up the road. This is the closest battle we've got on circuit at the moment between these two. Further back, Mike Seaborn is coming under pressure from Michael Holt and Tom Butterfield for 6th position as well. So it's good battling among the Jags further back. The pre-03 touring cars a bit thin on the ground, it has to be said. A lot of their cars have struggled this weekend. Don Hughes continues unhindered out in front. Now here's the battle further back between Mike Seaborn, Michael Holt and Tom Butterfield, returning to the Jag fold this year. 2 XJSs and the X300 in there. Michael Holt over the curbs there on the inside. Rear bumpers come adrift as well. The number 11 in the colours of Michael's business, runs an office furniture business, and he's gone for a spin there, sideways into the pit lane entrance. Was there contact with Mike Seaborn there? I'm not sure. Doesn't quite go into the pits, manages to recover. He's lost 7th place there. Michael Holt will drop back about 4 or 5 positions as a result of that half spin. There is Jack Robinson, the number 14. Only his 2nd race weekend. Let's have a look again what happened there. The bumper was already loose on Michael Holt's car. He goes over the curb, trying to make a move on Mike Seaborn for 6th position. Nice to have a look. Now, was there contact with Seaborn? Yes, there was. He bounced off the side of him. Round went the big X300 of Michael Holt. Avoided going through the pit lane and was able to rejoin, but at the loss of about 5 places. Don Hughes leads by over 15 seconds ahead of this man, Tom Robinson. No, it's Ross Craig now in 2nd, sorry. Robinson 3rd. Now his last lap was a 57. That told me Tom Robinson's in trouble as well. Keep an eye on that, because I think Robinson might have a problem as well. That's more significant because depends where James Ram is in relation to him. His last lap was about half a second quicker. There's 3 minutes of the race to go. Gary Preble is still running. He's now down to 9th place. It has been a pretty chaotic weekend for these two series. A number of their leading runners hitting trouble. Don Hughes is heading for a double win in the pre-03 touring cars. Lapping Andrew Harper there in the Silk Cuts diesel, as I think I'm going to dub it. Andrew Harper runs a Jaguar parts specialist based in Derbyshire, and there is the struggling Honda of Gary Preble. Losing places all the time. Mike Seaborn now under fire, the reigning Jaguar champion. This is Tom Butterfield having a look in his slate grey XJS, very smart looking car indeed. And they're being caught by James Alford in that lime green Honda Civic. So behind them John Hillier in the BMW Estate. Great fight between these 4. James Alford's going to have a go at the big cats ahead of him. Mike Seaborn, the railwayman from Wiltshire. Tom Butterfield tries to get round the outside. Seaborn, a bit of a rush job. He admitted to get this new Jag to him ready for the season. He had the gearbox fail in qualifying at Silverstone, had to replace it in time for race 2, and I think he's been tapped there by Tom Butterfield. Formation sliding there from the XJSs. That was like almost like a drifting display, wasn't it? Nice saves by both of them. Must have been some contact there. James Alford's dodging about like an angry wasp all over their tails here. 90 seconds of the race to go. Tom Robinson is still there in third place, but his lap times have dropped. We concentrate on this battle. This is for 5th overall. They're in different classes, these two XJSs. Different levels of modification on them, and John Hillier trying to get past all of them in the BMW as well. I don't think it's they'll noticed he's there. I was about to say the Jaguars haven't noticed that James Alford was there. They'll notice him now because he's at the back of Tom Butterfield, and Butterfield in fact slows. Have we got another Jaguar in trouble? I think we have. Yeah, Butterfield's got a problem, I think. The Peugeot has now lapped Gary Preble and Derek Pearce. Don Hughes probably wondering where everybody else has got to. Certainly probably a surprise for him to lap Gary Preble. Normally fighting with him for the lead. Here he comes, 30 seconds to go, so we will get one more lap out of this, I think. Peugeot 306 XSI of Don Hughes. Based in Andover near the Thruxton Circuit in Hampshire. It's the race in the Tricolore Trophy series for French cars. Goes into his final lap. Well clear of Ross Craig. Now, is Robinson still in third place? James Ram was less than 2 seconds behind him last time around. I think James Ram could steal the win in the Jaguars here. We'll try and look back if we can to see whether James Ram can catch Tom Robinson, because Robinson's lap times have certainly dropped off. They've come through at 1.8 seconds apart, so their lap time's about the same that time through. Who does that belong to? There's a bumper on the Cooper Straight there. Now there's Robinson, there's the younger Robinson in between the two of them, and there's James Ram. Is Jack Robinson acting as a tail gunner here? He's trying to hold James Ram off, I think, so Tom can win. Meanwhile, coming in to take the overall win and the Pre-03 touring car win, the checkered flag goes out for Don Hughes. Double win for the Peugeot. Ross Craig will be second overall. Finish behind in the Pre-03 Class D. There is James Ram. Has he got ahead of Tom Robinson? No, he hasn't. He's caught him. I don't think he's quite going to get him on the line though. Here come the leaders in the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, and it looks like Tom Robinson, despite slowing up in the closing stages, will hang on. He takes third overall, wins the Jaguars. James Ram second, and the rest of them come home. It looks like James Alford will come through for 5th place, having got past Mike Seaborn. Good run by the Honda Civic, and he'll get third in the Pre-03 category as well. Alford 5th, Mike Seaborn 6th overall, third Jaguar home. Great battle with Tom Butterfield, but we lost the number 17, I think, there towards the end of that one. Yes, he's pulled into the pits. Not quite as chaotic as yesterday's race, but still one or two cars hitting problems, most notably Gary Preble. He did get fastest lap of the race though. Don Hughes the winner by over 17 seconds ahead of Ross Craig, and the winning Jaguar, despite a slow last few laps, Tom Robinson, just ahead of James Ram. James Alford completing the top 5. Mike Seaborn wins his class in 6th, as does John Hillier in 7th place overall. Cavan Granger next, then Michael Holt, a class win despite that spin, and Derek Pearce completing the top 10 a lap down. Andy Abrams next home ahead of Rick Walker. Gary Preble did keep going, finished 13th, the weekend to forget for the reigning Pre-03 champion. Then Andrew Harper a good 14th in the Diesel Jag. Luke Bennett Integra rounding out the top 15, and beyond that we had Simon Lewis. Tim Morant from the back of the grid got 17th and second behind Simon Lewis in Class A for the Jaguars. Vic Hope was next, despite a good start, dropping back to 18th. James Wall was next in Tom Lenthal's XJS. Damian Gray, Jack Robinson, Simone Dunford, David Ringham and Stephen Dowell completing the finishes. Tom Butterfield pulled into the pits. Neil Ashcroft was still running, but I think too many laps behind to be classified after making a pit stop. We lost Michael Atkinson, and of course Alan Hersey pulled up at the start of the race. The big cats and the Pre-03s then complete their weekend. Just a couple of races to go here at Brands Hatch. We can hand down to Parc Fermé with Ewan to talk to some of the drivers.
Thank you very much, Dave. And forgive me if I'm mistaken, I make that an absolute carbon copy of yesterday's top 2. Hughes and Craig in the 03s and Robinson and Ram in the Jag. So I believe that was exactly the same as the previous race. So let's speak once again to your winner. Don, 2 races, 2 wins. What an absolutely perfect weekend. That was easy, wasn't it?
What can I say? I mean, what a start. Smoked the tyres, got it off the line, fantastic. And I didn't look back really. It was I could see Gary's headlights in the background, and so I thought he's coming. So you just need to keep on it, which I did. Yeah. And I don't know what happened to Gary. He obviously had problems because I lapped him later on.
Yeah,
but what a great race.
He kept on going, but I think it was the same sort of Clemens that he has in the previous race as well. So it's a shame not to see him sort of finish the races, because it would have made such a great finish. But regardless, Ross was tracking you down as well.
Yeah. Well, you've got to back off a little bit. You don't want to keep your powder dry. So I could see, as I say, I could see Ross was there. I could also see, I could see Gary coming up. It would have been a fantastic battle, because by the time he'd hit me, it would have probably been a few laps to go, which would have really been a good fight. It's such a shame. It's such a shame.
How'd you celebrate with 2 wins tonight?
Yeah. Let's have a few beers, eh?
Congratulations, great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Don, thank you. Let's go and speak to Ross now. 2 second places this weekend. Always the bridesmaid, eh?
I know, it was, we had nothing for Don today. We had a great race with Tom in the Jag.
Yeah.
Joe, it's one of the most fun races I've had. It's just, Joe, I sat behind him for a few laps, just watching him slide it everywhere. It was an absolutely beautiful drive by him. Yeah, it was phenomenal. So, yeah.
I mean, you've got a massive smile on your face. That is what motorsport at Brands Hatch is all about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly it. We come here, we come to have fun, and that's what we've done. So that's the main thing. So, we come to put on display as well. So, my 92-year-old grandma is sitting at home watching this. So, a big shout out to you, Grandma. Yeah.
And what happens next? What's your next race, or where's the next round for you? What do you get up to tonight?
Tonight I'm going to go home and have a beer. That's the first port of call. Yeah, first port of call to have a beer when we get back. But then get the cars prepped, ready for Alton Park on May 28th. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, best of luck. Congrats on a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Ross. Let's go and speak to Tom Robinson and James Ram if we can. Tom, mate, you've done it again. Done it again.
Really happy. Really happy. I had to work for it though. It's hard.
And you were chasing down Ross there as well, weren't you?
Yeah, we're having good fun. It was quite interesting, obviously, where the front wheel drive turns in better, coming up the top there every time. He was in on the brakes, and I thought, well, we can do it while we got okay tyres, but I just couldn't hold it.
I mean, when you're in different classes, you still want to race though, don't you?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, it's a completely different car, completely different character, but that is what we want to do. We want to race, so it's great fun.
Weekend couldn't have gone any better, could it? So what's your ambitions now for the championship? Does that change, or are you just all guns blazing?
Yeah, all guns blazing. Love to win a championship, never won it before, so hopefully this is my year.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, great weekend, perfect start to your championship.
Thank you, cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Where is James? Let's go have a chat with James if we can. Have we got time, Alan? I think we have. James, congrats, mate. Second place for the second time. A little bit like Ross behind you, 2 second places. Happy with that though?
Yeah, it will do, mate. I think I think if we'd have been on the sort of 20-minute format, maybe I'd have got a bit close at the time. I think the power of his car starts to hurt his rear tyres. It looked a bit closer at the end, or maybe that was traffic. I'm not sure, but the old girl went very well.
I mean, it's an old classic, isn't it? If only we had a few more laps, but you almost got there in the end, didn't you?
Yeah, I was there or thereabouts. Didn't embarrass myself.
Next round at Alton Park, anything you change to the vehicle, make it a little bit quicker?
I'm going to get a supercharger.
Oh yeah, is that great weekend. Thanks for the entertainment.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Buddy. So there we go, that is our final race in this class for the day. Coming up next is our final round of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. So do enjoy that. To talk you through it, as ever, your commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ewan. The trucks already heading out onto track for their final race of 5 this weekend. The grid for this one is based on the results of race 3 held earlier this morning, but with the top 8 in each division reversed. It should have been Michael Oliver. He finished 8th in the race this morning, who was on pole, but damage to the truck has forced him to withdraw. So it's Simon Reed who moves up into pole position. We won't see Michael Oliver out for this one. Ricky Collett starts alongside Simon Reed. Stephen Powell and Craig Reed will be on row 2. And then the Smiths on row 3, the unrelated Bradley Smith and Ryan Smith. I would say Ryan from the 3rd row will start as the narrow favourites here. David Jenkins on row 4, going for a hat-trick of wins alongside Tom O'Rourke. And Mark Taylor and Simon Faulkner on row 5, and completing the Division 1 grid, John Newell and Stuart Oliver, looking for his second win of the weekend. He took the win in the red flag curtailed race 4. Then there's a gap, and we've got Division 2. John Bowler and Craig Evans head up the Division 2 grid along ahead of John Powell and Jock Borthwick. John Powell looking for his 3rd win of the weekend. Brad Smith, the earlier winner today, starts alongside the winner this morning, Luke Garrett. And Adam Bintz will go from the back of the grid, having failed to finish race 3 of the weekend. Start to form up then, with Simon Reed on pole in the 89 Iveco, alongside Ricky Collett in his MAN number 95. Stephen Powell's battered and bruised machine has been repaired after its trip into the gravel earlier on, tangled with Mark Taylor. There's a chunk bit now to the front of Ryan Smith's truck as well. Mark Taylor's team have done a good job repairing the out number 81. He lines up on the 5th row alongside Simon Faulkner. First full season of truck racing for him, still learning the ropes at the wheel of his Iveco. Stuart Oliver at the back. 3 different winners so far this weekend, then can they make it 4? Can Simon Reed hang on in front? I think he's had 1 win in his career so far at the wheel of that Iveco. Well, Stephen Powell, if he needs any backup spares for his MAN, at least he hasn't got far to go. He said he lives pretty much within walking distance of Brands Hatch. So the dozen Division 1 trucks in position. As we say, we are missing Michael Oliver. In Division 2, 2 wins for John Bowler, 1 for Luke Garrett and 1 for Brad Smith so far this weekend as they move away on the rolling starts. Ryan Smith, 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd. 2 wins for David Jenkins. 1 win, 2 seconds and a 3rd, sorry, for Ryan Smith. David Jenkins with a couple of wins. The other win for Stuart Oliver. TRP truck parts, official pace truck leading them round. Of course, truck racing began in the mid-1980s in Britain. The first event was at Donington, where it was literally trucks that were straight off the road that went out there and raced. There were a number of celebrity guests that raced on that occasion. The likes of Barry Sheen was involved, Martin Brundle, the Grimers from the hot rod racing world, Barry Lee of course as well. And that first event had, I think, one of the biggest spectator audiences in the whole history of Donington Park. And the rest, as they say, is history. Allegedly it was the film Smokey and the Bandit that inspired truck racing, because American truck racing was featured in it. Final race of the weekend then here at Brands Hatch, the season opener for the British Truck Racing Championship. Simon Reed and Ricky Collett on the front row. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith, looking for win number 2 this weekend? David Jenkins going for win number 3. Stuart Oliver looking for his 2nd win from the back of the Division 1 grid this time. And Division 2, John Powell on a hat-trick. Wins also for Brad Smith and Luke Garrett earlier in the weekend, with a very open and competitive field, the most competitive I think we've seen in a long time. Let's hope that continues for the rest of the season. Let's see what's going to happen in our final 15-minute race of the weekend. We're underway. They charge down towards Paddock then for the first time. Good start by Ryan Smith, trying to get through up the inside. One of the foam barriers goes flying there. I think it was Mark Taylor that collected that. They've all just about got round Paddock Bend okay. John Bowler leads the Division 2 charge of the Light Brigade into Paddock, then John Powell coming through into second, but who's going to be leading Division 1? They've all just about... Oh, David Jenkins has had some contact in the 69. That's delayed him. I think he may have hit Tom O'Rourke. John Newell now battling with him. We'll see who comes out of all that with the lead in a second. It's David Jenkins. Yes, he's hit Tom O'Rourke. You can see damage to his truck. It's Simon Reed who's held his lead from pole position. Second place is Stephen Powell. Ryan Smith in the third. Ricky Collett from the front row has gone down to fourth. And then Craig Reed rounds out the top five. David Jenkins, there was definitely contact there. You can see damage on the side and front of his truck. Damage on the right-hand side of Tom O'Rourke as Ryan Smith, wasting no time, up the inside past Stephen Powell into second position. But it is Simon Reed who leads the way. There's bits of foam from the barrier all over the pit lane exit there. There's a bit of debris in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend as well. Simon Reed, man from Stoke-on-Trent, has the lead in the Iveco. Ryan Smith in second place, just limbering up here. Stuart Oliver chasing David Jenkins. He's got ahead of Mark Taylor. In Division 2, further back, we'll pick those up in a moment. Division 2 leader, I can tell you, is John Bowler, number 14, who's held on in front around the opening lap, ahead of John Powell. Craig Reed attacking Ricky Collett. Behind them, Bradley Smith. What a weekend he's had. He's been one of the stars of the weekend for me in the number 46 Ferns Group truck. Tom O'Rourke, despite having a bit of contact, and talking of contact, Craig Reed pushes his way past Ricky Collett there at Clearways for fourth place. Side by side, Collett trying to hang on, and he does get the power down better out of Clearways. He's going to stay in front, he's going to move across just there, and Craig Reed sensibly gives the yellow machine room to move across in front of him. Side panel damage on Tom O'Rourke's number 86 there, dragging alongside the truck. David Jenkins behind him, and John Newell. Oh, and Mark Taylor's in trouble. He's locked up going into Druids, just about gets the truck stopped. Thought he was going to hit the back of Stuart Oliver there. Oliver now side by side with John Newell in the 18. Still in front it is Simon Reed, but Ryan Smith's got the fastest lap of the race, 59.407 seconds last time through, and he's going after the Iveco. Stephen Powell in third place in his rather lightweight MAM with a bit of the front bodywork missing. And it's Collett from Craig Reed, Bradley Smith, O'Rourke and Jenkins. It's all playing nicely into the hands of flying Ryan Smith at the moment. Now he's ready to attack Simon Reed for the lead of the race. Let's look on the outside. He's going to try and cut. I'm sure he'll cut back here to the inside through the exit of Paddock Bend. Yes, here he goes. Doesn't quite work though, and the 89 stays ahead of Simon Reed. Ryan Smith tries again, weaving about there on the tail of the 89. Down Graham Hill they come into the left-hander. Good driving by Simon Reed, resisting the pressure from Flying Ryan, the 6-time consecutive champion. Can he make it 7 with his radical-looking new truck this year? Stephen Powell looking on in third, looking for his best result in Division 1 so far. And they're clear of Ricky Collett. Three going clear of Ricky Collett, who's again the cork in the bottle in fourth place, and everybody else trying to get past him. Reed's actually increased his lead just a little there around that lap, ahead of Ryan Smith. Division 2 is still being led by John Bowler in that hand-painted Union flag liveried DAF. That's his lead over John Powell. It's less than a second, so we'll pick up Division 2 further back. The Division 1 midfield battle files its way up towards Druids. David Jenkins mired in the traffic. He'll be getting frustrated in there. Simon Faulkner at the back of Division 1 in the Brooklands plant, number 92. And here's Division 2. John Bowler under pressure from John Powell. Luke Garrett up on the outside. Then it's Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith. Still leading the way, it is the number 14. That really does look superb, doesn't it? The new paint job on John Bowler's machine. He'd love to take a win with it here. He hasn't had a win for a long, long time in Division 2. Stuart Oliver runs wide there, attacking the number 18 of John Newell. A mixed weekend for John. He had a collision with Stuart Oliver earlier in the weekend. David Jenkins moves out wide, now back to the inside, trying to outfox Tom O'Rourke there. They've already come together once on the opening lap. There's Ricky Collett still holding that 4th place. Very obstinate driver is Ricky. Widest MAN in the country right now. Simon Reed still holding off Ryan Smith for the lead of the race. Stephen Powell rather on his own in 3rd place. He'll be happy with his first podium in Division 1 since moving up from the Division 2 category. Here is Division 2. The 2 DAFs, the Dutch-built machines out in front. Powell chasing Bowler. Luke Garrett's MAN in 3rd. Jock Borthwick's MAN is 4th. And then another DAF, that of Brad Smith, the cream-coloured truck in 5th. Then Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. It's been a weekend to forget, really, for Adam Bint, but he'll still be happy to get some points on the board if he completes the distance here. Can John Powell make it 3 wins? He's almost certain to take the points lead in Division 2. He and Luke Garrett will be battling it out for the lead, I would think. Brad Smith will be in there as well in the reckoning. We'll see on the BARC website in the next few days the points chart appear. This is the fight for 4th and 5th in Division 1. David Jenkins not able to make progress. He's stuck behind Tom O'Rourke there. John Newell behind him. Has a look up the inside into Graham Hill. Ben, there's just enough room there on the inside. Excuse me, says to Tom O'Rourke. O'Rourke out on the grass, and through goes David Jenkins up into 7th place. John Newell tries as well. Oh, 3 into 1 won't go there. Wallop. Off goes Tom O'Rourke. That was a 3 wide moment with John Newell and Stuart Oliver there. That bit of bodywork's come off completely now. O'Rourke got squeezed off on the outside. You can't get 3 trucks wide through Surtees Bend. He's going to rejoin right at the back behind the Division 2 trucks. Let's have a look again. This is in Division 2. And the leader running wide. A mistake from John Bowler. Oh dear. Runs wide onto the gravel. And John Powell says thank you very much and takes the lead in Division 2. Disaster for John Bowler. Halfway through this final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. One more race to come after this for the BMWs. Here's a replay of the incident at Surtees. There you can see 3 into 1 didn't go, and it was Tom O'Rourke who was caught on the outside and sent spinning into the infield. Managed to get the truck stopped, loses the side panel off the truck, and he got the MV Commercial MAN back into the race. Here come your leaders, and still Ryan Smith unable to get past Simon Reed. This is a great drive by the man from Stoke. Down the hill, into the left-hander. They're still nearly 5 seconds clear now of Stephen Powell. There's Steve in 3rd place. He's having a bit of a lonely race, looking for that first podium. David Jenkins now on the tail of Bradley Smith for 6th position. He's got past Tom O'Rourke when he tangled with John Newell. Up the hill go the Division 2 boys, and John Bowler is fighting back. He's still 3rd in Division 2. He didn't lose too much ground with that mistake at Paddock Hill Bend. It's John Powell with the lead now ahead of Jock Borthwick. They're not too far behind Simon Faulkner's Division 1 truck. This is all 7 trucks in Division 2 running together, less powerful trucks further back. Slightly lower numbers in Division 2 this year, but only really because several top Division 2 names have moved up into Division 1. Craig Reed, Stephen Powell and Bradley Smith among them, and Michael Oliver as well was Division 2 last season. John Newell having a look on the inside, attacking Bradley Smith. David Jenkins has already gone through and taken 6th position. Stuart Oliver about to renew his acquaintance with John Newell. They've already collided once this weekend. Over the curves there as he tries to hold 5th place. David Jenkins delayed in traffic, so I don't think he's going to catch Ryan Smith, but can Ryan Smith get ahead of Simon Reed? Well, Simon Reed's just done the fastest lap, 59.023. This is impressive. There he is, chased by Ryan Smith. As There's not many weekends in recent years where we've had 4 different winners. 4.5 minutes he's got to survive the pressure from Ryan Smith. They're over 6 seconds clear of Stephen Powell now, so it's between these two. There's Craig Reed, he's under fire from David Jenkins. Great entertainment from the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend, and certainly one of the most, as we said at the start of this race, one of the most open and competitive weekends that I can remember in recent years. In the last few years, previously it was Stuart Oliver and then Ryan Smith would usually run away with it in Division 1, but have they met their match this year? Last year Ryan Smith struggled a bit with the reliability of his new Mercedes, which allowed his opposition to catch up, and the championship went down to the very last race of the year between himself and David Jenkins. That was ended though when Mark Taylor slid across the infield and took out Jenkins as he flew back onto the track. Talking of Jenkins, he's having a go at Craig Reed here into Paddock Bend over that bit of foam from the Recticel barriers. There's Ricky Collett still ahead of them in 4th place, but sideways through Paddock Bend. Lock up there from Craig Reed. This could be Jenkins' opportunity. Adam Bintz, well, just about sums up his weekend, doesn't it? Sliding through the gravel. Let's have a look again there. Oh, it was John Bowler getting caught up there with. That's the second time John Bowler's had contact at Clearways. He had contact with Ryan Smith as he tried to lap him yesterday. Poor old Adam Bintz had a terrible weekend, sadly, in the Volvo White Aerodyne. Let's hope for better fortunes for him in round 2 at Pembrey next month. We'll be there, of course, in about 3 or 4 weekends from now. Pembrey, May the 8th and 9th is our next action from the trucks. John Newell chasing down Bradley Smith. Behind them, Stuart Oliver. Been a quieter race for Stuart. He's had a mixed weekend, certainly. Shows how evenly matched these trucks are. 2.5 minutes of the race to go, and still Simon Reed heads Ryan Smith. Smith now has closed right up on him. Now he's starting to attack. Towards the end of this race, Reed goes a little bit wide there through Clearways. This is Ryan Smith's opportunity. No, Reed moves back across to take the line. 2 minutes to go. At least a couple more laps to come. What can Ryan Smith do? Can he take his second win of the weekend for his new truck? Up the hill they come. They've got Division 2s ahead of them, and Tom O'Rourke as well after his off earlier on. Ryan Smith, we had him flashbacks in his mind of race 2 yesterday when he led to the last corner but caught up with John Bowler as he tried to lap him and went off over the gravel, losing the win on the very last bend. Can he get ahead of Simon Reed? There's a great drive by the Iveco pilot. Stephen Powell all on his own in 3rd place. He's heading for his maiden podium in Division 1. They're coming up on John Bowler. Just over a minute to go, so I think they'll get 2 more laps out of this. Bowler moves to the inside, taking no chances this time. Over the line they go. There's 1:04 on the clock as they cross the line. They might get 2 more laps out of this, you know. We'll see as they come round next time whether it's checkered flag or last lap. They've been cutting it fine in every single race this weekend. Everybody has. Now, how are they going to deal with this traffic? Next to be lapped is Adam Bintz. Yeah, a bit smoky there, the Volvo. A couple of drivers warned for smoke earlier on. Ricky Collett was one of them. Now Ryan Smith right on the bumper of Simon Reed. Adam Bintz moves onto the grass to get out of the way. Taking no chances there. 25 seconds on the clock. Will it be checkered flag this time, or will they get 1 more lap? It's going to be tight at the line. Ryan Smith ready to attack. He'll be hoping for 1 more lap here. Simon Reed will want to see the checkered flag. They come up towards the line. I think they're going to be a few seconds too early. We've seen this so often this weekend. Yes, 5 seconds too early. There's 1 more lap to go. What can Ryan Smith do? Now he's really going to throw everything he's got at Simon Reed on this last lap. Tom O'Rourke and Craig Evans ahead of them to be lapped. Oh, nervous times here as they head up towards Druids for the final time. Meantime, in Division 2, John Powell still leads ahead of Jock Borthwick and Luke Garrett. We're on the last lap now, down towards Graham Hill Bend. This is going to be close. Are we going to see a last bend lunge from Ryan Smith? He may not get the chance. There's 2 back markers ahead of them. This is going to be dicey. They're going to have to be so careful here. We don't want a repeat of race 2 yesterday. To the inside goes Simon Reed. I think he's just about done enough. It's going to be close with Tom O'Rourke up alongside them. He'll move aside out of the way. There's no way through for Ryan Smith. Here they come to the line. It's going to be a win for 89. Simon Reed has done it. What an excellent drive. Second for Ryan Smith. 4 different winners this weekend in Division 1. Well done, Simon Reed. An excellent defensive drive from pole position. That shows why we have the reverse grids. Stephen Powell finishes 3rd. That's his first podium in Division 1 to cap a difficult debut weekend. David Jenkins has got through for 4th place ahead of Craig Reed. I think we may have lost Ricky Collett on that final lap somewhere. We were watching the lead battle. I think we've lost Ricky Collett, unfortunately. So 4th goes to David Jenkins. No, Collett is there. He's crossed the line in 5th. My apologies. Didn't come up on the timing screen at first. His transponder must have stopped working. So Collett 5th. Craig Reed in 6th. There he is. 7th for John Newell. Bradley Smith in 8th. 9th is Stuart Oliver. And 10th goes to Mark Taylor. Division 2, meanwhile, just crossing the line now. John Powell takes his 3rd win. I think that will put him into the Division 2 points lead ahead of Jock Borthwick, Luke Garrett, Brad Smith and Craig Evans. Tom O'Rourke finishes 16th the lap down. Adam Bint is 17th, then Simon Faulkner and John Bowler complete the finishers. There is John Powell in the DAF. Could he be the favourite for the Division 2 title this year, I wonder? Find it going tough for the likes of Luke Garrett and Jock Borthwick out there. 3 wins for John Powell this weekend. 4 different winners in Division 1. Only one for Ryan Smith. 2 for David Jenkins. 1 for Stuart Oliver. And now 1 for Simon Reed. Just 0.3 of a second clear of Ryan Smith. I think if those back markers hadn't been there, Ryan would have been able to attack on the last corner. Stephen Powell gets his best results of the weekend in 3rd ahead of David Jenkins and Ricky Collett. Craig Reed 6th ahead of John Newell, Bradley Smith, Stuart Oliver and Mark Taylor. Then the Division 2s with John Powell ahead of Jock Borthwick by just a few tenths of a second at the line. Nice winning margin there was 0.385. Luke Garrett next ahead of Brad Smith, Craig Evans, Tom O'Rourke, Adam Bint, Simon Faulkner and John Bowler. All 19 trucks go the distance. Bad luck to Michael Oliver, who had to withdraw from that one with some damage. But well done to all our truck racers here this week, and they put on an excellent show. And all the signs are there that this could be the most open and competitive season of British truck racing for many years. Has Ryan Smith finally met his match? Right, so we can now hand down to Park Ferme for the final time, I think, this weekend. Here's Pointy.
Wow! Wow. What a finish to the weekend here at Brands Hatch. You, of course, joined me, Pointy, down here in Park Ferme, where we are waiting for the trucks to make their way, hopefully all in one piece, back down here. Now, this is the calm before the storm, before the row all starts, before the drivers get out and have really friendly, aggressive conversations with each other. But that's what racing's all about. And if you were just watching that race, you probably enjoyed it as much as all the thousands of spectators that have come out to the circuit this weekend to see all the racing action live. But of course, thank you all out there for joining us. And of course, I'm sure you've enjoyed it thoroughly as well. So whilst the trucks are coming down, somebody on the live feed earlier on actually asked the question, do you have to have a different licence to race in a racing truck? Well, here's a little bit of a tidbit for you. Did you know you don't even have to be old enough to drive a lorry to race a race truck? No, you just have to have a racing licence and obviously own a racing truck. That's usually the hardest thing to do, if I'm honest, especially one that works, as you've probably seen in the later years of Division 2. But anyway, that is the truth. That is last time we checked, updated as of whenever I just made up the information. But no, for real, Bradley Smith, in fact, was racing in Division 2 in a racing truck before he was even legally old enough to drive a road-going lorry. So there you go. Now, I can hear a rumble on the horizon, and I do believe we should obviously try and speak to Steve Powell, because you know, his first year again in Division 1. He's been working for this a long time. He told us earlier on this weekend when we interviewed him, and I can't wait to see his elation at getting a third place, the last bin attempt here at Brands Hatch, his home circuit, in fact. Of course, Steve Powell just living a few hundred yards down the road in West Kingsdown, where he's got the Portobello pub. Are we allowed to say that? Well, it's too late. I've said it. It's fine. They seem to be taking a little while to come down, so let's have a wander over to hopefully where we'll be handing out some trophies shortly. Taking the opportunity, of course, to thank all the teams. We know with the rising petrol and fuel prices, it's not easy to come down and see us, let alone to fill these massive big rigs. I'm sure Dave's probably filled you in with the specs, but 12,000cc engines, that's 12 litres, 4 to 5 to 6 cylinders, depending on which model you've got. Massive turbos, huge amounts of boost. In fact, from a 30-mile-an-hour rolling start, which is, of course, what the racing trucks start at, they will outrun a Porsche 911 to 100 miles an hour. That is right. From 30 to 100, 4.5 tons of steel and metal and plastic and goodness knows, and big-headed drivers, they will outrun a Porsche 911. That's true. That's fact. It's maths. It's maths. Hopefully they're not going to hold them down. Actually, if you can zoom in onto the horizon, you see quite a beautiful cinematic shot of the Division 1 trucks making their way down the hill into the paddock. Now, that hill is quite steep. I know this because my electric scooter struggles tremendously whilst trying to move my fatness up it at any kind of speed. So yes, they'll be coming down ever so shortly with the TRP official BTRC pace truck that we've had on loan from TRP Truck Parts, which is very nice of them to come. Have we got any race trucks yet? And here he is. Absolutely fantastic effort, returning to the championship. Simon Reed Simon Reed's mechanic, of course, taking his first place of the weekend in Division 1. Ryan Smith playing a very clever game. Overall, most points earned this weekend, which still puts him in first place for the championship overall, and that is something that's quite interesting to see from Ryan Smith this year, is that so far he's happy to play the points game, because winning the championship doesn't mean winning every single race, it just means winning the championship, and that's what it's about, ladies and gentlemen. The entire year you won't win a championship from the first weekend, and it's important to remember that, and a completely different pace and ideals from Ryan Smith, which will be interesting to see evolve. Steve Powell, there he is. Let's hope he's in his truck. If we can just stop Simon Faulkner for a minute whilst we cross over. Okay, you can follow us in now. Thank you very much. Amazing the power that Pointy has down here in the paddock. You just see the microphone, you do what you're told, right? Now I know we spoke to Steve Powell earlier on, but he'll be very happy to take another trophy. Come on. It's when I drop this microphone cable under Keezy's feet and you just suddenly see the tarmac get very close very quickly. Where is he? Here we are. Steve Powell. Well done, sir. Well done. A trophy. Beautiful. Good to see.
Yes, I'm over the moon. We've had a hard weekend.
Yeah, but worth the effort.
Absolutely. The team have worked so hard, and just to bring that home today for the team is just phenomenal. We've in 14 years of racing at Brands, I've never been in that gravel. I've been in there twice this weekend.
Yeah.
And it's just really good for the team and the morale, and yeah, brilliant.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
well done to you. Massive congratulations. You deserve it. Take it home, put it on the bar at the Portobello, and everybody can.
I just wished I'd all the bigger ones now.
Yeah, I wish you'd all the bigger ones. I mean, they look bigger in the picture, but isn't that just the story of life? Yeah. For goodness sake, Steve. Lowering the tone of always. John Powell over there, of course, taking another trophy home this weekend. Absolutely brilliant performance from John Powell this season so far. Very good news. Can we get him for a minute whilst this... John, come into here. Jonathan, was your high on life? Yeah. A first place hat for a first place driver. What a blooming weekend you've had.
Absolutely. I've just got to thank my team actually, and especially Rafi. This man here knocked it out of the park every night for the last 2 months without fail. You know, Brian, Dale, Richard and all of it. Without them it's never going to happen, and it's nice to give something back, to be fair.
And it's nice to hear a driver speak about the team, because you know the drivers are very important to a truck racing team, but there would be no truck without the team as a whole, would there?
Absolutely. I mean, you come when it goes wrong together, and you suffer together, and then you have the glory together. So the ups and downs of racing, but without them you can't do it. So.
Indeed, and it goes to show a true driver when you also see them first thing in the morning with oil up to the elbows. You know they've got seriously involved with it.
I was sleeping in the trailer from the clothes I had on Thursday night. So, yeah.
So if anybody local's got a spare race suit, this one's starting to get a bit of a whiff to it.
You're not wrong.
John, massive congratulations. Thank you again. And well done to the team as well. Absolutely brilliant. Well, as you can hear, we've had a fantastic weekend down here at Brands Hatch, and what a start to the season. 2022 has certainly gone off with a bang. We've got sunshine, we've got laughs, we've got smiles all around, and quite a mix of podium finishes as well. And quite important to remember though that next, that's right, we're off to South Wales, Pembrey Circuit for Cymru Convoy, and that is going to be an event to behold. I'm going to throw you back now whilst I go and enjoy myself with some of these very, very happy drivers that the weekend is over. Back to Dave in the studio.
Thanks, Pointy. I bet he's heading off to the Portobello pub to celebrate, isn't he? Well done to our truck racers this weekend. An excellent weekend. And yes, we link up with them. May the 8th and 9th is our next live stream, which will be in the south of Wales down at Pembrey, round 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Final race of the weekend then, the Kumho BMW Championship. The result of race 1 gives the grid for race 2, so it's Niall Bradley and Jason West on the front row of the grid. The other Class A cars behind: Russell Dack and Brad Sheehan on row 2, James Card and Brian Bransom on row 3, hoping for a better start this time, Brian Bransom, after he stalled in race 1. Then we've got the 2 Class C cars, Jasper Sapra and Kevin Denwood on the 4th row, and then we've got the BMW Minis, Zach Blackwell on row 5 alongside Dan Butcher-Lord. Row 6 is Rob Austin and Lee Sullivan, Piers Henderson and Neil Clark on row 7. Row 8, Steve Webb alongside the Invitation Class 330 Ci BMW with Cavan Granger, Tim Bill on row 9 alongside Charlie Heatley, and back on row 10 James Ford alongside Chris Walton, the Class D and B lone entries. 2 more BMW Minis, Alan Lee and Yonut Karari. Trevor Ford in the number 25, he's in Class C alongside Nigel Williams, and Andy Langley, number 51. Looks like he is there, but I think he's starting from the pit lane. The only retirement from race 1, he of course went into the gravel and the tyre wall at Paddock Hill Bend. I think Andy Langley is starting from the pit lane after some repairs. So it looks like we've got a full complement of cars. That's good for the final race of this very busy Easter weekend here at Brands Hatch. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for being with us. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Up to the grid they come. I think they will get an extra green flag lap as well, as per the championship regulations. Saw them do this at Silverstone too. Whole phalanx of Mini Cooper S's. Great to have them swelling the BMW championship grid. There are the big M3s at the front. Winner of this race should come from one of those first 3 rows. Niall Bradley, the earlier winner in the Invitation class, on pole. Jason West, top scorer in Class A, alongside him. Rear wing stayed intact this time, unlike Silverstone when he had a bit of contact with, I think it was Brian Branson. It was one of the orange cars, certainly. Watch for James Card. A slightly quiet race by his standards in race 1, the Silver Machine. Brad Sheehan loves racing here at Brands Hatch in that pink and white Days of Thunder inspired car. The battle in Class C between Jasvir Sapra and Kevin Denwood in that very smart number 7 compact, the reigning overall champion. Of course, we could see one of the BMW Minis take the title this year. They were experimental class last year, now eligible for points. Just waiting for one of the BMW Minis to get into the correct position further back there. That was Tim Bill, number 6. Just waiting to see if they get an extra green flag lap before they get this one underway. Off they go for the green flag lap then. Final chance to heat up their Kumho tyres. I would say across everything this weekend, BMWs are the most numerous cars. We have a lot of them in the touring car races as well. Great looking cars, the E46 M3s in front of the grid. E36 in there as well, that's Russell Dack. That's for Sapper and E36 as well. And then a mass of minis. 330i there of Cavan Granger, 330 CI, another E46 shape. Good to see a large proportion of the crowd staying behind to see this final race. Some going home after the truck race, of course, as some might expect, but to see most of the crowd staying behind for our final race action of the weekend. Should be a good battle there in Class C, Jazz Sapper and Kevin Dick. Worth keeping an eye on. Battle in the minis as well, Zach Blackwell, their earlier winner in number 411. To the grid they come then. Now whether Andy Langley's joined the back of the grid, I'm not sure. Whether he's going to start from the pit lane. There's Nigel Williams. No, Langley's not there, so he's going to be starting, if at all, he'll start from the pits. I did see his car in the pit lane, ready to go. Trevor Ford, BMW Racing Drivers Club chairman. Son James out in this race as well. Not sure Trevor's granddaughter Maddie will be cheering the drivers on. She's sort of an unofficial mascot for this championship a few years ago. Okay, cars on the grid for the final race on BARC TV this weekend. Race 2 for the Kumho BMW Championship. This will be a 15-minute race. Niall Bradley in pole position, Jason West alongside him, Russell Dack, Brad Sheehan, James Card and Brian Bransom filling the first 3 rows, the Invitation and the Class A cars. Overall victory will be contested between those first 3 rows, I think. Then the 2 Class C cars of Sapra and Denwood. Away they go. Good start by one of the BMW Minis in there. Cavan Granger charging up the outside as well. Into that first corner. Who's got the lead? It is the pole man, Niall Bradley. Brad Sheehan's made a good start in the 28s. Tries to make the move to the inside to challenge Jason West for second place, but it's Niall Bradley who has got the lead. Side by side for second into Druids between Sheehan and West. Tucked in behind them is Russell Dack. We've got a couple of BMW Minis off in the gravel at the back. We'll try and identify them in a moment. Jason West has lost that second place. Brad Sheehan goes through, Russell Dack up there as well, and West a bit sideways off the curb. Russell Dack goes through, James Card is there on the inside as well, with 2 BMW Minis off at Paddock Bend. I saw facing backwards. That might be a safety car. Yes, there they are, tangling together towards the back. Can't quite make out who they are at the moment. We'll pick that up in a second. 190 Alan Lee is one of them. He's buried in the gravel, so that's almost certainly going to be a safety car. Yes, indeed it is. The yellow's out, so Alan Lee is one of the cars we lost there. Let's try and work out who the other one is. Russell Dack, I can tell you his transponder isn't working because he hasn't come through according to the timing screen, but he's there in third place. There's the other car, that's the number 6, which is Tim Bill. He's frustrated. That's his race over almost before it had begun. Alan Lee off as well. Alan's car stuck in the gravel, so the safety car will come out. Andy Langley, I can tell you though, has joined from the pits, so he is out there. It's good to see. So Niall Bradley from Brad Sheehan. And Russell Dack in third, although according to the timing screen he didn't complete the first lap, so his transponder isn't working. Jason West down to fourth, didn't have the best first lap there. Then Card, Brian Bransom, a better start from him this time. No need for a big recovery truck here, of course. We saw earlier on. Just the pickup truck and the tow rope for number 190, Alan Lee, his Mini Cooper S, the man from Norwich. The Kia pace car leading them round. Just keeping their Kumho tyres warm. There is Andy Langley, so not too much damage to the number 51 at the back there behind Nigel Williams. Now, can Niall Bradley hang on for a second win? Or will the 5 Class A runners behind him usurp the Brands Hatch specialist? Jasvir Sapra leads Class C. There's one entry in Classes B and D, mentioning Chris Walton and James Ford further back. The car is now off the circuit, towed off by the pickup. Well done to the marshals and the recovery crew. Hopefully we can go racing again this time through. Waiting for see if the light will go off on top of the safety car. Still on at the moment. Just waiting the signal from the marshals. Yes, the light goes out, so we're going racing again this time. We'll have just over 10 minutes of racing time remaining. You can see the drivers react. They all start to get back on the throttle immediately they see that light go out. Fair play to the marshal there, a very quick recovery job on Alan Lee's BMW Mini. So we've lost Alan, we've also lost Tim Bill. Here we go then. Green flag is out and away they go. They can't pass until the timing line, and Brad Sheehan tries an attack up the outsides. They're going to Paddock Hill Bend for the first lap of the restart. The tyres will be slightly cooler, of course. Despite the weaving to keep the heat in them. Niall Bradley leads from Brad Sheehan. Third place is Russell Dack. Here comes Jason West in the black. Number 76, there's Brian Bransom in 6th position behind James Carr. Those 6, the most powerful cars, breaking away as expected from the rest. The sun starts to set here on this Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch. Kevin Denwood's got ahead of Jazz Sapra. That's the battle for the lead in Class C. It's the other way round in race 1. Through Surtees they come. First lap of the restart. Green flags waving from the marshals' posts around the circuit. James Carr, the double winner at Silverstone, tries to fight back. Niall Bradley leads the way in car 47. Brian Bransom dropping away very slightly from this lead pack as they go towards Paddock Hill Bend. Once again, it's Bradley from Sheehan, Dack, West, Carr, Bransom. Kevin Denwood and Jasvir Sapra battling it out behind. Denwood leads Class C. Very evenly matched these M3s. What about the Mini battle? There's been a change there. Zach Blackwell has lost the lead of the BMW Minis. Dan Butcher-Lord, number 23 in the navy blue car there, has the lead ahead of Lee Sullivan in the 68s. Zach Blackwell third ahead of Rob Austin, and then Charlie Heatley in the 44. They're having their own race a little further back. This group having their own race up front, the half dozen M3s, certainly 6 of the best. Over the line they go. It's Niall Bradley leading the way. 50.5 seconds exactly. That's how through. Jason West having a go for third place on the inside at Paddock Hill Bend, and he's going through. Good move, Jason West up into third position behind Brad Sheehan, but fighting back is the Dackmeister, Russell Dack in the 22. Back up the inside into Druids. Takes the place back again. James Carr thinks, I'll get involved in this as well. If you're going to scrap with each other, I'll join in. Dack back into third place. West holds off Card for fourth place. on Cooper Straight. Niall Bradley able to escape as the rest squabble behind him. Gap was 1.3 seconds last time through. Brad Sheehan in the pink car in second. They fling these rear-wheel drive cars sideways through Surtees and McLaren, the 26 of Brian Bransom in there in 6th position. James Card on the tail of Jason West, now trying to take that 4th place away. Chris briefly got 3rd. Here comes Card on the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. And now Russell Dack is going after Brad Sheehan for 2nd position. So good run by Russell, the ex-overall champion in a BMW Compact in Class C when he won that. Kevin Denwood in Class C last season won the overall championship. But I reckon this year it will either be a Class A driver or one of the minis that could take the overall title. Of course, as long as they don't battle too hard and take points off each other in their classes. That's how it used to be in the multi-class era in the BTCC. Charlie Heatley giving chase to the 237 who's got through there, Pierce Henderson. As the leaders go over the line, Bradley leads from Brad Sheehan by 2.5 seconds. Now he's pulling away. New fastest lap, 50.298 seconds for the race leader Niall Bradley. He really is a specialist here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. And now Russell Dack trying to make a move at the inside, and Brad Sheehan didn't see him there. He closes the door. There's a bit of contact there. Dack goes over the curbs. That's lost him ground. Could allow Jason West to come through. Russell Dack, I would wager, wouldn't be too happy there. And now he'll try and go after Brad Sheehan again. James Card closing up as well. 4 of them for 2nd place. Bradley lapping Nigel Williams in the number 13. Been a quiet day for him. James Card trying to close on West once again. And a gap back to Brian Bransom. Here are the minis. Lee Sullivan under fire from Rob Austin. This is for 3rd in the BMW minis. It's still Dan Butcher-Lord who leads their class ahead of Zach Blackwell. It's the lead pack laps. Number 13 there of Nigel Williams. James Card losing a little bit of ground there. So Dack ready to try again to attack Brad Sheehan, but they're in back marker traffic. Carrare goes a lap down, as does Andy Langley in the 51. None the worse, there's a bit of rally crossing earlier. Look at the lead Niall Bradley's got now. He's pulled away as the rest scrap behind him, and James Card's all over Jason West for 4th place. Russell Dack is back up with Brad Sheehan after their narrow squeak at Druids earlier on. 5.5 minutes of the race still to go. 2nd race of the weekend, round 4 for the Kumho BMW Championship of 2022. Had 1 double win this year, James Card. It was Jason West who topped Class A earlier on, but at the moment, Class A is led by Brad Sheehan, and he'll get the lion's share of the points. Unless Russell Dack can get through. There's West ahead of Card, Bransom next, and some back markers. Andy Langley. Good repair job on that car. Right towards the closing stages now, the final 3rd of the race. The white flag waving, somebody slowing. I think that was Chris Walter, the 74 car. Yes, he's pulling off. Saw a white flag. White flag means slow moving vehicle or emergency vehicle on the circuit, and it's cocked out on the Cooper Straight. I hope we're not going to have another safety car. That's the number 74 of Chris Walton, the only Class B car in the race. He's trying to get it to a position of safety, but the car has let him down. Now, the 2nd place battle has got a heck of a lot of back markers ahead of it here. Bradley's already got through them. Who are they coming up to lap? One of the Fords. That's James Ford, number 69. He signals out of the way, moves aside at Graham Hill Bend. No problem at all. Bradley gets through. There's yellow flags out there, so they're going to have to be careful. I think Chris Walton, yes, he's parked against the barrier there. So I think we'll be okay, covered with yellow flags. Blue flags waving at the back markers. One of the minis gets out of the way. The 53 of Neil Clark. Cavan Granger being lapped as well. 3.5 minutes to go. Niall Bradley leads Bradley Sheehan by 3.3 seconds. The marshals are trying to get Chris Walton to move along towards the paddock entrance on the Cooper Straight there, but he can't do so. Car refusing to play. Here comes Russell Dack. He's up on the outside there at Druids, trying to challenge Brad Sheehan for second place. Always battling, of course, allowing Niall Bradley to extend his lead. They're lapping Lee Sullivan, and he's in the top 3 of the BMW Minis. That shows the gulf in performance between the Class A M3s and the rest of the grid. So this battle for second rages on. Niall Bradley, no problem out in front. See what the gap is this time. It was 3.3 seconds. It's 3.1 seconds. So if anything, they've closed a little bit. That's because the leader was dealing with a couple of back markers ahead. Oh, Lee Sullivan's pulled into the pits. So one of the BMW Minis in trouble. He's just come into the pits. Andy Langley's pulled in as well. So no points for him this weekend. Still Russell Dack harrying Brad Sheehan for second place. Lapping Rob Austin. There's the 25 of Trevor Ford. Continues to battle on. He'll be leading. Is he leading? No, he's Class C. It's James who's Class D. Sorry, I always get them mixed up. Kevin Denwood's the leader in Class C in 7th place. Blue flag wave to Piers Henderson. He lets the battle for second through. There we can see the class leaders. Niall Bradley in the invitation class. So it's Brad Sheehan leading Class A. Kevin Denwood Class C. The Minis now led once again by Zach Blackwell. Have we lost Dan Butcher-Lord? Let's have a look further back. Yes, we have. We've lost the 23. So the BMW Mini leader's starting to drop out, surprisingly, in the closing stage of this race. I wonder, did he have some contact with Lee Sullivan, I wonder? Well, there's Zach Blackwell now leading the class. He's just been lapped. Yes, we have lost the 23 somewhere. Oh, and Kevin Denwood's off. He was battling for the lead of Class C with Jazz Sapra. What's happened there? That's at McLaren towards Clearways. He's clearly dug into the grass there on the outside. Now, did he spin or has he pulled off? We didn't see. So that's given Jazz Sapra the class, almost certainly the Class C win. There's just under a minute left on the clock now. There's Dan Butcher-Lord. Has he tangled with Kevin Denwood? Was it a tangle in lap traffic? Steam coming from the 23 car. Try and work out what has happened there. No, I think that's at Druids actually. Couldn't quite tell there. Dan Butcher-Lord's off at Druids, I think. Anyway, oh, Brian Bransom, I can tell he was pulled into the pits as well. They're dropping like flies in the closing stages of this race. Yellow flag at Surtees and McLaren because of Kevin Denwood's car. Jason West's dropped back a little as well. James Card has got ahead of him. I missed that. James Card's got past West. They're coming round to start the final lap this time. Well, fair bit of attrition in the closing stages of this Kumho BMW race. Niall Bradley's heading for victory. 3.1 seconds clear. There he is in the background, and round the outside goes Russell Dack into Paddock Hill Bend. Can he make that move stick? I don't think so. He's gone too wide over the gravel. James Card could steal a podium place here. Has a look up the inside. Nope, doesn't quite get through. Russell Dack getting desperate here. There's the leader, Niall Bradley. He's away and gone, but of course he doesn't score points, so it's the battle behind him for Class A honours that's perhaps just as important. And Russell Dack is throwing his car around. Terrific stuff. Niall Bradley heading for victory. He's not been headed all day today in both races. It's going to be a double for the 47, the Brands Hatch specialist. Originally from Ireland, now based in Kent. Niall Bradley comes home to take the checkered flag. Flashes his lights as he crosses the line now. Who is going to win Class A? Now coming across the line now, it's Brad Sheehan who gets the Class A win. There he is, ahead of Russell Dack, James Card and Jason West. The only other car on the lead lap, I think, is going to be Jazz Sapra. He will come in to win Class C, I think. He hasn't come through yet. That's how we've lost him as well. Mini class has been won by Zach Blackwell, number 411, a double win for him today. We'll confirm the results in a few moments' time. As Jazz Sapra now crosses the line to take Class C. provisional results as follows then. Niall Bradley, the winner, by nearly 4 seconds ahead of Brad Sheehan. He just held off Russell Dack to take the class win in Class A. James Card and Jason West next home. Jazz Sapra, the only other car on the lead lap, he wins Class C. Then the Minis headed home by Zach Blackwell ahead of Piers Henderson and Rob Austin after we lost Dan Butcher-Lord and a couple of others towards the end. James Ford wins Class D in 13th place. And in Class B there were no finishers because we lost Chris Walt midway through, of course. Quite a bit of attrition towards the end there. We lost Brian Bransom into the pits. Kevin Denwood and Dan Butcher-Lord went out. Also Lee Sullivan, Andy Langley, Chris Walton and the 2 Minis that tangle on the first lap as well. Oh, Dan Butcher-Lord has caught fire, unfortunately. Well done, marshals in attendance with the extinguishers. Thought it was steam coming off that car, but no, it has caught alight. We can now head down to Parc Fermé with you.
Thank you, Dave, and what a great way to end the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Another fantastic race and a fantastic day for Brad Sheehan. Brad, come on in. Now, we just saw you open the car door and run into competitors' arms. You are absolutely over the moon, aren't you?
Yeah, it's just good fun, wasn't it? Yeah. It doesn't get closer than that. We've changed the power to weight this year to suit a couple of cars to turn back up. And I was all for it until we had to put the standard engine back in, so I'm well underpowered at the minute, but I'm having to push hard. But it's good fun because it's brought the competition really close. So
I mean, there was a time there was like 4 or 5 of you just nose to tail throughout several laps. That must be just absolutely thrilling, wasn't it?
yeah, I mean, when you're in the front, it's not quite as thrilling as probably what Russell's enjoying himself behind, because he can pick whatever line he wants. But I mean, as long as you guard a couple of lines on the insides, like coming into clearways, for example, that's where they can dive bomb you. And Paddock, you've got to keep an eye on it. The rest of it's pretty much trying to drive pretty sensible and block the line a little bit, to be fair.
Perfect way to end the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, because I had a bit of a bad race one, to be honest, so I was a bit disappointed in myself.
What happened in race 1?
I didn't qualify too well, and we're so close in times, and I couldn't keep up the leaders initially. And then a safety car come out and kind of ruined the whole race, really. But it's one of them things, isn't it? So.
I mean, thankfully today the safety car was at the start of the race and not near the end, so you sort of got out of the way early on if it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. If it can happen early on and we'll get a fair go again, it's fine. We had a good race. I mean, I don't know how many laps it was, you lose count, but it's a good 8 to 10 laps of us literally bumper to bumper. And I'm looking in my mirrors, I've got a bit of a slide, they're sliding even more. But I mean, to be fair, the track is so slippery with the trucks, and we're quite happy with our lap times because we expect to be a second off what we normally are, and we're not. We're on the time still, so it's all good.
Congratulations, great weekend.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and speak to a few other drivers. I'd like to speak to Zach Blackwell, who's won the mini class, actually both at mini classes this weekend. Zach, where is Zach? Where's Zach gone? Where is he? Zach, come on! What are you doing? We want to sort of celebrate with you. 2 wins for the weekend, mate.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, brilliant. Can't really. I mean, that was a tough race because I didn't get a very good jump off the start, and both Daniel and Lee Sullivan jumped me. Managed to have a good battle with Lee. Managed to pass him up at Druids, but it was nice and close. And then then unfortunately with Dan, he had a car issue, but. It's one of those things in racing, isn't it?
I mean, I think our commentator Dave described it best when he said it's like a war of attrition. They were dropping like flies at the end. It's a matter of hanging on at some point, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's it. As soon as Dan's car gave up, I realised I had a nice big gap, and then I just backed it right off. I was just like, I could see people were crashing everywhere, so I just backed it off and sort of controlled where I was, and just managed to race. And another solid weekend of points for the championship. So
any celebrations in order tonight?
Chocolate, loads of it.
Easter eggs!
Easter eggs, all of them.
Have a great weekend, mate. All right, enjoy yourself. Thank you.
My family as well to come on out.
Brilliant.
I appreciate that.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, let's speak to Niall Bradley as well. I'm not sure where his car went, but Niall, where's your car gone? Oh, it's in here, it's in scrutiny. Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I mean, more than okay for the weekend then.
It was, yeah, really happy. Bit slidey out there, but yeah, really enjoyed that. We made a few changes in between race 1 and race 2. It really helped the car. But no, mega weekend, loved it.
I mean, you won race 1 by a distance. What did you change? Why did you need to change anything when it's that good?
Well, in race 1, I think I won it by maybe 3 or 4 car lengths, but Jason was right on me, and the rear end of the car was just way too twitchy. So we tweaked the suspension to sort of settle the rear down a little bit, because every time I wanted to get back on the power, it wanted to brake snap off over sneer, if you know what I mean. So it really smoothed that out again, so it helped it, yeah.
And we know your invitation because you can't complete the entire season. What's your next round? When can we see you next?
Not 100% sure. Maybe...
Are you tempted to do the season now, or can you not do that?
No, she won't allow me. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. Maybe back here again in Snetterton in a month's time. I don't know.
Okay.
But he'll only let me run Invitational for so long. But if not here, or not Snetterton, Kumho, I might do BMW Car Club here.
Okay, brilliant.
So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Look, congrats, go and enjoy yourself. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go. Now, I'd love to speak to also Jazz Sapra in the car number 40. There's his car here. Where's Jazz? Jazz! We've got Jazz. We've got our 4 class winners to end the weekend. Let's go and stand by the machine that's done the job for you. Now, you had lined up this weekend, Kevin Denwood and yourself. You're like the 2 guys in the C class.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sort of pulled away and didn't finish both races, but it doesn't take away 2 wins for you. What a weekend.
Yeah, it's been good, yeah. You know, Kevin had a bit more legs on the straight.
Yeah.
So, well, second time I've driven this one.
What?
Second time I've driven this car.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that? Is it
obviously it was, my son-in-law's car, Sonny Gill. He won it the year before, you see.
Yep.
So that's I've just come out in this now. So we use the grey one for brick car.
Yep.
As you know, and keep along with that for 40-minute races. Fantastic. So we've been that tomorrow at Setterton Saloons.
You're racing tomorrow?
Yeah, Setterton Saloons.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Now, does that give you time to celebrate tonight? 2 wins, great weekend?
Yeah, it was a great weekend, yeah. It was good, yeah. Bit lonely sometimes, but it was still all right.
Lonely when Kevin left as well, yeah.
No, well, I think he hit the sausage curb, the curbs and the wishbone broke.
Yeah.
I was putting a bit of pressure on him.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
Look, go and enjoy yourself. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Cheers, Jazz. Thank you.
Cheers.
And that's us done then for the weekend here at Brands Hatch. All of our racing complete. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves at home. We have certainly enjoyed bringing you the action from the paddock, Parc Fermé and in the pits. And I know who one man who has definitely enjoyed bringing it to you. That is your commentator, Dave Goddard. So for the final time from me here at Brands Hatch, Dave, it's up to you.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Ewan and the team down in Parc Fermé and in the paddock today and this weekend for bringing us all the info from down on the ground. That does wrap up our coverage on BARC TV from Brands Hatch this Easter weekend. First of all, thank you very much indeed to everyone for watching. And that does bring us to the end for a few weeks now on BARC TV. First of all, we have to say thanks to all the Orange family, our volunteer marshals, for their hard work around the circuit this weekend. Couldn't go racing without them. Also the recovery crews, they've had a busy day today, the medical staff, the race control staff and everybody else here at Brands Hatch and from the British Automobile Racing Club for bringing us the action. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment. Thanks to all their teams and backup crews in the paddock for keeping their race cars and trucks running. It has been a wonderful weekend, certainly the most competitive weekend in the British Truck Racing Championship in particular that I can remember in a long time. The pickups were certainly a highlight as well. Great to have them back and everybody else here at Brands Hatch as well. Our next live stream coverage is in a few weeks' time, May the 7th and 8th. We're at Pembrey for the second round of the British Truck Racing Championship. Convoy South Wales comes to town. We'll have all the action from Pembrey for you from that one. Thanks to all our camera crews for bringing us the action as well out there on circuits. Well done to all the team this weekend. That's about it from Brands Hatch then. Thanks again to all of you for watching. Thanks for all your comments. Sorry you couldn't read many of them out. And thanks to everybody for joining us this weekend. So on behalf of Ewan and Pointy down in the paddock and Parc Fermé and everyone else here at Brands Hatch, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. Thanks very much for watching. See you at Pembrey in a few weeks. Bye for now.